Wang Lin calmly said, "Fourth sister, please enter." The breathing outside the pavilion was heavy, and after a long time, the door was pushed open. A beautiful woman in purple walked in, biting her lower lip. Although this woman's appearance was not as stunning as Li Mei, she was still beautiful. However, there were traces of the passage of time on her face, making her feel a bit aged. After she entered the room, she silently sat in a chair. She didn't look at Wang Lin. Her empty eyes silently looked at the empty space before her. The room was completely silent as Wang Lin closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. However, he soon felt a faint divine sense that stretched out from between the woman's eyebrows. As his divine sense spread out, it spread toward Wang Lin. It wasn't fast. It eased its way over like it was very hesitant. As the divine sense approached, Wang Lin's eyes opened and a ray of light shined out of them. The divine sense trembled and wanted to retreat, but it was instantly frozen in the air. The face of the woman in purple was deathly pale. She could feel that if her divine sense moved at all, Wang Lin would instantly devour it. Wang Lin stared at the woman in purple and loosened his lock on her divine sense, allowing her divine sense to return to her body. She couldn't hide anything before Wang Lin. There were 6 seals on her body, sealing her cultivation. What she revealed to the outside was only late-stage soul transformation. If it was the Wang Lin back then, he wouldn't be able to see through this. However, now he only needed one gaze to completely see through the woman in purple. Wang Lin frowned slightly and said, "What does fourth sister want?" The woman in purple opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she remained silent. "Since fourth sister doesn't have anything, then I won't be sending you off." With that, Wang Lin waved his sleeve. A gentle breeze appeared, causing the woman's body to tremble and step rapidly toward the door. Just as she arrived at the door, her eyes revealed a decisive gaze and she whispered, "Wang Lin, now that you have reached the second step, aren't you afraid of the crisis that might befall you in the heavenly fate sect?" Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his right hand reached out. He pulled the woman in purple back in and calmly said, "What does senior sister mean?" The woman in purple clenched teeth as she looked up at Wang Lin and softly said, "If you hadn't fled back then, it's likely you would have gone inexplicably missing over the past few hundred years. I presume you already noticed that within the heavenly fate sect, none of the thousands of inner and outer disciples and even us direct disciples, no one's cultivation has reached the illusionary Yin stage." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he silently looked at the woman in purple. When someone breaks through the late stage of ascendant and reaches the illusionary Yin stage, that person will mysteriously disappear within a year. This matter is taboo within the heavenly fate sect. Back then, your cultivation level wasn't high enough to know this, and you presumably still don't know. Wang Lin's expression still didn't change at all. The woman in purple looked at Wang Lin. After she finished speaking, she found that Wang Lin's expression still hadn't changed. Her heart couldn't help but sink, and she clenched her teeth. "I know you may not believe me, but I, Zhao Xinming, joined the sect at the age of 7 and cultivated for 1,000 years. Without waiting for Zhao Xinming, Wang Lin shook his head and said, "Are you not afraid of teacher finding out that you're speaking about this here? Every day at 5 a.m., Master goes into closed-door cultivation. Unless something major has occurred, he won't come out. Master has had this habit for thousands of years." Zhao Xinming seemed a bit hasty. "Wang Lin, everything I say is true." Wang Lin pondered a bit and looked at Zhao Xinming. Then he said, "This is why you have 6 seals inside your body?" Zhao Xinming wasn't shocked by Wang Lin seeing through her. She revealed a trace of bitterness. "What else can I do beside this? A piece of my soul is in Master's hands, so I simply can't leave. Even if I were to leave, Master would only need but a thought for me to be completely destroyed. There are many people who seal their cultivation like me. Among them, the Red Division's Sun Hong has the highest cultivation level. She has 11 seals on her body, forcing herself to stay at the mid-stage of Ascendant. She even interfered with her own comprehension so that it won't match her real cultivation level. If she were to release the seals, she could quickly reach the early stage of Nirvana Scryer. There is also the Red Division's Lu Hai. If he released his seal, his cultivation level would immediately become peak corporeal yang. These are only people I know, but I believe there are those that have hidden themselves very well among the 7 divisions. However, no matter how much our cultivation advances, we don't dare to open the seals. Even if we reseal our cultivation after it has been open, we will mysteriously disappear within a year. If we were seriously injured and our cultivation level fell, those who didn't hide their cultivation would be fine, but those of us who hid our cultivation level would still disappear. From my understanding, Master has been cultivating for tens of thousands of years and has had countless disciples. However, none of them have ever appeared or even been heard of. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he looked at Zhao Xinming. The 6 seals on this woman were very strange. If they were not face to face like this, they would have been easy to miss. However, Wang Lin believed that before the All-Seer, this kind of method was useless. Master didn't stop us from sealing our cultivation, he just ignored us. Fear filled Zhao Xinming's face. This was something she didn't understand, and neither did all the disciples who hid their cultivation levels. No matter how much we hide, Master won't acknowledge it, as if he really doesn't know. However, if the seals open, we will be doomed. 500 years ago, there was a disciple of the Orange Division whose seal had reached its limit. His seals were opened by force, and he disappeared the next day. It's impossible to escape. Even if we hide our cultivation, there is a limit. I can't afford to continue living such a life, and in the past 100 years, my seal has begun to loosen and I'm starting to lose control. Recently, this has been even more serious. Save me. Wang Lin, save me. I'll do whatever you want as long as you save me. Tears streamed down Zhao Xinming's eyes as she looked at Wang Lin, and her voice became hoarse. Did you know that although you only returned yesterday, you have gathered the attention of everyone within the Heavenly Fate sect who hid their cultivation? They must all be wondering when you will disappear. Zhao Xinming bit her lower lip. She couldn't talk to anyone about this, as this was considered an absolute taboo in the Heavenly Fate sect. She was already in despair before this. The seal on her body loosened more each day, and before long, the seal was going to collapse. The fear of her cultivation revealing itself terrified her. Rumor has it that all cultivators whose cultivation level went past Ascendant were devoured by Master. Wang Lin, I won't ask you to retrieve my soul, only that you help me reinforce the seal, so that my cultivation will forever stay at the late of soul transformation. Zhao Xinming stood up and was about to bow to Wang Lin. Wang Lin raised his right hand and a gentle force appeared, causing Zhao Xinming to stand up straight. He pondered for a bit and was about to speak when he suddenly looked outside the pavilion. Zhao Xinming was startled, and a moment later, she also detected something. After pondering for a bit, for some reason her face blushed and she arrived next to Wang Lin in a flash. After taking off her shoes, she got onto Wang Lin's bed and formed a seal to hide herself. Wang Lin frowned. At this moment, light footsteps came from outside the pavilion. 7th junior brother, Bai Wei requests a visit. Bai Wei's feminine voice slowly drifted into the room. Wang Lin had no bad feelings toward Bai Wei. If not for Bai Wei secretly reminding him back then, Wang Lin wouldn't have such a deep understanding of the All-Seer. Senior brother Bai, please enter. Wang Lin's voice was calm. However, there were faint scent of body fragrance that entered his nose that made him uncomfortable. The door opened. Bai Wei still had that beautiful appearance, but now he looked a bit frail. Inside the room, he looked at Wang Lin and let out a sigh. Still the same as before. 7th brother, you haven't changed at all from back then. Brother Bai is the same. We haven't seen each other in hundreds of years, but it is as if I just saw you yesterday. Wang Lin smiled. Bai Wei's eyes were like water as he looked at Wang Lin and softly said, 7th brother is using the wrong term. I'm no longer senior brother Bai, but junior sister Bai. Wang Lin's expression became strange and he couldn't help but wryly smile. Bai Wei saw Wang Lin's expression and smiled. His eyes shined, revealing a peerless look, and he smiled. Why is it so difficult to call me junior sister Bai? I have always been a woman. Wang Lin felt quite embarrassed. Even after 1,000 years of cultivation and life experience, he still didn't know what to do. He could only let out a dry cough and say, "I wonder what matter senior brother Bai came here for." Bai Wei's eyebrows lifted and he looked at Wang Lin with his water-like eyes. Even with Wang Lin's early-stage nirvana scryer cultivation and ancient god body, he was almost unable to bear this gaze. He wryly smiled and said, "Bai, junior sister Bai, what did you come here for?" Bai Wei's expression released and she whispered, "Wang Lin, you shouldn't have come back. It's not easy to say it here, but are you free? On planet Tianyun, there is a market called the Ghost Eye. If you are free, then I have something to inform you on the way there." Wang Lin pondered. He hadn't been back for a long, so it was a good idea to hear from Bai Wei what had happened in the hundreds of years that passed. Also, his relationship with Bai Wei was quite good, so there was no reason to refuse. After observing Bai Wei, he found no seals. Bai Wei's cultivation was truly at the mid-stage of soul transformation. "Okay. We will meet below Mount Purple at noon today." Bai Wei smiled at Wang Lin, expectation filling his phoenix eyes, and he left. Wang Lin wryly smiled. He felt a headache toward this Bai Wei. At this moment, a ripple appeared from his bag and Su Ligua's voice echoed in his mind. "Top quality. Top quality. Master, this is top quality. I, Su Ligua, have met countless people, but I have never met someone this graceful. Especially her gaze when she left. It made even Grandpa Su's bones soft. Master, if you don't like it, then I do. When I saw her, it reminded me of Meiji." Wang Lin ignored Su Ligua's words and cut off his voice. At this moment, a chuckle came from Wang Lin's side. Zhao Ximing appeared and her gaze toward Wang Lin was a bit different. Wang Lin frowned as he got up and sat down on the chair. He said, "Fourth senior sister, I'll consider your matter." Zhao Ximing looked at Wang Lin, and after pondering for a bit, she softly said, "Although my cultivation level isn't high, I have retained my virginity throughout my 1,000 years of cultivation. If you can strengthen my seal, I can give you my 1,000-year origin in." Zhao Ximing's face turned red as she faced Wang Lin. She opened up her sleeve, revealing a small red dot. She bit her lower lip and put down her sleeve before looking at Wang Lin and leaving. "This is my last hope. If he can battle Ling Tianho, his cultivation can't merely be at the Nirvana Scryer stage. He is likely at the Nirvana Cleanser stage. If he helps me, he must be able to suppress the seal completely." Zhao Ximing let out a sigh and her figure disappeared over the horizon. "If I ask for others for help with Master there, I fear no one would dare to help." Wang Lin sat inside the room and pondered. Helping Zhao Ximing was easy, but doing this would not please the All-Seer. If what Zhao Ximing said was true, then there must be a profound meaning to Master's indifference. Presumably, he is also conflicted on this in his mind. While pondering, the celestial sword Su Ligua began to become restless and the fluctuations from his bag disturbed his thoughts. Wang Lin frowned and slapped his bag of holding. The celestial sword immediately flew out and a large amount of black fog appeared. The black fog quickly condensed to reveal Su Ligua's figure. Su Ligua's eyes shined. After he appeared, he inhaled deeply in the spot where Bai Wei stood earlier. His face was filled with an intoxicated look and he muttered, "Top quality, really top quality. Compared to her, even the little girl in the demon spirit land is nothing. If I can..." Su Ligua revealed a nasty smile. Wang Lin coldly looked at Su Ligua. Su Ligua trembled and he felt a cold intent spread across his body. This coldness penetrated his soul, which made him sober, and he began to secretly complain. "Damn it, why did this fiend's cultivation level go up again? There is no justice. Although I still feared him before, my soul didn't tremble from musta gaze from this damn fiend. It felt as if this fiend could cause Grandpa Su to die with just a thought." Su Ligua's expression changed, but he immediately revealed a flattering expression. "Master is mighty. Your cultivation level has increased once more. Master is really gifted by the heavens." Without waiting for Su Ligua to finish speaking, Wang Lin interrupted him and calmly said, "What were you so anxious to come out for?" Although his voice was calm, his eyes were cold. From Wang Lin's view, Su Ligua needed to be beaten down occasionally. Otherwise, Su Ligua would get too unruly. This devil was something he had created, and perhaps only he understood this devil the most. Before Su Ligua was refined into a devil, he had a lot of resentment, and his personality intensified after being refined into a devil. He knew that if Su Ligua returned to his true form, the only way to control Su Ligua was to always be stronger than him. Back in the Nether Beast, the old man thought Su Ligua was a loyal person, but in reality he had no loyalty at all. At most it was a habit formed by being under Wang Lin's control for almost 1,000 years. Unyielding thoughts would occasionally appear in Su Ligua's heart. Wang Lin knew of this well. Not good. This devil fiend is going to punish me today. Su Ligua was nervous as he licked his lips and flattered, "Master, the reason little Su came out is to congratulate Master's increase in cultivation. Ever since I brilliantly decided to follow Master's cultivation level has increased every time I come out. After a long time, this little one thought that if he comes out more often, maybe Master's cultivation level will become even higher." Hee. As Su Ligua spoke, he carefully looked at Wang Lin, ready to change his words at any time. Wang Lin frowned but revealed a smile. He looked at Su Ligua and said, "Since you have the heart, then don't go back inside the celestial sword for now. Stay with me and properly comprehend the sword intent you inherited." Su Ligua immediately patted his chest and said, "Master, rest assured. Little Su will not disgrace you and will properly cultivate." Although Su Ligua said this, he secretly laughed. "It is still your Grandpa Su who is smarter and has quicker reactions. Just a few sweet words and even this fiend will be beaten. No matter how high your cultivation level is, you can't beat your Grandpa Su's spell." Wang Lin no longer paid any attention to Su Ligua. He sat down and began to cultivate. Su Ligua was like a ghost that floated around in the room. Then he became bored and couldn't help but think of Bai Wei's peerless beauty. He first carefully looked at Wang Lin before he sniffed and revealed an intoxicated expression. "Beauty, a real beauty. If she was a woman, she wouldn't be that special. Grandpa Su has met a lot of women, but her for be a man." Su Ligua's mind trembled and his heart felt itchy. He wanted to go find Bai Wei right now to talk heart to heart. His mind was filled with fantasies, and he felt restless. However, thinking about how Wang Lin was still nearby, he couldn't help but sigh. When Grandpa Su followed the giant demon clan ancestor, the ancestor was so good to me. He gave me Meiji. Those days were filled with color. Unfortunately, after returning to this fiend, I'm stored away in the bag all day. The good life is so far away. Thinking about this, Su Ligua felt anger in his heart. When my cultivation is strong enough one day, I must get back at this fiend. At most I'll just fight to the death fight. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly saw Wang Lin's eyelids move, he immediately revealing a flattering smile. However, after waiting for a long time, Wang Lin's eyes wouldn't open. Su Ligua inwardly cursed. He really doesn't know how to enjoy life. If I had someone so devoted to me, I would have already jumped on them, not to mention that beauty. Su Ligua let out a sigh. He knew that he wasn't powerful enough. After thinking for a long time, he sat down and began to comprehend that ancient sword intent inheritance. Your Grandpa Su has to work hard. Otherwise, the gap between me and the fiend will only grow wider. Then I will never be able to escape this fiend's clutches and escape this abyss of misery. After Su Ligua began to cultivate, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His eyes shined brightly before he closed his eyes and ignored Su Ligua. However, Wang Lin had made up his mind to refine this devil once more. Time quickly passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was noon. The sun outside the pavilion was bright and seemed to dispel all darkness. The sky was clear and blue. It would cause anyone's heart to calm down. Wang Lin opened his eyes and his body moved. The door opened on its own and he walked out. Su Ligua got up to follow. His eyes looked around as he suppressed the excitement in his heart. I'm about to see that beauty. Wang Lin stepped through the air and headed toward the bottom of Mount Purple. In the distance, he could see figures moving among the 7 mountains. This revealed the scene of a big sect. There was chanting coming from the distance. It was the lower-level disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect practicing their spell proficiency. Dense spiritual energy filled the Heavenly Fate sect. However, it was noon, so the spiritual energy contained yang fire and was not fit for cultivation. There was no magnificent fluctuations of spiritual energy like there was during dawn or dusk. The purple division had the lowest status among the 7 divisions. Even the 7 direct disciple lineup wasn't complete. Including Wang Lin, there were only 5. As a result, there were fewer ordinary disciples on Mount Purple. This made the huge mountain quite bleak. It was sparsely populated. As he walked down from the mountain, he saw no one. Su Ligua followed behind Wang Lin, and the sunlight that landed on him didn't give him any discomfort. In fact, it felt pleasant, especially with the thought of how he would meet the beauty soon. Su Ligua's heart itched, and he only hated Wang Lin for being too slow. Looking at Wang Lin's shadow, Su Ligua thought, "This fiend has cultivated for so many years and has had no fun in his life, but even this Grandpa Su has to admire his increase in cultivation levels. That little core formation cultivator has become a powerhouse." Just thinking about this, Su Ligua quickly dispelled this idea and thought, "I can't become like him. What joy is there in his life?" It can be said that this fiend's cultivation was built by danger and slaughter. I, Su Ligua, am not suited for this. It is comfortable to hold beauties. If I were like him, I would definitely be destroyed sooner or later. I don't know when this fiend will have bad luck and be killed. No, if he is killed, my fate won't be good either. Perhaps my mind will be erased to be used as an ordinary sword spirit. While Su Ligua was thinking about random thing, Wang Lin had arrived at the bottom of the mountain. There was a pavilion at the bottom of the mountain. There was a purple figure standing inside the pavilion, and from afar they gave off a graceful feeling. However, the figure was feminine and revealed a hint of weakness. At this moment, a gentle breeze blew out and lifted the purple figure's hair. This person lifted their hair with their jade-like hand. Then they turned around and smiled at Wang Lin. If one didn't know the details, then this person was far more beautiful than most women. Bai Wei's eyes lit up and he smiled. Senior brother Wang indeed kept his promise. Although Wang Lin's expression was neutral, Su Ligua stared at Bai Wei from behind him. If not for Wang Lin being here, then no matter what, he would have jumped at Bai Wei. What is this? Bai Wei's gaze looked at Su Ligua. Su Ligua's body was filled with black mist, and at this moment, this black mist contracted, revealing his appearance when he was a cultivator. His eyes revealed an evil glare, but his expression was serious. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a cold snort that frightened him to immediately reveal a flattering expression. The rapid change startled Bai Wei. "This is my treasure spirit. Brother Bai, where is the market you were talking about? Please lead the way." Wang Lin didn't make much of an introduction. With Wang Lin here, even though Su Ligua's heart itched, he didn't dare to reveal too much. He could only look helplessly at Bai Wei and curse in his mind. This damn fiend Wang Lin. He's not going to eat him himself, and he also won't let Grandpa Su eat. There no is justice. No justice. Bai Wei's eyebrows wrinkled and he said, "Senior brother Wang." Wang Lin immediately became embarrassed. It was very rare for him to become embarrassed, and now Bai Wei had done it twice. While he was embarrassed, Su Ligua's eyes lit up and he stared at Bai Wei. He thought to himself, "Heaven has shined upon me, Su Ligua, to meet the love of my life. I can't stand it." Black smoke appeared around Su Ligua and he turned into a big mouth that looked like it was going to devour Bai Wei. At this moment, every thought of Wang Lin was all thrown away by his mind. He could only see Bai Wei's smile. As he rushed out, a cold light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes and his hand penetrated the black mist and directly grabbed Su Ligua's soul. Su Ligua suddenly around and just revealed a fierce expression at Wang Lin when Wang Lin grabbed him. Then Su Ligua quickly revealed a flattering expression and repeated, "Master, master, I know was wrong. I was wrong." Wang Lin grabbed Su Ligua and said, "Bai, junior sister Bai, please lead the way." Bai Wei also saw some clue and looked at Su Ligua with great interest. This gaze made Su Ligua excited. Bai Wei smiled as he slapped his bag of holding and a flying sword appeared. He stood on the sword and flew off into the distance. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he took a step and caught up to the sword light. Although this Bai Wei was feminine before, it was not this extreme. His body is now filled with yin aura and even his temperament has changed greatly. Moving forward, Wang Lin could feel someone secretly following him. Without even turning around, he knew this person was Zhao Xinming. Due to the yin energy inside Bai Wei's body, not only did his mind change, his behavior has also become quite feminine. If he was born like this, it would be fine, but it was obviously not this extreme back then. While they flew, Wang Lin's light shined faintly as he looked at Bai Wei. He always felt like there was something wrong with Bai Wei, but he couldn't find the exact problem. However, 1,000 years of cultivation allowed him some special sense. Although he was not as all-seeing as the all-seer, he could still feel a trace of events that were yet to occur. Bai Wei apparently didn't notice Wang Lin's divine sense sweeping past him and continued to smile and talk with Wang Lin. You weren't here for long before. In a few months, the weather on planet Tianyun will change. The abrupt change between overcast and sunny is regarded as a unique scenery of planet Tianyun. During these hundreds of years, the Heavenly Fate sect has been calm and not much has happened. If anything did happen, it's that a white tree someone planted in the back mountain and claimed it would never flowered. However, the color of the flowers weren't white but black. It only lasted 3 breaths of time before it turned to dust. It surprised quite a few people that time. I was there as well. I thought it would have been great if I could have saved a flower. There is nothing suspicious? Wang Lin frowned, but that slight feeling was nagging in his heart. His expression remained neutral as he coped with Bai Wei's conversation. After you left, Master spent most of his time in closed-door cultivation and rarely came out. As Bai Wei smiled, he told Wang Lin every single incident that happened in the Heavenly Fate sect. At the start, Wang Lin was seriously listening, but soon he frowned. Nothing Bai Wei talked about was great. They were all trivial things that had no meaning. Bai Wei smiled. There is also Ghost Eye City. That city became famous many years ago after successfully auctioning a complete celestial spell. Every time it opens, it attracts a large amount of cultivators. It is open for 1 month, and aside from the auction house, people are free to trade. However, Ghost Eye City wasn't very big and the amount of residences are limited. If we go late, I'm afraid we'll have to camp. Wang Lin pondered a bit and allowed Bai Wei to talk while leading the way, but he pondered in his heart. After 15 minutes, Wang Lin suddenly said, Junior Sister Bai, what cultivation method do you cultivate? Bai Wei was startled and his expression changed. He stopped before retreating a few steps while starting at Wang Lin and saying, Does Brother Wang disdain me? If you find me annoying, then I'll leave and never bother you again. Wang Lin was shocked. He only asked what his cultivation method was, but he didn't expect Bai Wei to change so greatly. Wang Lin slowly said, Brother Bai misunderstands. I'm just casually asking. Bai Wei bit his lower lip and pondered for a moment. He then looked at Wang Lin with a complex look and said, The cultivation method I cultivate is called Celestial Double Desire Art. After speaking, Bai Wei became silent and flew north. Celestial Double Desire Art. Wang Lin's eyes shined as he looked at Bai Wei's figure. His eyes narrowed, and he could clearly see the rich yin energy inside Bai Wei suddenly accelerate. It was moving very quickly through Bai Wei's meridians and formed a mark. This mark was formed by the movement of yin energy through Bai Wei's meridians. Before, the yin energy inside Bai Wei was too slow for Wang Lin to notice. However, he was able to see it now, but the mark only appeared for a moment before disappearing. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he remembered that mark. He asked no more questions and followed Bai Wei. At dusk, he saw a circular city in the distance. This city was like a circle that fell on the earth and was guarded by cultivators. Before they got close, Wang Lin felt fluctuations of restrictions surrounding the city. Rays of sword energy would occasionally drop down from the horizon. Sometimes it would be one and sometimes it would be many. They descended outside the city and showed their invitations before entering. Wang Lin knew it was best not to spread out his divine sense in an unfamiliar place, or else it could cause misunderstandings. He was naturally cautious, and although his cultivation level had increased, his caution hadn't reduced. After all, caution was needed to survive in the cultivation world. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out toward the city. He wasn't rash in the way he spread his divine sense. It was more like a gentle breath. He didn't try to find the secrets in the city but focused on the restriction fluctuations. He was acting like he had arrived before a strange door. Instead of violently breaking into the door, he was opening the door and taking a quick look inside. Although this was impolite, it was a common behavior in the cultivation world. Unless one was very tyrannical, this generally wouldn't cause any misunderstandings. The restriction over the city had no objection toward Wang Lin at all. With Wang Lin's cultivation and enlightenment in restriction, the restriction over the city didn't notice his divine sense at all. However, just as Wang Lin's divine sense went through the restriction and was about to return after sweeping the city, 3 divine senses that were well hidden erupted. They were like 3 dragons that charged at Wang Lin's divine sense. What cultivator came to my Ghost Eye City? I'm one of the 3 Chun brothers, Master Yi Chun. An ancient voice came out from the divine sense when it got close to Wang Lin's divine sense. At the same time, the illusionary dragon formed by the 3 divine senses rotated to form a storm. They were about to trap Wang Lin's divine sense to prevent it from leaving. 2 of the 3 divine senses were at the early stage of Nirvana Scryer. The divine sense of Master Yi Chun was at the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer. The combination of their divine senses made Wang Lin unable to escape immediately. Wang Lin's spells were all within his body, and his divine sense hadn't reached the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer yet, so he was no match for the 3 of them with his divine sense. I'm the heavenly fate sex Wang Lin. It is my hope, I hope you'll forgive me. Wang Lin was the first to be impolite, so he wasn't angry. Your divine sense was reckless and was trapped by me, but you want me to forgive you? What kind of reasoning is that? Today, the 3 of us won't make it hard on you. Personally come to admit your mistake and then immediately leave. If you dare to step into Ghost Eye City again, don't blame us for not being kind. Next to Master Yi Chun, a gloomy divine sense appeared. Wang Lin and Bai Wei stood outside the city, waiting in line to enter. As for Wang Lin's conversion with the 3, unless one's cultivation was very high, they wouldn't notice anything. Bai Wei was obviously not aware of anything, but Wang Lin frowned. I hope fellow cultivator doesn't mind, but the 3 of us are in charge of Ghost Eye City's security, so we must be cautious. If fellow cultivator doesn't agree, then don't blame me for destroying this divine sense. Master Yi Chun sent out a sigh. He knew doing this was a bit too much. After all, this person hadn't gone out of bounds and it was just a natural sweep. The 3 Chun brothers had all done this before. Except right now they were hired by Ghost Eye City, so they had to be cautious. Also, he was a bit unhappy right now. Basically all the Nirvana Scryer old monsters on the planet understood that the 3 of them were responsible for the security of Ghost Eye City. Most of them wouldn't probe with their divine senses as a sign of respect to the 3 of them. The person before him obviously wasn't showing them any respect. What use was it for him to admit to his mistake after realizing the situation was bad? If this person refuses to admit his mistake and comes to fight the 3 of us, I can respect him as an equal. However, it is obvious he saw how strong we 3 are and became timid. Moreover, if we don't severely punish this person, we will not have a day of peace before the auction begins. In order to scare of others that dare to observe with their divine senses, we must be more severe. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. Master Yi Chun gently spread out his message. It would be too easy for the 3 of them to take care of an early-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator. Even if this person was really from the Heavenly Fate sect, the All-Seer wouldn't lower himself to deal with them. Moreover, the 3 of them didn't kill. After all, the 3 of them had given this person a chance, so even if they destroyed his divine sense, no one would say anything. If it was someone from the Delu Sword sect, Master Yi Chun wouldn't think this. After all, Sword Saint Ling Tianho was famous for protecting his own. 3 breaths of time passed by in an instant. Master Chun let out a cold snort, and the divine sense dragon formed by the 3 of them let out a roar at Wang Lin's trapped divine sense. They were about to destroy Wang Lin's trapped divine sense. The 3 of you have gone too far. Wang Lin didn't pay attention to Bai Wei or Su Ligua. He frowned and then disappeared with a step. Ghost Eye City's restriction couldn't even stop Wang Lin's divine sense, much less his physical body. At the moment Wang Lin disappeared, the restriction only flashed 3 times before it completely collapsed. The moment the restriction collapsed, Wang Lin's figure appeared above Ghost Eye City. His speed was beyond imagination. The moment Wang Lin appeared, he directly grabbed a divine sense dragon. The dragon wanted to struggle, but it was no use. Wang Lin flung the dragon backward, and there was a loud rumble as the divine sense dragon collapsed. Inside Ghost Eye City there was a very beautiful building. Inside the 3rd room from the east sat an old man. This old man wore a green robe and had a dignified expression. However, at this moment, his eyes opened, he coughed out blood, and his expression changed greatly. Nirvana cleanser old monster. The old man's body flickered and disappeared. Moving like water, Wang Lin's hand formed a fist and he casually threw a punch. An unimaginable black storm formed. One of the divine senses that formed the divine sense dragon was touched by Wang Lin's punch. That divine sense collapsed before it could even resist. The moment the divine sense dissipated, in the magnificent building of Ghost Eye City, a middle-aged man in purple was in the 2nd room from the east drinking tea. He suddenly smashed the teacup and the tea evaporated. The middle-aged man turned pale and he coughed out blood. Then a gasp filled his eyes. The rate of his heart pounding accelerated and he exclaimed, "Could it be Nirvana cleanser?" His expression changed before he finally clenched his teeth and disappeared from the room. As Wang Lin floated in air, his divine sense returned to his body. He coldly looked at last divine sense. The owner of that divine sense was Master Chun. Everything happened too fast, and it was over in a flash. The last divine sense quickly retreated. With an indifferent expression, Wang Lin's hand reached out. The last divine sense seemed to be squeezed by the world and was pulled toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin grabbed it and directly crushed it. In the 1st room from the east in that magnificent building, there was a white-haired old man. He was standing behind the table with a brush in his hand and was writing vigorously on the paper on the table. Doing multiple things at once was too easy for cultivators like them. However, at this moment, the brush in his hand broke and he suddenly looked up. His face turned pale and blood rushed up his throat, but he forcibly suppressed it. "Not good." The old man cursed in his heart and waved his sleeves as he charged out at an extremely fast speed. A wave was set off in Ghost Eye City as the collapse of the restriction caught the attention of all the cultivators. They all had varying cultivation levels, and they looked up at the sky. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He had already been very tolerant. If the 3 of them had released his divine sense, this would not have happened. 3 rays of bright light flew out from the city and arrived before Wang Lin. The 3 rays of light revealed themselves to be the 3 Chun brothers. The old man with white hair was Master Chun. Behind him was the green-robed old man and the purple-robed middle-aged man. The 3 of them had bitter expressions. They didn't understand how this person had easily destroyed their divine senses in person when his divine sense was clearly at the early stage of Nirvana Scryer. If he merely destroyed their divine senses, they wouldn't be so scared, as they simply could have worked together. However, what terrified them was how easily Wang Lin had done it. 1 grasp, 1 punch, 1 squeeze. All very simple and all random actions. The 3 of them could feel that he hadn't even put any effort into it, and that was the root of their terror. No Nirvana Scryer cultivator could do this. Not even peak late-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator can do this because there were, after all, 3 of them. There was only one explanation for what had happened. This person was a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator. Please forgive us, fellow cultivator Wang Lin. This matter was our fault. Master Chun bitterly smiled. The 3 of them stood before Wang Lin rather embarrassedly. The 3 of them were all famous on planet Tianyun, and now that they had provoked someone they shouldn't have. Although their hearts felt bitter, they didn't feel dissatisfaction. After all, since the other party was a Nirvana cleanser cultivator, forget a courteous sweep of divine sense, even if he arrogantly swept by, it would be understandable. If they knew his cultivation level beforehand, they wouldn't have dared to stop him. After all, no one would dare to question a Nirvana cleanser cultivator that had come to Ghost Eye City. Even if that person didn't have an invitation, they would be treated as an honored guest. In planet Tianyun and all the surrounding planets, Nirvana cleanser cultivators are extremely rare. Any one of them are people who can make a cultivation planet tremble with a stomp of their feet. I haven't heard of anyone named Wang Lin. He said that he was from the Heavenly Fate sect. Could he be from an older generation of the All-Seer's disciples? The three of them all looked at each other with doubt in their eyes. However, the power Wang Lin showed off was indeed worthy of a Nirvana cleanser cultivator. The green-robed old man felt rather embarrassed and said, "Please don't blame us, fellow cultivator Wang. The three of us are in charge of this city, so we may have offended you. Please forgive us. The middle-aged man also let out a wry smile and thought. The reputation of the three Chin brothers didn't really fall. After all, who would dare provoke a Nirvana cleanser cultivator? All three of them had sincere expressions and repeatedly admitted their mistake. Wang Lin's expression relaxed and he calmly said, "It was also I who made the mistake first, so let's just forget this matter." The three of them let out sighs of relief. If Wang Lin wouldn't let this go, they could only try to escape. Provoking a Nirvana cleanser cultivator was like being branded for death. Master Chun politely said, "Fellow cultivator Wang must have came to Ghost Eye City for that bottle of liquid purple jade. However, there are still several days before the auction. Does fellow cultivator have a place to stay? If not, the three of us can arrange a place for you." The purple-robed middle-aged man and the green-robed old man both looked at Wang Lin with inviting gazes. No matter how arrogant the three of them were, when facing a Nirvana cleanser cultivator, they didn't dare to reveal any of it. Instead, they showed the intent of getting closer. Liquid purple jade? This sounded familiar to Wang Lin. After pondering a bit, he looked at the three of them and nodded. "Then I'll be trouble you three fellow cultivators." Master Ichin laughed and said, "No problem. It was fate that we were able to become acquainted with fellow cultivator Wang Lin." He smiled as he gestured with his right hand to welcome Wang Lin. Wang Lin turned around and looked at the distance. At the city gate, Bai Wei was staring at him, and behind him was Su Ligua. "You guys, come over." Wang Lin's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly entered Bai Wei's ears. Bai Wei hesitated a bit before flying into the air. Su Ligua looked at Bai Wei's back with a memorized look and quickly followed. When the three of them saw Bai Wei, they were startled, but they didn't say anything. They went to the eastern side of the city to a gorgeous 4-story building. There was a courtyard around it filled with fake mountains and rivers. The spiritual energy here was very dense. Master Ichin smiled. "This is where the three of us stay in the city. Fellow cultivator Wang can pick a room." Wang Lin clasped his hands and smiled. "Many thanks." Only after seeing Wang Lin's smile did the three brothers finally relax. The purple-robed, middle-aged man laughed. "Brother Wang, rest first and I'll order people to prepare some fruit. Since we brothers don't know Brother Wang, the four of us have to debate Tao." Master Ichun nodded with a smile. The green-robed old man laughed. "Third brother is right. How we met fellow Brother Wang can be considered a legend." Wang Lin faintly smiled. There was no need to reject their warm invitation, and he was also interested in the liquid purple jade. He nodded. "If that's the case, then I'll be happy to oblige. Brother Wang is too polite." Master Ichun then left with the other two. Bai Wei couldn't get used to all of this. With his cultivation level, he would have never interacted with cultivators of this level, even though he was the All-Seer's disciple. Soon, servants came and arranged lodgings for the two of them. There were a lot of vacant rooms here. After Bai Wei left, Su Ligua subconsciously followed. But after Wang Lin cast a cold gaze, he obediently followed Wang Lin. The room Wang Lin chose was a rather elegant room on the second floor. The purple wooden table and chair, the red wooden cabinet, and the painting hanging on the wall all calmed his mind. There was an embroidered yellow lampshade over a carved dragon lamp. When the light went through the shade, it was bright yet gentle as it scattered into every corner of the room. The room wasn't big, but Wang Lin was very satisfied. Su Ligua floated in the air and looked around. His heart was filled with disdain and he wondered what was so good about this place. This fiend really didn't know how to enjoy himself. If it was up to him, he would find a place with a lot of girls. Oh, how comfortable that would be. Wang Lin quietly sat in the room with his eyes half closed. It looked like he was looking at the window, but in truth was thinking about Bai Wei's actions. What exactly is this Bai Wei looking for me for? He would not call me here for nothing. There is also that strange mark in his body. Wang Lin pondered. He had always felt like there was something Bai Wei wanted to say to him. Everything he spoke about along the way was pointless. What does he want to say to me? Wang Lin frowned as he recalled everything Bai Wei said. Then his eyes suddenly narrowed. Could it be that what Bai Wei wanted to say was contained within those pointless matters? If that's really the case, then he must be facing some difficulties that made him not dare to speak to me directly. He is certainly not afraid of me, but, Master. Wang Lin felt like he had grasped some clue, but he wasn't sure. Perhaps there are restrictions that prevent him from telling me. So he could only give hints. Wang Lin silently pondered about how Bai Wei's expression changed so drastically when he asked about Bai Wei's cultivation method. It was also at that moment that Wang Li noticed the strange mark formed by the movement of the yin energy inside Bai Wei. What exactly does Bai Wei want to say? Wang Lin pondered for a moment before he looked up at the door. A moment later, Master Yi Chen's voice came through. Brother Wang, the fruit and nectar have been prepared. Since the sky isn't dark yet, how about the four of us debate Tao? Wang Lin opened the door and saw Master Yi Chen standing outside with a smile. Fellow cultivator is too kind. Please. Wang Lin smiled. In the north of this northern courtyard, there was a pavilion. This pavilion wasn't big, but it was very beautiful. It was made of celestial jade and had a spiritual energy gathering formation to ensure a good environment. Outside the pavilion, there was a stream with the song of rushing water that could improve your mood. There were small fishes that swam in the stream and would sometimes jump out of the water, creating ripples and splashes. Inside the pavilion sat the purple-robed middle-aged man and the green-robed old man with a table between them. This table was made of white jade and was very smooth. Beside them was a very beautiful woman with big, twinkling eyes. She looked at the incoming Master Yi Chen and Wang Lin. When Wang Lin and Master Yi Chen arrived, the middle-aged man and old man stood up and smiled at Wang Lin. The middle-aged man pointed to the side and smiled. Brother Wang, please. Wang Lin looked at the pavilion and also at the stunning woman looking. This woman was also a cultivator, although her cultivation level was not very high, only nascent soul. She was very beautiful but also very innocent, which was rare in the cultivation world. Only someone who was loved by a powerful person could retain this level of innocence. That powerful person would have to keep them close by so that they weren't exposed too much to the cultivation world. This woman looked similar to Master Yi Chen. After she noticed Wang Lin looking at her, her face turned red and she lowered her head. However, she would still peek at Wang Lin from the corner of her eyes, and she was filled with curiosity. Wang Lin faintly smiled. With his cunning, he naturally saw through their intentions. Although the misunderstanding between them wasn't big, anything could happen in the cultivation world. They were afraid that Wang Lin would be on guard if the three of them invited him, and then they wouldn't be able to talk properly. So they decided to ask this woman, who was a relative, to come as an indirect way of showing they meant no malice. Otherwise, they wouldn't bring a nascent soul junior here. After everyone sat down, Master Yi Chen called the girl over. He smiled as he introduced her to Wang Lin. Brother Wang, she is a junior in my family. This child is not sensible, but she had to come. In the future, please take care of her. As he spoke, he looked at the maiden, and his expression turned serious. Ling Air, this is Senior Wang, a powerful cultivator. Even this old man has to be respectful to him. For you to have an opportunity to meet him is your fortune. The girl blinked and bowed toward Wang Lin. Ling Er greets senior. This girl's voice was very pretty. It was like a songbird, and her voice seemed to be able to enter one's bones. Wang Lin carefully looked at the girl and was surprised. Fellow cultivator Wang must have noticed that this granddaughter of mine was born with a natural water spirit body. Everything aside from her voice was concealed by this old man. I have to keep her by my side. Otherwise, she would be targeted as a furnace by people with bad intentions. Master Yichun bitterly smiled. Wang Lin nodded. A water spirit body was most suitable for using a furnace. However, she shouldn't have much to worry about when she was around Master Yichun. Not many people would dare to steal a woman from them, as it was really not worth it to make enemy out of them just for a woman. Besides, although these three Chen brothers looked like a group of only 3 people, if they were forced into a life and death crisis, they would surely find help with their connections. At that point, they would be a powerful force. When Wang Lin heard the voice of the stunning woman, he entered a trance. Although he quickly recovered, a sense of bitterness awakened in his heart. This bitterness was very strong, like dust being kicked off sealed memories. She was also born with a water spirit body. Wang Lin let out a sigh. Some things couldn't be forgotten and some pain couldn't be sealed away. The old memories would inadvertently reappear when facing a similar scene. Every time they resurfaced, they would cause unhideable pain. Letting out a secret sigh, Wang Lin's gaze once more fell on the stunning girl. The girl was ill at ease and didn't dare to look at Wang Lin. Gently touching his bag of holding, Wang Lin took out the straw hat. When he looked at the straw hat, Wang Lin felt like he saw Yun Keizi. After putting the straw hat on the table, Wang Lin calmly said, "This was a gift from an old friend. Can help cover up your aura. After fellow cultivator Master Yichun refines it, perhaps its power will increase. I'll give it to this child as a gift." The girl's nose wrinkled. It was obvious she found the straw hat a bit ugly. Master Yichun looked at the straw carefully and was surprised. "Brother Wang, although this item is not a celestial treasure, it is extremely exquisite. The number of formations inside it is so large that not even I can instantly see through them all. These restrictions working together can cover up all aura. Someone who is good at restrictions can learn countless restrictions from studying this hat and increase their restriction cultivation level. Brother Wang, this gift is a bit too much." After the girl heard this, curiosity filled her eyes. Wang Lin shook his head and said, "This item is useless to me, so just gift it to this child." Master Yichun hesitated for a bit before nodding in thanks. Looking at the girl, Wang Lin's gaze became slightly gentle. He slapped his bag of holding and took out 3 bells. He smiled. "I'll gift you this too." Joy filled the girl's eyes and she took the bells. Hearing the crisp echoes of the bells, she immediately laughed in joy. The more she looked at them, the more she liked them. She then turned toward Wang Lin and said, "Ling Er thanks senior." This voice was even more alluring than before, but it had no effect on Wang Lin. When Master Yichun saw the bells with his insight, he naturally saw that they weren't ordinary. He let out a sigh as he got up and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. "Fellow cultivator Wang, this old man thanks you." He felt very ashamed. It was originally the 3 of them at fault, but now his junior had received great gifts from the other party. After sitting down, he pondered a bit and then took out a piece of black stone and said, "Fellow cultivator Wang, please accept this dark heaven stone. When cultivators reach our level, we need dark heaven stones to store divine sense to create an avatar or store power spells to use. If you don't accept, this old man will be ashamed." Wang Lin smiled as he picked up the stone and his divine sense swept past it. Although his expression was neutral, his heart was moved. This black stone was very strange and had many small holes emitting a suction force. Not only could it store and preserve divine sense, it also allowed one to store a spell in advance. It was similar to the chosen Immortal clan's talismans. In addition, one could create an illusory avatar with but a thought. It was a very practical treasure. Although this treasure wasn't something extremely precious, it was still rare. Wang Lin nodded and put it inside his bag. This old man is muddled and hasn't introduced my two younger brothers. This old man is my second brother, Lu Yulong. His nickname is Master Yilong. Master Yichun pointed at the green-robed old man. The green-robed old man stood up, clasped his hands at Wang Lin, and laughed. The name Master Yilong is nothing before Brother Wang. Brother Wang can just call me by my name. This is my third brother, Zhen Xinghan, nicknamed Master Yixing. The purple-robed middle-aged man had the lowest cultivation level. Although he was at the early stage of Nirvana Scryer, he was obviously weaker than Master Yilong. He stood up and respectfully clasped his hands. Brother Wang can just call me by my name. I wonder what Brother Wang's nickname is? After Master Yichun finished introducing them, he looked at Wang Lin. In the cultivation world, although there were nicknames among the lower-level cultivators, none of them become famous or spread much. It couldn't compare to the nicknames of truly powerful cultivators, and the significance was very different. When one became a second-step cultivator, a nickname was often a mutual recognition and a condensed version of their life. Even until today, Wang Lin didn't really have a nickname. If he really did, then it would be the one he got in all heaven from his slaughter, Master Demon. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin slowly said, "My nickname is Master Demon." After he spoke, Master Yichun and his brothers immediately felt a bloody killing intent coming from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if Wang Lin had turned into an primal beast filled with monstrous killing intent. I have just returned and haven't stayed long on planet Tianyun, so the three of you must not have heard of me. Wang Lin picked up the cup and drank a mouthful. With his ancient god body, almost no poison could harm him besides some very ancient and rare poison from ancient times. After scanning it with his divine sense, Wang Lin was certain it was safe. After putting down the wine cup, the stunning girl next to Master Yichun immediately picked up the wine jug and poured another cup for Wang Lin. Then she returned back next to Master Yichun, and her beautiful eyes would occasionally look at Wang Lin. Master Yichun and his brothers returned to normal and began chatting with Wang Lin. As they chatted, they began debating Tao. Time slowly passed. As the four talked, the moon was soon high up in the sky and they became familiar with each other. The wind blew by as Master Yichun picked up his wine cup for a drink and sighed. The path of Tao sets us apart from the mortals of the world. One must adapt to isolate oneself from everything in order to complete the heaven's grand Tao. Unfortunately, although this old man can cut off everything, the word family is something I can't cut away. Why do you need to cut it off? Cultivators dare to even defy the heavens. So why listen to this fleeting thought? I heard there are areas that focus on family cultivation. This would naturally mean that these cultivators have families. There are still powerful cultivators that broke out among them, so everything is just a mindset. Master Yichun seemed to have gained a little enlightenment. He held the wine cup and didn't put it down for a long time. Is Brother Wang talking about the all-heaven star system when talking about cultivation families? Master Yichun revealed a look of interest. After Wang Lin nodded, Master Yichun continued, "Speaking of the all-heaven star system, they really are different. It is astonishing for them to have developed so far by focusing on cultivation families. If it wasn't for the Cultivation Alliance telling me this, I wouldn't believe it. All Heaven's battle against the Alliance in the north caused the Alliance to retreat. Their power can't be underestimated." As he spoke, bursts of thunder came from the night sky and the clouds gradually gathered to cover the stars. Humidity filled the area and then a bolt of lightning that illuminated the night struck down. At the same time, large drops of rain poured down, creating loud splashing sounds. There was a thin layer of mist rising up from the ground. The stunning woman named Ling Er exclaimed and quickly came to the edge of the pavilion to look outside. Master Yi Chen's enlightenment was interrupted. He was startled before shaking his head. Planet Tianyun's weather has been very strange in the recent months. A moment ago it was a bright night sky, yet the next moment dark clouds cover the sky and there is heavy rain. The middle-aged man named Master Yixing nodded and said, "Yes. It is like an eccentric cultivator whose personality keeps changing and is impossible to see through." When what they said landed in Wang Lin's ears, it caused him to tremble. He suddenly looked up at the sky outside the pavilion with the wine cup in his hand. It was as if he was struck by lightning. Originally, he was confused by the matter with Bai Wei, but now it was as if a pair of invisible hands had opened up a path. It's like a person's personality. It is strange and constantly changing, impossible to see through. Earlier, Bai Wei said that the weather on planet Tianyun will change in a few months. The abrupt changes between cloudy and sunny are a unique sight to planet Tianyun. Although this sounds ordinary, it is actually profound. The constant changes in weather on planet Tianyun are actually referring to Master's personality constantly changing. It was the same as the speculation I had about him constantly changing between his avatars. Wang Lin's actions caused the three Chun brothers to look at each other. They couldn't see through what Wang Lin was thinking and couldn't help but quiet down. After Master Yi Xing's words removed the fog in his mind, Wang Lin's thoughts were incredibly clear. He thought back to Bai Wei's demeanor and seemed to grasp some of the situation. There was a white tree someone planted in the back mountain, and it was claimed it would never flower, but it flowered. However, the color of the flowers weren't white but black. They only lasted 3 breaths of time before they all turned to dust. It surprised quite a few people that time. I was there as well. I thought it would have been great if I could have saved a flower. There was a hidden meaning behind his words. That white tree was referring to Bai Wei himself. The white tree being unable to flower means he was originally a man. Yet he became a woman. Then he said the white flowers unexpectedly flowered. But instead of the flowers being white, they were black. This is even more obvious. He is telling me that due to some reason the black and white reversed and he went from male to female. The flower only being alive for 3 breaths of time means he didn't have much time to leave. He told me all of this so I could save him. This was why his reaction was so exaggerated when I asked him his cultivation method. It was to increase my doubt and ponder his words. This was also why he told me it was the celestial double desire method. The strange mark formed by the yin energy flow normally doesn't reveal itself. However, when Bai Wei said celestial double desire method, it appeared. It was Bai Wei wanting to remind me of something. Combined with what he said about the weather changing before, it means the person he was afraid of was the All-Seer. The person who caused him to become like this was likely also the All-Seer. This is the real reason he asked me to come out of Heavenly Fate sect. Wang Lin suddenly stood up, clasped his hands at the 3 Chin brothers, and said, "3 fellow cultivators. I have an important matter to deal with, so I won't disturb you all any longer." After Wang Lin spoke, he grabbed Su Ligua and threw him into his bag. Then, with a step, he disappeared. The 3 Chin brothers were greatly puzzled. After pondering a bit, they couldn't think of a reason. With one step, Wang Lin had already appeared outside Bai Wei's room. He didn't want to know the All-Seer's secrets, but he had to be constantly on guard. Only after understanding the All-Seer could he protect himself. As a result, Wang Lin wanted to know exactly what was going on with Bai Wei. Just as he appeared, he exclaimed and felt a faint restriction fluctuation from Bai Wei's room. It was extremely weak, and even with Wang Lin's cultivation level, he wouldn't notice it unless he was here. Something's wrong. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his divine sense charged straight into the room. The moment his divine sense touched the weak restriction fluctuation, a powerful repelling force appeared and collided with Wang Lin's divine sense. This sound echoed and immediately caught the attention of the 3 Chin brothers. After the loud noise, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The room he forcibly opened became clear in his eyes, and there wasn't a single person inside. Bai Wei was missing. With Bai Wei's cultivation, it would be impossible for him to leave without me or the Chun brother noticing. It is also impossible for him to place such restrictions. Bai Wei must have been taken by force. The person who took Bai Wei must have a cultivation level far higher than mine and the Chun brothers. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy, but his eyes quickly narrowed. Wrong. If someone took Bai Wei, why did they place a restriction to guard the room? Wang Lin silently pondered and then revealed a sneer. Wang Lin's body flickered and immediately disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in the sky. At this moment, the world was shrouded in rain. Lightning flashed inside the clouds, and thunder echoed across the planet. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and swept the area, but he didn't find any sign of Bai Wei. Wang Lin knew it wasn't that Bai Wei had left the area but was hidden well enough to avoid his divine sense. His right hand formed a seal and he pointed up at the sky and said, "Summon the rain!" As he waved his finger, lightning flashed across the sky and lit up the earth. All the rain around Wang Lin seemed to solidify in the air and stopped descending. Shortly after, an invisible force seemed to come out from Wang Lin's finger. In an instant, all the rain within tens of thousands of kilometers was enveloped in this force and stopped. Even the new rain formed by the clouds in the sky no longer fell. The other raindrops all froze in various positions in the air. Even if they were just 1 inch above the ground, they were still motionless. Every raindrop contained a strange force. Endless origin energy instantly gathered and entered very raindrop. At this moment, the world lit up, and the surge of origin energy shocked all the powerful cultivators in Ghost Eye City. The 3 Chen brothers looked up at the sky in shock. Master Yi Chun gasped and muttered, "This kind of spell is something only Nirvana cleanser cultivators can use." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he waved his hand. A loud rumble came from all the raindrops that froze, and they gathered around Wang Lin. In the blink of an eye, they formed a huge vortex. The rumble of the storm echoed across the sky. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and entered the vortex. Then both of his hands formed a seal and pointed at the ground. The storm smashed down and the countless raindrops spread everywhere. The raindrops split into countless more raindrops, and all of them contained Wang Lin's divine sense. It was as if Wang Lin's divine sense had split into countless avatars. Every single avatar spread out their own divine sense, and although it didn't increase the range of Wang Lin's divine sense, it made his search much more refined. As his divine sense swept the area, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and landed on a valley thousands of kilometers away from Ghost Eye City. He took a step, creating a loud rumble. Wang Lin turned into a bolt of lightning and charged toward the valley thousands of kilometers away. This distance only took him a blink of an eye to cross. There was a restriction in the valley, but this restriction gave off no fluctuations. If it wasn't for the fact that he had used the rain to enhance his divine sense, he would have never found anything abnormal. When he arrived, the restriction opened a sliver without Wang Lin doing anything. Then a vigorous voice came out. "Please enter, Brother Wang." Bai Wei. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but his heart was in shock. This voice indeed belonged to Bai Wei. However, Bai Wei's voice before was feminine, making it difficult to tell if it was male or female. However, at this moment his voice was filled with vigor and was obvious it was a male's voice. Wang Lin frowned as he stepped into the restriction crack and entered the valley. This valley was isolated from the rain, so no rain entered. The valley was filled with flowers and plants, but everything had long since been dead. A large amount of yin energy was gathered here. There was a person sitting in the valley. This person was Bai Wei. However, this aura was very different from Wang Lin's memories. Bai Wei's face was calm and the feminine aura he had was now gone. Instead, it was replaced with a sense of determination. His eyes were like lightning, and a stern aura surrounded his body. The current him no longer had the look of a woman. No matter how you looked at it, he was a handsome man. Bai Wei pondered for a bit, and then slowly said, "Brother Wang, are you surprised?" Bai Wei looked at the restriction above the valley and said, "My name is Bai Wei, Brother Wang. You coming here means you must have understood the meaning behind my words." Wang Lin frowned. Not only was the yin energy still inside Bai Wei's body, it was extremely strong. In fact, it had already reached an unimaginable degree. This dense yin energy shouldn't appear inside a cultivator's body. It was strong enough to almost become solid. With Bai Wei's cultivation level, his body shouldn't be able to bear this kind of yin energy. He should have already lost all vital signs and become a corpse. Wang Lin calmly and slowly said, "The white tree blooms, black and white reverse." I did understand some of what Brother Bai said. Bai Wei let out a sigh and revealed a wry smile. After a moment of silence, he said, I still can't out-scheme Master. I thought I had 3 more months before the real danger. Within those 3 months, I thought I could get Brother Wong to help me. I had a 20% chance of escaping, but unfortunately, I still failed to escape from Master's plan. Wong Lin frowned but didn't speak. Brother Wong, I originally didn't think you would find me this quick and was prepared to give you a hint tomorrow, but there is no need for that now. Right now is when Master is in closed-door cultivation. Once he comes out, he will notice the anomaly and come here. Before Master arrives, is Brother Wong willing to hear a story? Bai Wei revealed a bitter smile as confusion and reminiscence filled his eyes. I was born in a rich mortal family on planet Tianyun. Right before I was born, the sky was filled with a red glow, and then after I was born, it disappeared. It wasn't until after I entered the cultivation world that I learned that the red light was true yang, and if you calculate my time of birth, it was during a moment of extreme yang. It was an extremely rare day that only happens once every thousands of years. I went back and searched. Every single child born that day had died in their mother's wombs besides me. If it was a boy, they would at least leave behind a corpse. However, if it was a girl, then they would dissipate, leaving nothing behind. Pain filled Bai Wei's eyes as he looked ahead. It was as if he was recalling something he didn't want to remember. I had a sister. We were twins. When the extreme yang reaches its peak, there is a moment of extreme yin. I was born just as it was about to turn to extreme yin. Although my little sister dissipated, she absorbed a bit of that extreme yin. Her flesh was gone, but her soul entered my body. Originally, everything was peaceful and little sister's soul had not awakened. She remained asleep. If things remained like this, then none of this would have happened. When I was 7, I was brought into the Heavenly Fate sect. My talent was very good and I cultivated very fast. I soon stood out among the outer disciples and became an inner disciple. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years passed and I reached the soul transformation stage. I also obtained the chance to step out among the inner disciples and became one of Master's direct disciples in the Purple Division. As my cultivation level increased, I gradually noticed how I was different. I also found out that half of my soul belongs to my little sister and that her soul was showing signs of awakening. My original plan was to ask Master to help separate her soul and let her enter the reincarnation cycle after she awakened. Bai Wei let out a bitter sigh, but soon his expression became ferocious and he clenched his teeth. I'll never forget that day. I was cultivating and my little sister's soul was about to awaken. Then Xianxia suddenly appeared before me with a cultivation level far above mine and injured me. This caused my little sister's soul to further integrate with mine when she was about to awaken. This forced me into that miserable situation where I was not male or female. Monstrous hatred filled Bai Wei's eyes. In desperation, I looked for Master for help, and Master gave me the celestial double desire method. He said that once I cultivate to the 9th level, my sister and I will separate. I had never thought that Master would lie to me. Thanks to the celestial double desire method, my cultivation expectedly increased leaps and bounds. This method focused on the soul and had great influence on my growth. However, I didn't care about it. All I wanted was to allow my little sister's soul to return into the reincarnation cycle one day. In a flash, hundreds of years passed. This was also when you left planet Tianyun. When I found out that something was wrong, it was too late. Bai Wei's eyes filled with sadness and he tore his shirt, exposing his chest. There was a green line and a red line extending from each of his arms, and the two lines intersect in the middle as if they were tree branches. See this? This is the mysterious thing that appeared on my body after cultivating the celestial double desire method. All the meridians in my body changed after cultivating the yin and yang double desire method. At this moment, pain filled Bai Wei's face. The yin energy inside his body moved and that strange mark appeared once more. Every time I talk about it, this mark activates and the yin energy inside my body increases greatly. The yin and yang double desire method cultivates on its own, outside of my control. I also know that the extreme yang change was done by Master. He used his spell to cause an extremely rare extreme yang day to occur. All of this was part of his plan. As I stayed in the heavenly fate sect, I gradually understood. Master's cultivation has reached a bottleneck. He is unable to escape and has been possessed by this inner demon. I am merely one of his experiments. I know that Master is waiting for the extreme yin to reach its peak. Just like how the day of extreme yang had that instant of extreme yin, he is waiting for that moment of extreme yang from the extreme yin in my body. I also know that Master has attempted this extreme yang tragedy several times before and after me. However, in the end, I think I'm the only one who survived. It was as if Wang Lin was struck by lightning when he heard Bai Wei's words. He gasped and shock filled his eyes. What exactly is this extreme yin and extreme yang that made the all-seer go through all of this to get it? Wang Lin looked at Bai Wei. Based on his intuition, he believed 70% of what Bai Wei said. Bai Wei's face revealed an ferocious expression and he laughed. Wang Lin, my plan failed, and I simply can't compare to Master. He must know that I knew everything all along. I'm merely an ant before him, and no matter how much an ant struggles, I'm unable to reverse fate. However, this ant, this experiment of his, will do something to shock him. I don't believe he can clearly foresee this idea that suddenly appeared in my head. Wang Lin, I know my own situation better than anyone else. It is impossible to save me. However, before I die, I want to take this extreme yang that has been cultivating for thousands of years, the thing that the all-seer has been waiting for, and give it to you. Wang Lin, do you dare to take it? Bai Wei looked at Wang Lin, and his voice echoed into the valley. The same words appeared all over the valley and entered Wang Lin's ears like bolts of thunder. Do you dare to take it? Wang Lin silently pondered. He couldn't help but ponder. He didn't know what it was, but if the all-seer cared so much about it, then it had to be important to the all-seer. If he were to take it now, he would definitely face the anger of the all-seer. Time is almost up. Master will come any time. Wang Lin, give me an answer. Do you dare or not? Bai Wei waited for a moment and revealed a look of disappointment. He wryly smiled as he shook his head and muttered. Could Master have calculated all of this as well? Did he calculate that even if I were to offer it to you, you wouldn't accept? And even if you did, you would give it back to him? Master, have you really never calculated wrong in all these countless years? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe you have never been wrong once in your life. When Bai Wei's words entered Wang Lin's ears, Wang Lin's eyes started to shine brightly. To never predict anything wrong and to always be right, that is the perfect all-seer. An all-seer like this has no weakness. If anyone wants to fight him, then before fighting, they are already at a disadvantage. But if you make him calculate wrong, then what would happen? Wang Lin's heart rate rapidly increased. The all-seer calculated that I wouldn't dare to take it. If I take it, he will definitely have the intent to kill me. This intent won't be suppressed and he will attempt to kill me on the spot. His foresight is shocking. Everything is within his calculations. To take it or not to take it. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with struggle. He had always acted decisively and rarely hesitated. But right now he had to hesitate. After all, taking it meant he would be pushed into a predicament that would be difficult to survive. But if Wang Lin didn't take it, he knew the perception that the all-seer could never be wrong would be imprinted in his mind. Although he had never faced off against the all-seer in a battle, this could be considered a confrontation between them. If he didn't take it, then his confidence against the all-seer once he has to face him will fall greatly. No matter what Wang Lin did, he would have to wonder if it was also all within the all-seer's calculations. If he did this, his Tao heart would become timid. What need was there to talk about karma comprehension, source origin energy, or walking down the path of Tao? His cultivation would stop and forever live under the shadow of the all-seer's omnipotent foresight. I'm a heaven-defying cultivator. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he thought about how he defied the heavens in the demon spirit land. How could a mere all-seer compare to the heavens? Bai Wei has no good intentions. Before dying, he wants to drag me into challenging the all-seer with him. He wants to see the all-seer wrong about someone before he dies. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, Then he slowly said, "Why would I not dare?" There was a ray of light flying through space outside of planet Tianyun. There was a purple-robed man inside the ray of light, and his face was filled with arrogance. I wonder what little Lin's cultivation level is now. Damn it, I didn't think those women at planet Fengluan would be so powerful. They bullied me because I had no brother to help me. I'm going to find little Lin and properly deal with those little girls. Bai Wei's eyes narrowed. Then he looked at Wang Lin and nodded. He remained silent. As time was almost up, Bai Wei took a deep breath and took a meaningful look at the world around him. Finally, his gaze looked to the east as if he saw his hometown. His eyes revealed sadness as he slowly closed them. The moment he closed his eyes, the extremely dense Yin energy increased drastically. This increase was terrifying. In this instant, all of the withered vegetation exploded into dust. Crackling sounds could be heard and ice appeared around the walls of the valley. A heavenly Yin energy came out from his body and a vortex formed above his head. This vortex was formed by Yin energy, and it grew larger as it rotated. The Yin energy roared. Wang Lin's eyes were like lightning as he silently looked at Bai Wei. The vortex rotated faster and faster until it formed a storm. The entire valley was covered in ice. Even the withered vegetation was all frozen. Although the restriction at the mouth of the valley was subtle, now it shattered. If you looked at the valley from outside, you could see the rain falling now. Lightning would occasionally strike down as if the heavens were angry, causing thunderous rumbles. Large amounts of water poured down and gathered into puddles. As the rain continued to fall, endless ripples appeared in the puddles. However, in this rainstorm, this valley seemed to be cut off from the outside. It was as if there was an invisible cover blocking out all the rain. The rain was stopped outside the valley and flowed down along this cover. As the rain became stronger and stronger, you could vaguely see an arc of ghostly light above the valley. This ghostly light was the rain making the barrier around the valley visible. At this moment, as the Yin energy inside valley became stronger and stronger, not even the cover was able to withstand it anymore. A crack opened up in this cover. The moment this crack appeared, Yin energy came out. Although it was invisible, it caused a series of heaven-shaking crackling sounds. Before the rain could fall into the crack that appeared on the cover, it was turned into ice by the Yin energy. As the Yin energy rose up into the sky, an extremely strange scene unfolded. Wherever the Yin energy passed through, all the raindrops were frozen. From a distance, it looked like a string of pearls that shined brightly whenever lightning flashed across the sky. This didn't end here. More and more cracks appeared on the cover. Every crack that appeared allowed more Yin energy to escape. As the Yin energy rushed out, even more rain got turned to ice. A moment later, the cover shattered into pieces. When the cover shattered, large amounts of Yin energy spread out across the land. At this instant, every raindrop around them turned into ice with the valley as the center. In just a few breaths of time, all of the raindrops had turned to ice. Wang Lin's eyes released a strange light. This Yin energy was very powerful. Even with his ancient god body, he found it a bit unbearable and couldn't help but retreat a few steps. Sitting before Wang Lin, Bai Wei's hair moved without any wind. His clothes gave off flapping sounds as if it was being hit by wind. The Yin energy in his body reached a peak and his body was rapidly covered by dark blue ice. In the blink of an eye, the dark blue ice covered him completely. Then it condensed between his eyebrows, transformed into thorns, and pointed between his eyebrows. A strange mark appeared between Bai Wei's eyebrows. This mark was the same one that Wang Lin saw that was formed by the movement of Yin energy inside Bai Wei. At this moment, this mark flashed a ghostly light. Every time it flashed, Bai Wei would reveal a painful expression, and some of the Yin energy in his body would be sucked in by it. Every time it flashed, the dark blue ice around Bai Wei became thicker. His body slowly assimilated with the ice until they became a part of each other. As the mark flashed more and more, even more Yin energy was absorbed into it. Soon, the last bit of Yin energy was absorbed by the mark. His body trembled and everything from his neck and below became ice. The mark between his eyebrows had turned blackish purple, and the Yin energy within it was shocking. The indescribable pain made by Wei let out the last roar in his life. This roar was filled with his dissatisfaction, his hatred for the All-Seer, his sadness and helplessness, and all of his struggles against fate. Also, there was also a glimmer of relief. Wang Lin seemed to be impacted by this roar. His expression became complex and he took a few more steps back. He could understand by Wei's thoughts. It was a sworn defiance, a rebellion against the All-Seer. Could be said that this was a type of defiance. Bai Wei's roar spread like crazy across tens of thousands of kilometers. However, his roar was drowned out by the heavy rain and violent thunder. All-Seer, I exchange my life for you to be wrong once. I, Bai Wei, will laugh in the underworld. I'm willing to trade this worthless life of mine to make the All-Seer wrong once. As Bai Wei laughed like crazy, the mark that contained all his Yin energy went through a strange change. The endless Yin energy was condensed repeatedly as the vortex rotated, and a thunderous roar came from within it. In an instant, the vortex formed by the mark reached an extreme, and a golden light appeared in the depths of the vortex. All the Yin energy gathered toward it like crazy. In an instant, all of the Yin energy disappeared, leaving being a shining, golden, that floated toward Wang Lin. Bai Wei's body was motionless. He had almost lost all of life force and turned into an ice sculpture with a ferocious expression. An eternal ice sculpture. This ice sculpture gave off a powerful aura of defiance and unwillingness to be controlled by fate. The golden dot floated toward Wang Lin. He could feel a powerful vitality and extreme heat from this dot. A sliver of extreme yang. Wang Lin raised his right hand and reached toward this golden dot. At this moment, all of the ice inside the valley melted rapidly, and soon it was all melted. Green grass quickly regrew, and soon this valley was in spring. Outside the valley, all of the raindrops that were frozen melted and quickly fell. All of the changes that were caused by the Yin energy returned to normal. The moment Wang Lin's hand touched the extreme yang, time was up. There was a mountain in the heavenly fate sect that was very strange. It looked like a giant trident that was buried underground, and the only thing that remained above ground were the 3 tips. Rings of 7 different colors gave off bursts of light. The celestial spiritual energy that filled the area made it look like the celestial realm. The All-Seer was sitting at the tip of the middle mountain peak. He wore white and his white hair moved with the wind. Although he was old, it didn't feel like he was decaying. Instead, it was as if he had become a celestial. The moment the time was up, he opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, there were large amounts of clouds passing by. What was even more shocking was that the sun and moon reversed in his eyes while the clouds rapidly changed. It was as if time itself existed within the All-Seer's eyes. He calmly looked at the earth. After a long time, he let out a sigh. Everyone pursues longevity, to live as long as the world. However, how many people know what this longevity counts as? To live as long as the world. The world has always existed, so who would dare to say they were as old as the world? What they pursue is only an illusion, and this is the vision of an ant. I, All-Seer, don't seek to live as long as the world. I want my fate to become the heavens' fate. I want my will to become the heavens' will. I want the heavens' Tao to merge with my Tao. The All-Seer's gaze fell into the direction of the distant Ghost Eye City. There was strange light in his eyes and he muttered, "Wang Lin, you dare." He didn't move, he only raised his right hand. His index finger casually pointed forward. At this instant, a storm was set off just outside of planet Tianyun. There was a loud rumble and endless origin energy of the world gathered. All of the origin energy from within tens of thousands of kilometers seemed to have received a call and gathered like crazy. In almost an instant, a giant finger appeared outside planet Tianyun. This finger was 10,000 feet long and 1,000 feet wide. It was transparent, as if it was an ethereal existence. Endless origin energy gathered at the finger at an unimaginable speed. It was so fast, it was beyond imagination. It was as if this finger was an endless black hole that sucked in all the origin energy. In an instant, This finger went from ethereal to almost solid. Even the fingerprint was clearly visible. The marks on the finger were like mountains and gorges. It slowly descended toward planet Tianyun. This finger was too big. But it wasn't the finger of an ancient god. It was a spell the All-Seer had created on his own. One finger to pierce the heavenly fate. The All-Seer was a member of the Alliance's elder group, so he naturally knew powerful spells. It has to be said that back when the All-Seer was at his peak, even esteemed Shen Bao was extremely fearful of him and didn't dare to carelessly offend the All-Seer. Although the All-Seer wasn't the most powerful in the Alliance's elder group, even the stronger members of the group didn't want to get on the All-Seer's bad side. All of this indirectly explains how powerful the All-Seer was. However, the All-Seer was very low-key and not many outsiders knew of him. At this moment, the finger that formed outside planet Tianyun slowly pressed down on the planet. Although it looked slow, it was extremely fast. A heaven-shaking pressure roared across the sky. The cultivators on planet Tianyun felt a terrifying majesty descend the world. Because there was too much origin energy gathered before the finger, an arc appeared before the finger, and it touched planet Tianyun first. The entire planet seemed to shake and a huge wave was set off in the atmosphere as if there was powerful force moving within it. This origin energy arrived before the finger. It even caused some of the planet to collapse and everything to become twisted. A thunderous rumble echoed across the world when the finger landed on the atmosphere. The atmosphere immediately collapsed and seven-colored light spread across the area. A crack was opened by force by the finger. This crack was still expanding, and it caused the weather to suddenly change. Looking from the ground up at the sky, it was as if the finger had pierced a hole in the heavens and slowly descended. It was pointed at the valley thousands of kilometers outside Ghost Eye City. Before the finger fell, an unimaginable pressure descended and the earth crackled. The expressions of all the cultivators who thought they had achieved something changed, and none of them dared to fly over to look. When the powerful pressure spread out, their minds trembled. A feeling that the heavens and earth would be destroyed arose from the bottom of their hearts. Originally, rain covered the sky above Ghost Eye City, and the thunder rumbles echoed endlessly. However, at this moment, as the giant finger descended, all the clouds were pushed away. It was like a curtain at the doorway that was pulled apart. Even the might of the heavens seemed to have to make way for the point of this finger. A thick, dark cloud didn't dodge fast enough and was touched by the ripples before the finger. It exploded in an instant and brightened up the sky with a large amount of lightning. These lightning bolts moved along with these ripples and diffused across the sky. They formed a very bright and unforgettably gorgeous scene in everyone's eyes. Violent thunder echoed across the sky. As the giant finger descended, it was as if the sky was going to collapse. Wang Lin stood inside the valley and looked at the finger slowly descending from the sky with a gloomy expression. He could clearly feel the aura coming from the finger. It was the All-Seer. What kind of spell is this? Wang Lin held the extreme yang in his hand. The moment it fell into his hand, he felt the heaven-defying bead inside his origin soul tremble. With no time to think about the change to the heaven-defying bead, Wang Lin put the extreme yang into his bag and then stared at the giant finger descending from the sky. This finger was too big. It gave off a seven-colored glow and caused the heavens and earth to tremble endlessly. Cracks appeared in space as it descended toward Wang Lin. An unimaginable pressure descended from the sky and gathered around Wang Lin. The All-Seer. Wang Lin frowned with a gloomy expression. Then his right hand touched his bag and an item appeared in his hand. This was something Qing Shui gave him, a crystal to use summon the rain. Back then, Qing Shui said that there were 3 uses of summon the rain sealed inside. The summon the rain cast by Qing Shui would not be ordinary. Wang Lin had not used it yet, so he could keep it as an ace to keep himself alive. However, this was the time to use it. The giant fingered slowly descended and charged toward Wang Lin. A loud rumble echoed, and the pressure from its descent caused the earth to shatter once more. Even Ghost Eye City was affected. Large sections of its walls fell and cries came from the city. At this moment, there was a planet far away from planet Tianyun, but it was still within the influence of planet Tianyu. It was a cultivation planet called Delu. There was only one sect on this planet, and this sect was called the Delu Sword Sect. The Delu Sword Sect occupied a large part of the planet and covered hundreds of thousands of kilometers. It was far larger than the Heavenly Fate Sect. Ling Tianhou was willing to pay the price when setting up the Delu Sword Sect, so its scale was extremely large. Mountains filled with spiritual energy were everywhere in the Delu Sword Sect. There were numerous pavilions and there were monumental towers at every certain amount of distance. There were a total of 999 towers. It was as if they were set up to form a giant formation. There was a tower among them that was very unique in both appearance and height. This tower was extremely tall, at least 10 times the height of the other towers. Its height seemed to pierce into the sky. Even if you were very far, you could still feel the colossal pressure of this tower. At the top of this tower sat the Sword Saint Ling Tianhou. The 4 origin swords flashed as they formed a mouth and rotated around him. Fierce sword intent spread out from the tower, causing planet Delu to be filled with shocking sword intent. Interesting. Interesting. Ling Tianhou suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a flash of coldness within them. There was a smile on his face. How many times has the teacher betrayed the student? This old man loves watching these moments of the All-Seer the most. However, this Wang Lin is a member of the Vermilion Bird series. Even the elders of the Alliance have to ponder when acting against a member of the Vermilion Bird series. After all, no one is willing to provoke the former overlord of the brilliant Void Star system, the 4 Divine Sect. Forget it. Wang Lin, if you can withstand one spell from and not die, this old man will help you. Ling Tianhou smiled. His favorite thing to do was cause trouble for the All-Seer. As the finger fell, the earth caved in and collapsed. The center of the collapse was the valley Wang Lin was in. Thunder rumbles echoed and large cracks appeared within the valley. The cracks continued to extend until the valley was split into pieces. Even more cracks appeared, and in just an instant, the valley collapsed. Countless shattered stones exploded into dust due to the pressure. As a result, Wang Lin's surroundings became a flattened ruin. The dust from the collapsed valley couldn't even fly up due to the pressure from the descending finger. It was pushed away with Wang Lin as the center. This dust moved like a python that was being held down. At this moment, 7 people flew out from the Ghost Eye City, including the Chun brothers. Shock filled their eyes and their minds trembled when they saw the giant finger. The 7-colored light that came from the finger lit up the night. The 7 didn't hesitate and arrived at 7 different locations in Ghost Eye City. As they roared, a pillar of light shot out from the center of the city. There was a loud rumble and the city actually flew into the sky. It lifted into the air like a disc and flew south. However, under the pressure of the giant finger, it was slowed down and large amount of cracks appeared all over the city. Ghost Eye City struggled to escape. The few old monsters of Ghost Eye City felt depressed to be caught in such a calamity without reason. But none of them dared to say anything. Everyone could see that the giant finger belonged to the real ruler of planet Tianyun, the All-Seer. The All-Seer wants to kill Wang Lin? The Chun brothers looked at each other but didn't speak. However, there was dread in their eyes. After pondering a bit, Master Yi Chun clenched his teeth and charged off toward the giant finger. The 7-colored light covered the sky. Even if you were far away, you could clearly see it. After all, this finger was simply too big. Master Yi Chun didn't go to help Wang Lin, but to witness the battle between a Nirvana Shatterer and Nirvana Cleanser Cultivator. If he missed this due to a moment of timidness, he would regret it for the rest of his life. There was another person who had the same thought, a black-robed youth. Although he looked young, he gave off an ancient aura and charged forward. As for everyone else, they didn't have the guts. As Master Yi Chun moved forward, he perceived the youth in black. He was shocked and thought, the City Lord of Ghost Eye City has guts. Wang Lin opened his arms and stood at the center of the valley. Bai Wei's body, which was wrapped in the ice crystal, was not far away. Although he had already died, his body wasn't damaged at all by the All-Seer's spell. The summon the rain crystal floated before Wang Lin and gave off a gentle glow. There was also a vortex of water vapor that seemed to rotate around the crystal. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the finger that was getting larger and closer until he could clearly see the fingerprint on it. When the finger crashed down from the sky as if it was crushing an ant, a shocking coldness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes and he shouted, "Summon the rain!" The moment Wang Lin said, "Summon the rain," an illusion appeared behind Wang Lin. Although it was impossible to see the appearance of this illusion, given its cold demeanor, it was not difficult to recognize it as Qing Shui. This was a phantom Qing Shui left inside the crystal. Qing Shui's phantom raised his right hand and formed a seal. Then he pointed at the crystal before Wang Lin. The crystal shook and rotated rapidly before a brilliant light shot out toward the giant finger descending toward Wang Lin. When it closed in on the finger, the crystal released a burst of unimaginable light. This light was very strong, and if a mortal looked at it, their eyes would fester and they would die. Even if a cultivator saw it, their eyes would sting. If their cultivation was lacking, their body would directly dissipate. Even with Wang Lin's ancient god body, his eyes felt pain when looking at the light. Luckily, it disappeared in a flash. However, Master Yi Chun, who was watching in the distance, wasn't so lucky. He only felt pain in his eyes, and it immediately felt like countless silver needles were penetrating him. Terrified, he quickly cycled the origin energy inside his body and only recovered after a while. As for Ghost Eye City's lord, the young man in black, his cultivation level was inferior to Master Yi Chen's, only at peak corporeal yang. He let out a miserable groan and quickly retreated with his eyes closed. Tears came out of his eyes, but he didn't panic. Instead, he slapped his bag of holding and a large amount of pill bottles appeared. He swallowed them and then closed his eyes to cultivate. But his divine sense still spread out to carefully observe this battle. The moment the crystal shined brightly, it rapidly shrank. In an instant, more than 30% of it disappeared. The 30% of the crystal that disappeared formed into a drop of rain and fell. The instant it dropped, the drop of rain continued to spread. In an instant, there were countless raindrops before Wang Lin. Qing Shui's phantom waved his sleeves, and then the countless raindrops whistled before they charged at the giant finger. Large amounts of origin energy gathered like crazy and entered each raindrop. A heaven-shaking explosions echoed across planet Tianyun as the endless raindrops collided with the finger descending from the sky. Bang, 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 bang. The endless rumbles echoed across the sky. The giant finger actually paused for a moment under Qing Shui's spell. However, seven-colored light shined brightly as the raindrops hit the finger and collapsed. The finger only paused for a moment before pressing down even faster. It was as if everything that got in its path would be mercilessly destroyed. The countless raindrops all collapsed and the finger suddenly touched the summon the rain crystal. Just at this instant, Wang Lin's hand formed a seal, and he pointed at the crystal while shouting, "Summon the rain!" The crystal exploded, and the moment it shattered, the phantom of Qing Shui behind Wang Lin stepped out. The speed was very fast, leaving behind an afterimage. It entered the crystal the moment it shattered and turned into more raindrops that gathered at the finger. This time it wasn't the countless raindrops that collided. All of them condensed into one drop of rain. This raindrop released a red glow and a hint of G-Realm. It directly collided with the All-Seer's spell. The moment they collided, the red raindrop released a fierce aura and unexpectedly formed a vortex. The rotating vortex collided with the seven-colored ripples outside the finger. The seven-colored ripples immediately collapsed but then turned into seven different colored dragons that circled the finger and roared like crazy. After breaking the seven-color ripples, the red raindrop directly touched the finger the All-Seer sent. Rumble, 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 rumble. This giant finger didn't pause and descended from the sky toward Wang Lin, as if it wanted to crush an ant. However, there was a small red dot in the center of the giant finger. It went deeper and constantly destroyed everything in its path. Then it suddenly collapsed and set off a storm inside the finger. As the finger pressed down, Wang Lin became gloomy. He felt like the sky was collapsing, but there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. The All-Seer didn't even ask me for the extreme yang. There is more to this. Wang Lin let out a sigh, but his battle intent didn't diminish. His eyes lit up as he slapped his bag of holding and a hand-sized fragment appeared in his grasp. This fragment was gifted to Wang Lin by Master Flamespark after Wang Lin achieved great merit for all heaven. As the giant finger descended, a powerful gust of wind appeared as if it wanted to extinguish Wang Lin's life. The land around Wang Lin collapsed once more. The area around him had already caved in, and now it caved in even more. Under the thunderous rumbles, Wang Lin's body sank into the ground. His eyes were unyielding as he roared and his right hand formed a seal. The celestial realm fragment flew into the air and grew until it unexpectedly became a continent. At a glance, this continent seemed to extend forever. It was like a thick shield that separated Wang Lin from the giant finger. The finger instantly pressed down on the celestial realm fragment. A loud rumble spread across planet Tianyun, setting off a shockwave on the earth. It looked as if an earth dragon was moving underground. Large amounts of cracks appeared on the celestial realm fragment. However, the celestial realm fragment didn't collapse. The finger lifted, and just as it was about to press down again, the power inside the rain crystal suddenly exploded. Strands of light shot out, and it was extremely shocking. The giant finger was pierced by the red lights. It was riddled with holes, causing the vast origin energy inside it to rapidly dissipate. As the finger rose, the number of red lights increased. The giant finger trembled and seemed like it was about to collapse. Just at this instant, Wang Lin's body entered the celestial realm fragment and appeared above it. His eyes were extremely cold as his right hand formed a fist and he threw a punch. Wang Lin had waited and prepared for a long time for this punch. The origin energy inside his body fused with the power of the ancient god when he swung his fist. As the punch flew out, it was as if the world had changed colors. From afar, Wang Lin's fist was too different from the giant finger. However, this punch created a storm that turned into an angry dragon that let out roar and charged at the collapsing finger. At this instant, Wang Lin's right fist and collided with that finger. There was a loud explosion, and Wang Lin's body was knocked back and he retreated several steps on the celestial realm fragment. With every step he took, he left a footprint, and there were popping sounds coming from his body. Looking back at the giant finger, even more red lights shot out until it was covered by them. Wang Lin's punch had caused the tip to collapse, and the finger began its final stage of collapsing. After several steps, Wang Lin mercilessly kicked off with his right foot and charged at the finger. Rumble, 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 rumble. Wang Lin threw 4 punches in a row. The power of the ancient god shot out of his body and landed on the finger. After a moment, the finger completely disintegrated with a bang and scattered into strands of origin energy, kicked up a lot of dust and created sandstorms as it scattered. In the heavenly fate sect, above the peak with the 7 colored rings, the All-Seer's eyes revealed a strange light and he muttered, "I didn't expect this child to have such a treasure." Then he raised his right hand and waved it. A gust of wind appeared and then was covered by the 7-colored light. It instantly turned into a 7-colored wind dragon that let out a roar and charged into the sky. This 7-colored wind dragon was 1,000 feet long, and as it moved, it set off a huge storm, kicked up a lot of dust as it moved, and even the clouds made way for it. It was too fast, and in almost an instant, it closed in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression became even more gloomy as he stared at the 7-colored dragon. This dragon was formed purely by wind and was too fast. It also gave off a powerful aura, as if it was ready to devour. This dragon isn't simply a dragon. It contains the spirit of a real dragon. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. All-Seer, what the hell is he thinking? Did he really make an error in his divination about the extreme yang? Wang Lin let out a sigh. He had met countless people in his life, but the All-Seer was the only one he couldn't get any grasp on. It was the same hundreds of years ago, and hundreds of years later it was still the same. While it seemed like his own deduction, it was all part of the All-Seer's plan. At this moment, Wang Lin was gloomy and became even more weary. The All-Seer. All-Seer, if I don't take the extreme yang, there will be a shadow in my Tao heart. However, now that I took the extreme yang, it feels like I fell into the All-Seer's plans. This was a double-layered scheme, and I would have fallen into it whether I took it or not. What exactly is the All-Seer's goal? Is it just to create an opening in my Tao heart to place the shadow in my Tao heart that he is never wrong? I'm afraid that Bai Wei thought that his sudden idea would make the All-Seer make a mistake. He didn't think that Master had foreseen this sudden idea of his. No matter if this extreme yang is in my hands or handed back to the All-Seer, a flaw will appear in my Tao heart. A shadow of him never being wrong will appear in my Tao heart no matter what I do. How exactly do I break this trap? As Wang Lin stared at the rapidly approaching wind dragon, hundreds of ideas flew through his mind. If I throw away this extreme yang, it won't matter. Even if I don't step into this trap, I'll still be walking into it. It won't change anything. Throwing it away is merely fooling myself. No matter what happens, I can't return it to the All-Seer. If I do, it means I lost this confrontation. I thoroughly failed. If I was going to return it to him, then why even accept it? Alas! However, if I didn't accept it, I would have still fallen into the All-Seer's trap. It seems everything was set up to trap me in this deadlock. The All-Seer must have a deeper reason for all of this. Maybe it is just the first step of his plan for me. Just like the day of extreme yang for Bai Wei, this is just the primer. I don't know what the All-Seer's goal is, but if I want to resist, I must make him calculate wrongly once. Just once, and an opening will appear in the perfect All-Seer. Only then can I break this trap and find a way to live. Wang Lin looked at the sky as the wind dragon rushed toward him. The roar of the dragon entered his ears. Break the trap. To make the All-Seer truly calculate wrongly once. Wang Lin felt as if his head was going to burst open as various thoughts flashed through his head. The roar of the wind dragon was getting closer and closer. At this moment, 7-colored light shrouded the sky, and the wind dragon descended to devour Wang Lin. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. If the wind dragon was a pure spell, he wouldn't be able to resist it, but it contained the spirit of a dragon. Wang Lin could never forget how the crown had captured that golden-robed true dragon in the void. His right hand was placed over his bag and Wang Lin was about to take out the crown. However, at this moment, a laugh came from far away and a sea of flames appeared in the distance. A scarlet-red qilin appeared within the flame. This qilin was extremely fierce and its eyes shined. On its back sat a skinny old man. It was Sword Saint Ling Tianho. The 4 origin swords circled Ling Tianho. The fierce sword energy they released could pierce the heavens. The qilin's fierce gaze swept by and didn't even look at Wang Lin. It stared at the wind dragon covered in the 7-colored light. If not for Ling Tianho, it would have already charged up and fought with the wind dragon. Ling Tianho jumped off the qilin and smiled at the sky. All-Seer, what a coincidence. I just happened to pass by. But I didn't think I'd see you punishing your disciple again. He let the qilin go, and it suddenly let out a roar that set off the sea of flames before it charged at the wind dragon. The wind dragon and the qilin were suddenly entangled in a fight. This happened too suddenly. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as retreated a few steps, and he clasped his hands at Ling Tianho. Greetings, Senior Sword Saint. Ling Tianho looked meaningfully at Wang Lin. Admiration filled his eyes, and he said, Your cultivation had to be very good to be able to block the All-Seer's finger that can change the heavenly fate. The 7-colored wind dragon and the qilin fought with each other, causing endless rumbles that echoed across the world. The 7-colored wind dragon let out bursts of roars. The qilin was even more fierce as it was surrounded by a sea of flames. These flames spread out, and not only did the wind not extinguish the flames, it made them even stronger. However, the 7-colored wind dragon was made of wind, so it was not corporeal. Even if its body collapsed, it would immediately reform. It possessed an indestructible dragon body. As a result, the two beasts were very equal. The powerful impacts they created were no weaker than that of two powerful cultivators fighting. Wang Lin stood on the celestial fragment. With a point of his foot, it shrank and started circling around him as protection. In response to Ling Tianho's words, Wang Lin calmly said, "Thank you, Senior, for your praise. I'm confused about today's matter as well. I don't know what I did to offend Master to make him cast a spell to kill me right here." Ling Tianhouse laughed and said, "This old man has seen such things happen many times. Back then that—" Without waiting for Ling Tianho to finish speaking, an ancient voice echoed across the world. "Ling Tianho, you speak too much. I can endure anything you do, but you can't interfere with matters of my heavenly fate sect without reason. If you don't leave within 3 breaths of time, don't blame this old man for personally forcing you to leave." Ling Tianho rolled his eyes, let out a cold snort, and shouted, "All-Seer, do you think I, the Sword Saint, am afraid of you? If you want to fight, let's fight. I want to see how much stronger you have become." Wang Lin carefully listened to their conversion. Although there was no trace of the All-Seer with his abilities, it would only take an instant for him to arrive. Wang Lin had always been confused about a matter. Back then, he was too weak to think about it too much, but how he was also considered a powerful cultivator. How could he not see the difference between Ling Tianho and the All-Seer? Ling Tianho was much stronger than Blood Ancestor, but compared to Master Flamespark, Qin Shui, and the others, he was far weaker. It wouldn't be inappropriate to say that the difference between him and the All-Seer was like heaven and earth. However, Ling Tianho had dared to oppose the All-Seer for tens of thousands of years. Wang Lin was very confused about this matter. Listening to the All-Seer's tone, it seemed he had been enduring Ling Tianho repeatedly. What kind of secret is there between the two of them? Wang Lin remained silent and carefully observed. "You didn't abide to the agreement." The All-Seer's voice slowly appeared. Although there was no sign of joy or anger, the moment the voice appeared, the bright sky suddenly dimmed. The sun that gradually rose from the east seemed to be completely covered by a powerful spell. In an instant, the world became dark. Ling Tianho's expression became serious as he waved his big sleeves, and the origin swords behind him stabbed into the void, releasing a monstrous sword energy. "So what if I don't abide to the agreement? All-Seer, even if you let the gray robe out, do you think I'll be afraid of you?" Ling Tianho let out a cold snort. Then his right hand formed a seal and pointed at the sword energy. This sword energy suddenly collapsed and diffused across the world. Under these rays of sword energy, the world was lit up once more. This caused the area before Wang Lin look like twilight. A gray robe appeared on the horizon. This shadow gave off a sense of loneliness but also a trace of arrogance. He slowly walked step by step toward Ling Tianho. When Wang Lin saw this gray shadow, his mind trembled. He recognized that this gray robe wasn't anyone else but the gray-robed All-Seer who taught him the celestial slaughter art. The gray-robed All-Seer's eyes were cold, and there was a sense of lonely arrogance in them. Before he arrived, he raised his right hand and grasped at the void. The endless darkness seemed to move and gather toward his hand. This scene was extremely strange. Darkness was not like mist that could move, it was merely a natural existence due to the lack of light. How could this darkness gather? However, right now Wang Lin clearly saw this darkness move and gather. The ability to absorb light. Shock filled Wang Lin's eyes. Endless darkness gathered in the gray-robed All-Seer's hand and turned into a black sword that was only 1 finger wide. The gray-robed All-Seer didn't waste time talking to Ting Tianho and directly waved the sword. At this instant, a monstrous slaughter energy gathered in the world. It wasn't 1 strand of slaughter energy, but 10 strands. 10 strands of real celestial slaughter energy. It was not the same incomplete slaughter energy Wang Lin formed by practicing the celestial slaughter art. This was a true strand of slaughter energy formed when the flesh and origin soul of a cultivator who cultivated more than 1 million strands of slaughter energy was refined. This was a real strand of slaughter energy. Wang Lin's expression was extremely gloomy as he stared at the gray-robed All-Seer and the 10 strands of slaughter energy. He couldn't help but think that if not for the fact that he had realized it early, he would have become another strand of slaughter energy for the gray-robed all-seer. Just as he thought of this, Wang Lin's body trembled as if a ray of lightning had flashed through his mind. His eyes shined brightly as if he had realized something. Wait! It isn't that the all-seer has never been wrong before. There was a profound meaning behind when he taught me the celestial slaughter art. That was the first sign of him doing something similar to what he did to Bai Wei to me. The all-seer in the past was the perfect existence that could never be wrong. However, in the demon spirit land, due to the help of the ancient demon, I was able to find the flaw of the celestial slaughter art. With the help of the ancient demon, it caused a slight deviation to the all-seer's plan. Then the scattered devil appeared and once more disrupted his plan. In the end, I was able to see through the karma of the celestial slaughter art and decisively gave up the powerful slaughter energy. That was the first time the all-seer was wrong when scheming against me. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he felt enlightened as he stared at the gray-robed all-seer. Although this sounds slow, it all ran through his mind in a flash. The all-seer has already been wrong once while scheming against me, which is why, although he foresaw the date of my return, he couldn't calculate my actual cultivation level. Wang Lin's eyes were extremely cold. He took a deep breath and clarity filled his eyes. Although that mistake wasn't big, it could be considered a mistake for the all-seer. The current all-seer is no longer a perfect person that can't be wrong. This deadlock isn't impossible to break. Since he was wrong once, he could be wrong a second time. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. This gray-robed all-seer's expression was still calm, almost indifferent. There were 10 strands of slaughter energy moving at an extreme speed toward Ling Tianho. Ling Tianho let out a cold snort, lifted his hand and shouted, "Sacrifice, whole, break second style." The blade on the boy's back. His right hand rose up and pointed at the sky. Then the 4 origin swords behind his body rapidly rotated and fused into one. In an instant, the 4 origin swords fused into one and emitted a hard glow. A 7 or 8-year-old boy unexpectedly walked out from this sword energy with a large, purple sword on his back. The shape of the sword was extremely strange. It was curved like a snake. Powerful celestial spiritual energy was emitted by this sword and vaguely formed the shape of a dragon. The moment Wang Lin saw this curved sword, his eyes lit up. Rain Celestial Sword. Wang Lin looked at the serpentine sword and immediately recognized it as the Rain Celestial Sword. The Rain Celestial Sword was divided into 4 swords, and 2 of them were stolen. This serpentine Rain Celestial Sword was the one Ling Tianho took. That boy stepped out and met the gray-robed all-seer. Ling Tianho formed a seal and pointed. The boy suddenly opened his eyes and an oppressive gaze was revealed. As the boy's body moved, the serpentine rain celestial sword flew out at the 10 strands of slaughter energy that the all-seer sent out. In an instant, the serpentine rain celestial sword glowed brightly and a giant python appeared. It let out a roar while releasing its fishy breath, and a powerful wind swept forward. The gray-robed all-seer's expression was still indifferent while the 10 strands of slaughter energy collided with the storm the python spat out. As they collided, the 10 strands of slaughter energy underwent an unexpected change that made Wang Lin's expression change. There was a flash of black light and the 10 strands of slaughter energy turned into 10 figures. There were men and women, young and old, but without exception, they each had a ferocious gaze. They were filled with monstrous killing intent and their eyes were bloodshot as they charged at the storm. In addition, countless strands of slaughter energy rushed out. Each of the 10 figures releases at least 1 million strands of slaughter energy. As a result, the number of slaughter energy in the air had reached a shocking amount. From a distance, it was as if even the sky was completely covered. No matter where one looked, there was slaughter energy. Strands of slaughter energy whistled. At this moment, all auras and sounds were forcibly expelled. The only things that remained were the whistling sounds of the slaughter energy and the shock they emitted. Wang Lin's face turned slightly pale. His eyes lit up and his right foot took a step back. He understood the slaughter energy too well. The power of these countless strands of slaughter energy was extremely shocking. As the slaughter energy spread out, some came at Wang Lin. The celestial realm fragment rotated even faster around Wang Lin, almost forming a vortex, to completely protect him. Wang Lin continued to retreat as sounds of slamming echo in his ear. Every sound was a strand of slaughter energy smashing into the celestial realm fragment. So many strands of slaughter energy. But this gray-robed all-seer is obviously not going all out. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had been thinking about how to break this trap. When I absorbed that sliver of extreme yang, the heaven-defying bead trembled. Wang Lin's eyes shined while hundreds and thousands of ideas flashed through his mind. After the heaven-defying bead had completed the 5 elements, the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth symbols disappeared and were replaced by yin and yang. At this moment, it was as if Wang Lin had gained enlightenment. That's right. What the heaven-defying bead needs is yin and yang. This extreme yang suits the needs of the heaven-defying bead. Wang Lin had thought about how to meet the yin and yang needs of the heaven-defying bead after the 5 elements were completed. However, no matter how hard he tried, there was no change to the sun and moon marks on the heaven-defying bead. No matter how godly the all-seer's ability may seem, he can't foresee the fact that I have the heaven-defying bead, much less that I can use it to absorb this extreme yang. Therefore, he will have calculated wrongly and I can break this scheme. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he stared at the gray-robed all-seer. The more he thought, the more feasible it seemed. As for the chance of the heaven-defying bead being found, ever since I obtained it, not even that mysterious third-step cultivator from all heaven could detect the heaven-defying bead. I don't believe that the all-seer can detect it. As for Ling Tianhou, his expression was gloomy. The reason he came here wasn't to help Wang Lin. He just liked to rouse trouble in everything the all-seer did. In addition, with his understanding of the all-seer, he vaguely guessed Wang Lin's importance. The more the all-seer placed importance in this, the more interested he was in messing it up. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ling Tianhou sneered as his right hand formed a seal. He pointed and shouted, "Break third style, sword boy spirit sacrifice." After he spoke, a burst of sword energy came from the boy surrounded by endless slaughter energy. He stepped forward and landed on the python formed by the serpentine celestial sword. The moment his feet landed, the boy's head jerked up and he let out a shrill. This shrill became a sharp sword that penetrated into the slaughter energy. The moment the boy screamed, his body collapsed into green mist and quickly entered the celestial sword. Sword sacrifice. The serpentine celestial sword trembled as if it had absorbed the sacrifice of the boy. A sword hymn that could penetrate the high heavens appeared and smashed toward the slaughter energy with an unimaginable force. Rumble, rumble. A series of heaven-shaking rumbles echoed and large storms swept the area. As the constant impact continued, strands of slaughter energy dissipated under the sword energy. At this moment, the world was shrouded in sword energy. A vortex of sword energy formed from all the sword energy around Ling Tianhou. The sound of the sword energy replaced all the sounds in the world. The gray-robed all-seer was indifferent as he looked at all this sword energy. He calmly looked at Ling Tianhou. He raised his right hand and coldly said, "Your sword energy has increased. If you can take this old man's next attack, I won't interfere in the battle between you and that all-seer." With that, his right hand formed a seal and pointed at Ling Tianhou. When he pointed, the entire sky turned black, as if a giant had scattered ink on it. The darkness churned and the entire world became black. "Since you became a saint through swords, then I'll fight you with a sword. Slaughter. Turn to sword." The gray-robed all-seer's voice was flat, but the moment his finger landed, the countless slaughter energy strands gathered toward him like crazy. Those strands of slaughter energy were each a life. The millions of slaughter energy gathered, and this scene made Wang Lin gasp. Those slaughter energy strands around him gave up their pursuit and retreated. They gathered toward where the gray-robed all-seer was pointing. In just an instant, as strands of slaughter energy fused, A 7-inch long and 3-inch wide red long sword appeared before the gray-robed all-seer. The sword gave off strands of smoke. The gray-robed all-seer casually waved his hand, and the sword let out a heaven-shaking sword hymn. The sword turned into a red line and shot toward Ling Tianho's serpentine celestial sword. The two swords moved faster and faster, and the sonic boom caused by the two swords spread across the entire planet. In an instant, the two swords collided. These two swords didn't really touch. They were 7 inches away from each other. Bursts of thunderous rumbles came from this 7-inch space, and countless rays of sword energy collided. Large amounts of lightning scattered in all directions. A large amount of power was concentrated in this 7-inch space. The gray-robed all-seer nodded and slowly said, "Not bad. Your cultivation has increased quite a bit. However, if this is all you got today, you will be kicked off planet Tianyun by me." Ling Tianho sneered as he waved his sleeve and his arms opened up. He shouted, "I, Ling Tianho, only cultivate the Tao of Swords. In recent years, I gained enlightenment in the law of swords. Greyrobe, I don't know why you're willing to be manipulated by him, but for you to appear here means you gave up on our friendship from back then." The gray-robed all-seer pondered but didn't speak. Ling Tianho took a deep breath and waved his hands. A crack appeared between his eyebrows and a ray of black light came out. After the black light came out, it immediately surrounded Ling Tianho. Shortly after, it was impossible to see Ling Tianho's figure. "I use my origin soul to refine a sword spirit. I use my flesh and blood to refine a sword. I am the sword and the sword is me." Ling Tianho's voice came out from the black light in an extremely strange tone. At this instant, the black light became intense, and Ling Tianho sat down inside it. The crack between his eyebrows opened and closed in a strange way. His eyes revealed a demonic light, then they slowly closed. The moment his eyes closed, his body trembled and a shadow flew out from his forehead. The shadow was a sword formed by Ling Tianho's origin soul that was refined by him all his life. The moment this sword appeared, worship-like sword hymns came from all over planet Tianyun. All the swords on planet Tianyun began to tremble. The shadow flickered and pierced through the black light, going toward the serpentine celestial sword. The serpentine celestial sword seemed to have intelligence. It flashed red and charged forward. The distance between the swords shrank from 7 inches to 3 inches. The moment the shadow moved, a crack was ripped over in the sky. The all-seer's indifference changed for the first time. His eyes shined brightly as he stared at the shadow of the sword and laughed. "Good, Ling Tianho. Since you were able to refine a sword to this degree, I will use 70% of my power to battle you." After the gray-robed all-seer finished speaking, he took a step back and opened his mouth to let out a roar. His face was extremely ferocious when he let out that roar, and countless strands of slaughter energy rushed out from his body. The slaughter energy surrounded him before finally charging forward. It fused with the slaughter sword, causing the power of the slaughter sword to increase greatly. The 3-inch distance between the two swords instantly collapsed. Both swords, carrying unimaginable power, collided. Boom! Just at this instant, a large amount of 7-colored light appeared in the dark sky. This 7-colored light surrounded the three of them, and the next instant, they were in space outside the planet. The tips of the two swords collided in space. Boom, 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 boom. As the two swords continued to collide, a powerful storm formed in space. As the two swords constantly collided, the slaughter energy sword finally collapsed and was pushed back. It turned into countless strands of slaughter energy before dissipating. As for the serpentine celestial sword, a crack appeared in its middle and it was pushed back. The slaughter energy lasted for 3 breaths of time before it eventually collapsed and turned into countless strands of gray gas that returned to the gray-robed all-seer. The all-seer smiled before he turned around and charged back to planet Tianyun. "Ling Tianho, this old man doesn't care about your matter anymore." As the serpentine celestial sword retreated, a shadow appeared from the crack and turned into Ling Tianho. He stared at the sky and sneered. "All-seer, "You son of a gun, you finally appeared." There was a flash of seven-colored light where Ling Tianho was looking, and the all-seer's figure lowly condensed. This figure was an illusion formed by the seven-colored light. After he appeared, he looked at Ling Tianho and calmly said, "Ling Tianho, we already fought, but you have no reason to interfere with the matters of my heavenly fate sect." Ling Tianho rolled his eyes and sneered while not looking at the all-seer. Instead, his eyes fell on Wang Lin, and he shouted, "Wang Lin, this old man's De Lu sword sect is missing an elder. Are you willing to become an elder of the De Lu sword sect?" The all-seer frowned. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through his mind before he clasped his hands and said, "Thank you." Ling Tianho looked at the all-seer and sneered. "All-seer, according to our agreement, this old man now has a reason to intervene." The all-seer's eyebrows relaxed. After pondering for a moment, he let out a smile and looked profoundly at Wang Lin. He calmly said, "Is that so? Then let's forget it." He spoke casually before disappearing in a ray of seven-colored light. The scene caused Wang Lin's mind to tremble. He stared at where the all-seer disappeared and began to ponder. Ling Tianho's expression instantly became gloomy and he frowned. In the end, he simply slapped his bag of holding and 5 turtle shells appeared. They rotated in his hand, and Ling Tianho would occasionally make some hand seals. Shortly after, Ling Tianho's expression became even more gloomy and he muttered, "That damn son of a gun all-seer, what does he mean by this?" As he pondered, he raised his head and looked at Wang Lin. For Wang Lin to be schemed like this by the all-seer means he must be very useful. I presume he is very useful to the all-seer's Tao, especially considering this person is part of the Vermilion Bird series. The all-seer's scheme against him must be of great importance, or else he wouldn't be willing to offend the 4 divine sect just for him. If his scheme is successful, he might obtain power that can shake the 4 divine sect. If this is true, then I have to stop that old son of a gun. Otherwise, if the all-seer succeeds, I'll never have any hope of turning things against him in my life. Thoughts quickly flashed through Ling Tianho's mind. However, if Wang Lin is really so important to him, why did he leave so calmly? Not even the divination diagram could see anything. Strange. Ling Tianho released a dark sigh as he looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "Wang Lin, even if I hadn't come to help you today, the all-seer wouldn't dare to kill you so easily. After all, you are part of the Vermilion Bird series." Wang Lin was still thinking about the relationship between Ling Tianho and the all-seer from beginning to end. At this moment he clasped his hands. There are 3 people in the Vermilion Bird series, and I'm merely one of them. In short, Junior will remember Sword Saint's help. Ling Tianho nodded and smiled. When the Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor came to power, I was just a junior. His grace has helped me before, but it has been too long and I doubt he remembers. You are our Vermilion Bird series, and if you obtain the right opportunity, you will be the next Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor. It is better for us to talk as equals. After all, you are no longer a disciple of that old son of a gun, the all-seer. Wang Lin's expression was calm and he said, "Sword Saint is being polite. Since this is the case, I'll listen to Sword Saint." Ling Tianho laughed and extended his hand. "Fellow cultivator Wang, follow this old man to planet De Lu. Once the tide abyss opens, we will go to the celestial cave." Wang Lin smiled and nodded. "Please lead the way." The 2 of them quickly moved. Planet De Lu was not far away and they were both powerful cultivators, so they were naturally very fast. It didn't take long before planet De Lu appeared before them. Along the way, Ling Tianho never talked about how Wang Lin had killed his disciples. It was as if he had forgotten about it. Instead, he talked about celestial spells and Tao with Wang Lin. Could be said that this was the first time he and Wang Lin had gotten to talk with each other. Along the way, although Wang Lin didn't speak much, what he said made Ling Tianho look at him with admiration. This Wang Lin is indeed worthy of being one of the Vermilion Bird series. Not only is his cultivation powerful, his insight and comprehension are equally amazing. While they spoke, Wang Lin was also pondering the matter about the extreme yang and made a plan. Wang Lin thought for a long time and couldn't understand what the All-Seer was thinking for dismissing this so casually. However, he had a vague guess that the All-Seer's action wasn't targeted at him. But Wang Lin looked at Ling Tianhou behind him. Was this Ling Tianhou? From a distance, planet Delu looked to be filled with sword energy in addition to being blue. This sword energy looked very chaotic and scattered. However, once your cultivation reached a certain degree, you would notice, after careful observation, that this sword energy was not normal. This sword energy wasn't being released by cultivators, but by planet Delu itself. It was because of this that it looked rather chaotic. However, Wang Lin realized that if someone were to guide this sword energy, the power would be earth-shaking. Planet Delu does not belong in the area of planet Tianyun. This old man spent painstaking effort to complete a personal request from the brilliant void cultivation sect and was rewarded this planet. This planet came from an illusionary planet that is always burning in the brilliant void hell. That illusionary planet was very large, thousands of times larger than planet Tianyun. It was refined as a sword by Master Void Spirit of the brilliant void cultivation sect. That's how planet Delu came to be. Ling Tianhou's voice was calm, but there was a trace of pride in it. Due to an incident, the illusionary planet collapsed, and planet Delu is a fragment from the collapsed planet. Brilliant void. Wang Lin's expression changed. This was the second time he had heard this. The first time he heard it was from Qing Shui. It seemed the Alliance star system was once called the Brilliant Void Star System. Cultivation sect. Could this be a cultivation sect that is named Brilliant Void? Wang Lin pondered. The Brilliant Void Cultivation Sect is the only rank 9 cultivation planet in the Alliance. However, it is just referred to as the Brilliant Void Cultivation Sect by everyone. Ling Tianhou naturally saw Wang Lin's confusion and realized that Wang Lin didn't know much about this. So he offered an explanation. They are the only ones who kept the old name, Brilliant Void. Reminiscence filled Ling Tianhou's eyes. In the Alliance star system, after someone's cultivation has reached a certain level, you may choose to not join the Cultivation Alliance. However, that person would still respect the Brilliant Void Cultivation Sect. It is an honor to be invited by them. Every 3,000 years, the Brilliant Void Cultivation Sect sends out 3 invitation jades to recognize cultivators to be invited to the Brilliant Void Hell to cultivate. Back then, both me and the All-Seer obtained the invitations together. Brilliant Void. Wang Lin silently digested what Ling Tianhou had said. A moment later, his eyes lit up and he said, "Since every 3,000 years people enter, then I presume people of the Brilliant Void Cultivation sect come out. Of course there are people that come out. Do you remember the woman who looked like a mortal woman when you first came back? Back then, the third person that went with me and the All-Seer was her. She had a female disciple beside her, and if I'm not wrong, she is from the Brilliant Void Cultivation sect." Wang Lin was startled. The first person he thought about was the woman in pink that invited him. The Brilliant Void Cultivation sect retained an ancient tradition. There is always a Brilliant Void Saintress. I just don't know if she is the Saintress. Brilliant Void Saintress. Wang Lin rubbed his temples. Everything Ling Tianhou had said were things he had not heard of before. Your 4 divine sect was the overlord of Brilliant Void a very long time ago. Unfortunately, Ling Tianhou shook his head and didn't continue. However, these words caused Wang Lin's mind to tremble when he heard it. The 4 divine sect was once the overlord of Brilliant Void? Wang Lin had once guessed the power of the 4 divine sect, but it seemed the 4 divine sect had far surpassed his imagination. As the two moved, planet Delu became closer and closer. This was the first time Wang Lin had come to planet Delu. The closer he got, the more he could feel the endless sword energy that was constantly being sent out. Oceans occupied a majority of the planet, and the only sect on this planet was the Delu sword sect. Those towers all appeared before Wang Lin's eyes one by one. The disciples of the Delu sword sect flew into the air. They filled the air, and there were at least 10,000 of them. However, what Wang Lin found strange was that most of them were at the ascendant stage. Although there were a few illusionary Yin cultivators, there was not a single corporeal Yang cultivator. Ling Tianhou faintly smiled and said, "Do you find it weird that the Grand Lu sword sect has so few second-step cultivators?" Wang Lin didn't conceal it and nodded. "It indeed is strange. The disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect's 7 divisions suppress their cultivation every day. They fear that once they lose control of their seals, they will be devoured by that old son of a gun. This isn't the case here. It's just that those who entered the second step have another place to go. Each of the tens of thousands of cultivators below them had a big sword on their back. They were all very respectful. When Wang Lin and Ling Tianhou descended, all of them bowed in unison. "Welcome, Sect Master Sword Saint." This sound was like a mighty bolt of thunder that echoed across planet Delu. Ling Tianhou laughed. At this moment, a few dozen people flew out toward Ling Tianhou. They were very respectful, and some of them were ones that followed Ling Tianhou to the Heavenly Fate sect, so they knew Wang Lin. When they saw Wang Lin, their expressions became strange. They couldn't guess why Wang Lin was together with Ling Tianhou. Wang Lin's gaze swept those tens of thousands of people, and he had a thought. Back during the battle with the Alliance in the northern region, I met Qianlong, but here I don't see him. Ling Tianhou waved his sleeves. Then he flew forward and arrived at the largest tower. From today onward, Wang Lin will be an elder of my Delu sword sect. Ling Tianhou only said one thing before disappearing into the large tower. "Elder Wang, I'm going to go into closed-door cultivation for this period of time. You will be safe on my planet Delu." Ling Tianhou's divine sense echoed inside Wang Lin's ears. The implication of Ling Tianhou to tell me so many secrets and helping me is to set up a good relationship with me. I fear a majority of the reason is that I'm part of the Vermilion Bird series, and a part of it was to reassure me. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but in his heart he slowly pondered this. After Ling Tianhou entered the tower, the tens of thousands of Delu sword sect disciples all looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin was accustomed to this kind of attention. His divine sense calmly spread out in all directions like a storm. The divine sense of an early-stage Nirvana scryer cultivator was not something these Delu sword sect disciples could deal with. With a sweep of his divine sense, all the Delu sword sect disciples' expressions changed greatly. They looked at Wang Lin with respect in their eyes. Wang Lin calmly said, "Where is this old man staying?" A beautiful female cultivator quickly moved forward and stopped 100 feet from Wang Lin. She respectfully said, "Disciple Zhou Xiu greets Elder." Elder came suddenly. So, generally, the elders select their own residences. Zhou Xiu's voice was a little stiff. Wang Lin took a step and disappeared. When reappeared, he was next to a tower 5,000 kilometers away. After taking a glance, Wang Lin didn't enter but sat down outside the tower. After sitting down, he waved his hand and a large amount of restrictions appeared. As for the disciples, they all scattered. They would occasionally look at where Wang Lin was. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he sat there. He had a feeling that everything had been part of the All-Seer's plan, as if his every step was foreseen by the All-Seer. "All-Seer, back then, I made you make a mistake. Today, I'll let you be completely wrong." Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and the extreme yang appeared like a sun in his hand. Wang Lin didn't dare to hold it directly but with his power. Wang Lin had a clear feeling that if he held it in his palm, the heat would pierce his hand. Even his origin soul would be seriously injured. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the body of an ancient god, he wouldn't even be able to withstanding holding it with his power. If my ancient god body was a bit stronger, I could hold it without being hurt. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He wasn't afraid that Ling Tianhou would see this. This was something formed by his karma with the All-Seer. If someone were to steal it, it would resolve the situation. However, this was at most simply resolving the situation, not breaking it. To break this scheme, he had to do something the All-Seer didn't expect and make his divination wrong. After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin clenched his teeth as he held a trace of the extreme yang and pressed it against between his eyebrows. He felt pain coming from between his eyebrows and the extreme yang disappeared. However, it was as if a sea of flames with unimaginable heat had appeared in his body. It made him feel as if he was being baked into an oven. Ling Tianho sat inside the roaring tower on planet Delu, his eyes giving off a demonic glow. The crack between his eyebrows opened once more. He stared at the direction Wang Lin was in and pondered. This is extreme yang. Ling Tianho's eyes suddenly narrowed. All-seer, you old son of a gun, what are you baiting with that extreme yang? What is your goal in the end? Ling Tianho raised his right hand, but after a long time he lowered it. He shook his head and muttered, All-seer, you son of a gun, could it be you want me to take that extreme yang? The sea of flames inside Wang Lin's body was monstrous and continued to burn. White mist came out from his body. But the strange thing was, there was no trace of his clothes burning. Large beads of sweat appeared all over Wang Lin's body. His clothes were soaked in an instant. This sea of flames was like a storm that raged across Wang Lin's body, and sounds of things bursting came from all over his body. These flames was extremely fierce, and in just a short moment, they reached a terrifying degree. The pain that came from Wang Lin's body made him have a hideous expression on his face. It was as if a mortal had swallowed a burning coal. If it wasn't for Wang Lin's strong will, he would have already roared in a pain. If it was another cultivator, even if they had a higher cultivation level, they wouldn't be able to bear this heat. It was only because he had the body of an ancient god that he was able to tolerate it. However, if this lasted for too long, even Wang Lin wouldn't be able to withstand it with his ancient god body. Time slowly passed. It was only 15 minutes, but it felt like years for Wang Lin. The flame became even more intense and Wang Lin's body couldn't help but tremble. He suddenly opened his eyes. It was as if there were two blue flames inside his eyes. As these invisible flames spread, the air around him began to crackle under the heat. When the flames became even more intense, Wang Lin couldn't help but let out a roar. This roar was like a thunderous rumble that quickly spread across the area. At this moment, on the trident-like mountain where the All-Seer was sitting, his closed eyes opened slightly, revealing a gaze that could see through everything. His gaze fell on the sky as if it could penetrate any distance and saw Wang Lin on planet Delu. The All-Seer's expression didn't change, but he frowned slightly and softly said, That is not something you can devour. You will spit it out in 7 breaths of time. 1, 2. The All-Seer's eyes were crystal clear as he slowly muttered. Wang Lin's body gave off a demonic red glow. This glow came from the heat inside his body as the endless flames continued to burn him. Soon, the flames had spread to every part of Wang Lin's body. At this moment, the All-Seer had counted to 5, 6. The sea of flames seemed to exploded within Wang Lin's body, and a large amount blood sprayed out from his body. Wang Lin had a feeling that if he didn't spit this extreme yang out, he would be burned to ashes. 7. The All-Seer softly shouted the last word. At this instant, the sea of flames inside Wang Lin's body completely exploded. It gathered from every part of Wang Lin's body and charged toward his origin soul. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin's origin soul was shrouded by clouds and the heaven-defying bead appeared. The moment the heaven-defying bead appeared, the raging flame arrived. However, before it could harm Wang Lin's origin soul, a strange suction force came from the heaven-defying bead, and all the flames were absorbed by it. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly as the pain in his body disappeared and was replaced with an indescribable comfort. After the heaven-defying bead absorbed all the flames, the sun mark began to flash rapidly. Its brightness was something no one but Wang Lin could see. The instant the light came from the heaven-defying bead, Ling Tianho exclaimed and closed his eyes. He didn't even have time to get up before rapidly retreating. At that instant, he saw the flame in Wang Lin's body disappear. Then he suddenly had the feeling that a catastrophe was upon him. He had never experienced this feeling, even when he faced the All-Seer. Only back when he went to the brilliant Void Cultivation sect did he have a similar feeling. Now, tens of thousands of years later, he once again felt this feeling, as if he was going to lose his wits if he didn't retreat. What light is this? Panic filled his eyes as Ling Tianho quickly retreated. and his expression changed greatly. He had a vague feeling that the invisible light was rapidly approaching. Terrified, his right hand slapped his forehead and a flash came out from his eyebrows. The sword shadow that was used against the All-Seer flew out and charged forward without any hesitation. The moment the sword shadow flew out, the invisible light appeared and collided with it. No outsider could hear or feel this collision, but Ling Tianhou directly coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His body smashed into the wall and flew out of the tower. The sword shadow trembled and almost collapsed. Then it returned back between Ling Tianhou's eyebrows after letting out a miserable cry. Ling Tianhou's face became even more pale and he coughed out even more blood. His body became dispirited. Panicking, his scalp tingled as he charged underground and rushed toward the center of planet Delu without any hesitation. As he escaped, Ling Tianhou's hands formed seals to open seals before him. Panic filled his mind, and the only thought he could think of was entering the center of planet Delu. As for the All-Seer on top of the Trident Peak Mountain on planet Tianyun, he was calm at first, but soon his expression changed greatly. This kind of change in expression was extremely rare for the All-Seer. If an outsider saw the current All-Seer, they would be in complete belief. The omnipotent All-Seer who was never wrong, and whose expression would never change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him, would never show such an expression. More importantly, if it was just his expression changing, it wouldn't be such a big deal. But there was a trace of shock in his eyes. As a member of the Alliance Elder Group and the Lord of Planet Tianyun, he was one who could foresee the world, and his schemes were as deep as the ocean. This shock was enough to shake the entire alliance. He gasped and disbelief filled his face. His right hand rapidly moved before his body and a seven-colored cloud appeared. The cloud flew forward as if it was resisting something. However, when the seven-colored cloud floated 5 feet away, it was as if an invisible force closed in and the cloud collapsed. After the cloud collapsed, a hand appeared from the void and mercilessly attempted to grab the All-Seer. The giant hand paused for a moment, stopped dissipating, and reappeared from the void. It quickly reached toward the All-Seer. The divination light in the All-Seers became even stronger, and his right hand reached out. The trident turned and charged toward the giant hand again. However, just as it was about to penetrate the giant hand again, the giant hand suddenly turned and grabbed the trident. There was a loud thud and then crackling sounds came from the trident. Silver light leaked out from the trident and was absorbed by the giant hand. This only lasted for an instant before the giant hand loosened its grip. It no longer cared about the trident and went straight for the All-Seer. The All-Seer was about to retreat when the giant hand grasped at the void. With this grasp, the All-Seer's body trembled as if an invisible hand had grabbed him. After the large hand grabbed the All-Seer, it mercilessly squeezed. His body trembled and large amount of phantoms appeared. The moment the phantoms appeared, they were absorbed by the hand. This absorption was several times faster than that rate the All-Seer releasing the phantoms. As a result, the loss the All-Seer suffered was unimaginable. After only 10 breaths of time, the giant became almost solid, but it didn't continue to absorb. It slowly loosened its grip, slowly retreated, and disappeared into the void. This time, the All-Seer didn't dare to pursue it. His face was pale and his eyes were a bit dazed. His body trembled and he directly coughed out a mouthful of blood. I was wrong. First, I was wrong about Wang Lin and caused this thing to appear. Then I was wrong once more about this and allowed it to devour even more. The All-Seer silently pondered as he withdrew the trident and returned back to planet Tianyun. Without any hesitation, he chose to enter closed-door cultivation. That illusionary hand had no intent to kill. It only wanted to absorb. Once it absorbed enough, it left. Unfortunately, I divinated the first half but not the second. That hand is not a dead entity. It is something controlled by a spirit. The All-Seer wryly smiled. If he hadn't taken the initiative to attack, his loss wouldn't have been so great. However, right now he could only sigh. I was only caught by the giant hand for 10 breaths of time, but if it was any other Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, they would have had their flesh, blood, and origin soul all drained completely. While he sighed, the all-seer looked older. He knew that what he lost wasn't just his origin energy. There was now a crack on his perfect Tao heart. Before this, I had only been wrong once in my life. As he thought this, the all-seer returned to the heavenly fate sect and sat down on a blue rock. His face began to age at a visible rate. Back in the day, I made a mistake in divination regarding the Alliance Elder Group, and a crack appeared in my Tao heart. Then I had a chance encounter with him. Although it was only one gaze, I gained enlightenment. The crack in my Tao heart from my mistake showed signs of recovering. Then, after tens of thousands of years of comprehension, my Tao heart was complete once more. I'll form my own Tao of the heavens to replace the heavens' Tao. However, I was wrong twice in a row. The all-seer revealed a bitter expression. Although I made a mistake with the matter regarding Wang Lin in the demon spirit land, everything returned to my planned path in the end. However, this time I was first wrong about him, then I was wrong about the hand. The all-seer shook his head and looked into the sky for a very long time. He slowly closed his eyes and a sigh lingered in his heart. As for Ling Tianho, his face was filled with panic and his scalp was numb while he charged toward the center of the planet. He could feel the invisible light chasing him, and none of the seals he had placed could affect it. Almost losing his wits, Ling Tianho arrived at the edge of the planet's core and stepped inside while clenching his teeth. When I obtained Planet Delu, I knew there was a sliver of flame that was used to refine this planet remaining. At this moment of crisis, I hope I can use this flame to resist it. Just as he entered the core, he felt a heat wave rush at his face. The invisible light rapidly approached him and directly entered the core. In a flash, it turned into a giant hand and reached toward Ling Tianho. Ling Tianho was covered in cold sweat, and his heart roared. What is this? I merely watched Wang Lin with my divine sense. Why won't it stop chasing me? He clenched his teeth and moved toward the flame. He was very fast, but just as he was about to reach the flame, the giant hand behind him gently waved. Ling Tianho coughed out a large mouthful of blood, but he moved even faster and saw the flame before him. The flame was shaped like a black vermilion bird. Ling Tianho mercilessly clenched his teeth as he charged at the vermilion bird, but just as he was getting close to the flame, the giant hand gently grasped. At this instant, Ling Tinghao's body trembled. He felt a powerful force come from all sides and lock him in place. Then the large hand mercilessly squeezed, and Ling Tianho's face turned pale. He could feel his flesh, blood, origin energy, and even his origin soul and soul being sucked away. No matter how hard he struggled, it had no effect. After 6 breaths of time, Ling Tianho's eyes widened and despair filled his eyes. At this moment he couldn't even roar. However, just at the moment of despair, a ghostly light flashed between his eyebrows and caused the suction force to pause for a moment. At the same time, the giant hand holding Ling Tianho unexpectedly loosened and then disappeared. Ling Tianho watched at all of this, and he felt like he had just gone through a crisis. He didn't know that if it wasn't for the all-seer having lost too much, he would have been completely devoured. Still, just those 6 breaths of time were enough for the hand to absorb most of Ling Tianho's power. He let out a bitter smile and released a sigh. He didn't know what had happened with the all-seer, but he made up his mind to not go out. He had to go into closed-door cultivation to recover as much as possible. As for finding Wang Lin to get revenge for this, Ling Tianho was too scared. The moment he thought of this idea, he threw it out of his mind. He didn't want to face that strange hand. Wang Lin sat outside the tower in the Delu sword sect. The sea of flames had disappeared and was replaced by a wave of bright light from the heaven-defying bead. The moment the bright light appeared, he felt it split into 2. One ray went toward Ling Tianho in the giant tower and the other went into the void. He didn't know where it had disappeared to. However, it didn't take long for these 2 rays of light to return almost at the same time and enter the heaven-defying bead. At this moment, the heaven-defying bead suddenly trembled. The sun pattern on the heaven-defying bead shined brightly. After the 2 rays of light entered, it began to rotate slowly. Aside from Wang Lin, no one else could notice this. Due to Ling Tianho's drastic reaction, all of the disciples scattered, but they were filled with confusion. Wang Lin looked completely normal, as if nothing had happened. However, due to the heaven-defying bead absorbing the extreme yang, a huge wave was set off inside his body. The sun pattern on the heaven-defying bead began to rotate faster and faster. It turned into a light storm that eventually enveloped his entire being inside the light. This light contained a hint of warmth. Not only did he feel no discomfort, he was very, very comfortable. When the light filled his body, Wang Lin calmed down. The origin energy inside his body began to rotate faster. Every time it completed a cycle, a trace sliver of light would enter it. Eventually, Wang Lin's origin energy contained a trace of heat. As the origin energy changed, Wang Lin's origin soul began to slowly change. His origin soul was originally an ancient thunder dragon, but now a large amount of red mist had appeared above it. This mist was red and rotated slowly. It gradually grew stronger as it absorbed the light. Not only his origin soul, even his body gradually changed under the light. His ancient god body was already very strong, and after absorbing this light, his body became even stronger. As time passed, Wang Lin's skin slowly turned red. Drops of sweat dissipated as the wind blew by. Although this caused some coldness, Wang Lin couldn't feel it. A hot atmosphere appeared within 1,000 feet of him. If anyone dared to get close, they would be stopped by the heat. If they tried to force their way in, their soul would be destroyed immediately. Wang Lin sat in this relatively quiet environment for 10 days. During these 10 days, he was motionless and was immersed in the drastic change occurring inside his body. His cultivation was only lacking a sliver of comprehension to reach the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer after the battle between All Heaven and the Alliance. During these 10 days, there was no change in his cultivation. After all, enlightenment was something that could only be sought after, not forced. However, on the 11th day, as the heaven-defying bead changed once more, this situation changed. The sun on the heaven-defying bead that was rapidly rotating slowed down, and by noon of the 11th day, it completely stopped. However, the moment it stopped, Wang Lin's third eye opened by itself. There was a flash of red light as the source energy came out and entered the sun pattern on the heaven-defying bead. A large portion of Wang Lin's source energy came from the battle scrolls. A small portion was absorbed from the flame from the Tattoo clan on planet Suzaku. Both were sources of origin energy, so they easily fused and remained in the third eye. It was the last ace Wang Lin had prepared for battle. At this moment, the rare source origin entered the heaven-defying bead. It was as if a key for the heaven-defying bead was found. The heaven-defying bead shook and a powerful force came out. This force brought Wang Lin's origin soul into the heaven-defying bead. Wang Lin only felt his vision blur, and when he regained his vision, he saw that familiar scene. In this void-like place there was a large door. This door was as tall as the heavens and Wang Lin was like an ant before it. Wang Lin stared at the door. Every time he saw this door he felt completely shocked. Last time, he only took a glance inside, and when he awakened, he vaguely became aware of the source origin. After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin floated forward and came closer and closer to the door. As Wang Lin closed in, the door rumbled and a gap opened up. The moment this gap appeared, an unimaginable impact came from inside. This impact could be felt but couldn't be seen at all. When it hit Wang Lin, he became startled and stopped moving. Just like before, he was in a trance. However, this time, the moment Wang Lin went into a trance, a hot aura came from the door and entered Wang Lin's body. This caused his mind to tremble and he became sober. Extreme yang. Wang Lin clearly felt that this hot aura was the extreme yang the heaven-defying bead had absorbed. While he pondered, there was a hint of enlightenment in Wang Lin's eyes. The completion of the 5 elements made the heaven-defying door appear, but it was impossible to enter. Back then, I wasn't able to enter the door and only my mind was lost within it. After the 5 elements comes yin and yang. Now that the heaven-defying bead has absorbed extreme yang, the yin and yang requirement is half completed. This is why it made me sober when I was lost in a trance. I just don't know what role extreme yin will have. If yin and yang are complete, what will happen? Wang Lin pondered for a long time before looking at the door and floating toward it. This time, even if he looked at the gap, he no longer entered a trance. He came closer and closer until he was next to it and was one step away from the small opening. At that moment, the feeling of being an ant appeared in his heart once more. Decisiveness filled Wang Lin's eyes as he lifted his feet and stepped toward the door that seemed to be holding up the heavens. I want to know the real secret of the heaven-defying bead. Just as Wang Lin's right feet were about to land into this gap, his body trembled. It was as if a blast of cold air had penetrated his body. Wang Lin suddenly felt his soul being pulled out and was pushed back by the cold wind. He disappeared into the endless void. As he continued to retreat, Wang Lin felt himself enter a trace. He felt himself shrink, and his 1,000 years of cultivation reversed. Everything rewinded until he was finally a baby in his mother's womb. The sound of his heart beating clearly entered Wang Lin's ears, and the long-lost affection of his parents entered his mind. However, this only lasted for a moment before the cold wind blasted him away from it. Wang Lin tried to retreat once more, but this time there was a mysterious force stopping him. However, compared to the cold wind, this mysterious force was really insignificant. The mysterious force stopping him from retreating shattered. What Wang Lin saw shocked him greatly. This kind of shock was extremely rare in his 1,000 years of cultivation. This is, Wang Lin muttered. He saw the blue sky, the white clouds, and the bird flying underneath the white clouds. This bird was very beautiful. It had colorful feathers and its flight was filled with vigor. It flew as if it was painting in the heavens and then gradually faded. Staring at the bird disappearing in the distance, Wang Lin had an illusion that this bird was himself. It was very familiar, very familiar. He saw the bird's short life. Although to others this life seemed boring, to Wang Lin, they were memories from a long, long time ago. Memories from this life had been touched and opened. Source origin. This is source origin. It was as if a bolt of thunder had exploded in Wang Lin's mind, and he seemed to grasp a trail. The bird's life wasn't long, only a few decades. When Wang Lin saw the bird die in the mouth of a python, he felt pain in his heart. When the bird's dying gaze that seemed to see through everything landed in Wang Lin's eyes, those hidden memories that couldn't be opened with any power were now opened. Wang Lin's body retreated with a bang, and the cold wind blasted him back. However, that strange force that prevented him from retreating appeared once more. This time this power was far stronger than before. This cold wind had no effect on this mysterious force. The struggle between the two forces was like an eternal roar. After a long time, a crack appeared in the barrier formed by the mysterious force. Wang Lin's body went through the gap, and at that moment he saw red light. Before he could clearly see it, an unimaginable force came from inside the crack he entered and pushed his body. Wang Lin felt his body get torn into countless pieces. As he was pushed back, his entire body collapsed. The moment it collapsed, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. He was still standing at the foot of the giant heaven-defying door. His right foot was lifted into the air and he was about to step inside. Wang Lin took a deep breath and the shock inside his eyes gradually subsided. Everything just then happened the moment he lifted his foot. At this moment, the crack on the heaven-defying door slowly closed. Then it turned illusory and disappeared before Wang Lin. Inside the Delu sword sect, Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes and looked at the reality around him. After a long time, he let out a sigh and stood up. The moment he stood up, an extremely powerful aura exploded from his body. This aura was extremely powerful and had reached the peak of mid-stage Nirvana Scryer. So this is source origin. His peak mid-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator origin energy swept across planet Delu like a storm. A vortex formed with Wang Lin as the center. This vortex howled as it surrounded the entire planet. This suddenly made every Delu sword sect disciple feel like a mountain was pushing down on them. Their spiritual energy began moving on its own to resist. It was as if they wouldn't be able to withstand it if they didn't do this. From a distance, there seemed to be a crazy vortex above planet Delu. Wang Lin was at the center of the vortex with his hair flowing in the wind. His hand was behind his back as he raised his head up and looked at the sky. His eyes shined brightly, as if they contained the brilliant starry sky within. This gaze fell into the eyes of the Delu sword sect disciples, and he was like an eternal existence to them. Wang Lin just calmly stood. He calmly looked at the sky and calmly comprehended the comprehension in his heart. Could that life be my previous life? As Wang Lin pondered, he was immersed in everything he saw when he raised his foot before the heaven-defying door. Source origin. What is source origin? That bird is not my previous life, but a living symbol of my mentality. That bird died to a python. What does that mean? Wang Lin frowned. He still couldn't figure it out, but he seemed to have grasped some clue. This was merely a small completion due to the heaven-defying bead absorbing the extreme yang. If I want to see all of it, I need it to absorb in energy and reach full completion. Presumably, I'll have an answer then. Wang Lin took a deep breath and his eyes shined. It doesn't matter if the All-Seer was scheming against me or Ling Tianhou. He was wrong this time. The trap has been broken. Wang Lin sneered and stepped toward the void. His gaze swept past the giant tower Ling Tianhou was in. A giant hole had appeared on the side of the giant tower. There were still remains of origin energy fluctuations. Every time the heaven-defying bead opens, it requires an enormous amount of origin energy. When it activated this time, the origin energy in the area wasn't affected. Yet Ling Tianhou escaped in a hurry. The time of his escape matches when the two rays of light shot out from the heaven-defying bead. It is obvious one of them went after Ling Tianhou. Wang Lin took a step and left planet Delu. Who was the target of that other ray of light from the heaven-defying bead? Wang Lin pondered. Then his eyes lit up as he muttered, "It would be good if it was the All-Seer." He withdrew his thoughts and no longer thought about this matter. Then he turned into a ray of light and flew off in the depths of space. The All-Seer's scheme has been broken, so there is no need to stay on planet Delu. Now I need to make some preparations for heading to the demon spirit land. I control of the 4 caves, so I can take several people. As Wang Lin flew, several thoughts flew through his mind. Wang Lin didn't use spatial bending, so he wasn't fast as he flew through space like a ray of light. A few hours later, he saw an abandoned planet. Here is it. Wang Lin's figure didn't stop. He charged out toward the abandoned planet, creating sonic booms. The shape of this planet was very strange. It was not round, but crescent-shaped, as if something had taken a bite out of it. Every now and then, pieces of it would fall off and drift off into the distance. Wang Lin arrived near the planet in an instant, and in a flash he charged through the atmosphere of the planet. There wasn't any spiritual energy coming from the planet, and even the atmosphere was extremely weak. When Wang Lin intruded, the atmosphere collapsed and disintegrated. As a result, without the protection of the atmosphere, the dust from space fell on the planet without protection. Dust storm raged across the planet. The earth was covered in cracks and there was no sign of life. It was filled with an aura of death. When Wang Lin landed, 2 rays of light flew toward him. One of the rays was large and the other small, and they quickly headed toward him. The big ray of light was obviously slower and was left behind. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, and he even revealed a faint smile. The smaller ray of light instantly closed in. When the light dissipated, it revealed a strange figure. This person had a huge head but very thin body. There wasn't much hair on his head, and one could clearly see the shadow of the veins under his skin. "Greetings, Master." This strange cultivator was Big Head. When Wang Lin went to planet Tianyun, he and Lei Ji were left here to wait for Wang Lin's summon. Lei Ji soon arrived, and when he landed, he looked respectfully at Wang Lin. He said, "Lei Ji greets Master." Big Head hesitated for a bit and asked, "Did Master's trip go well?" Wang Lin nodded toward them and slowly said, "It was fine, but a few problems occurred. I came here today to take you two to find a planet to go into closed-door cultivation. The environment on this planet is harsh and not suited for cultivation. Big Head nodded and said, "This place is indeed not suitable for closed-door cultivation. Not only is this place abandoned, a part of it collapses every so often." Wang Lin stopped wasting time talking and waved his sleeves. He took Big Head and Lei Ji off this abandoned planet and flew off into the stars. Among the stars, Lei Ji stretched out his limbs and knelt down. As he let out a roar, his body grew until he was 1,000 feet tall. Wang Lin landed on Lei Ji's back and sat down. Big Head followed Wang Lin and stood beside him like a guard. A shadow flickered behind Wang Lin and Ta Shan came out with an indifferent expression. Wang Lin's right hand pointed forward and Lei Ji charged out with a roar. Along the way, Wang Lin was calm, but it was impossible to avoid encountering cultivators that belonged to planet Tianyun. Startled by Lei Ji, they would all get out of the way. No one dared to obstruct them. Which old monster is this to have such a big giant demon clan member as a mount? That cultivator sitting there seems familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. Forget about the mount, look at that two guards next to the old monster. What cultivation level are they? I am unable to see through them. I fear not even the head elder of our sect has this kind of aura. Along the way, everyone who saw Wang Lin would begin chattering and look at Wang Lin with respect. In the cultivation world, the strong had respect. Wang Lin sat on Lei Ji's back. Along the way, he was immersed in his origin energy and comprehending his peak nirvana scryer cultivation. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he thought in his heart, "Back then, my cultivation was at the early stage of nirvana scryer, and along with my ancient god body, I could battle early-stage nirvana cleanser cultivators. Now that my cultivation level has increased to mid-stage nirvana scryer, early-stage nirvana cleanser cultivators are no longer a problem. I can now even stand up to mid-stage nirvana cleanser cultivators. Back then, Blood Ancestor was at the mid-stage of nirvana cleanser. If the current me went back in time, I should be able to fight him. Although the chance of victory is still small, if a mid-stage nirvana cleanser cultivator wants to kill me, it won't be so easy." At this moment, there was a boat-like object slowly moving forward about 5,000 kilometers away from Wang Lin. This boat was completely black and 300 feet long, and it emitted waves of fluctuations. Dense spiritual energy came from it. This made anyone who saw it realize it wasn't ordinary. There was a huge armchair on this boat, and there was an old man sitting on it. His body was extremely large, as if he was a mountain of flesh. Beside him were 7 or 8 beautiful women. Each of them were extremely flirtatious and wore silk dresses that were very revealing. They circled the old man with sweet talk that would occasionally make the old man laugh. Some of these women were holding wine jugs or fruits. Although some of them weren't carrying anything, they were behind the old man massaging his back. There were even 2 women laying in the old man's arms. They didn't seem to dislike this old man's mountain of flesh and spoke sweetly to him. There were 7 men in black robes standing around the old man and these alluring women. They stood there motionlessly, as if they were corpses, but a fierce aura came from them. Their cold gazes stared ahead, and they didn't utter a single word the whole time. There were hundreds of cultivators around the boat. They all wore blue and each one stood on a ray of sword energy. They were guards for the old man. The old man's big hand slapped the buttocks of one of the women in his arms. He laughed as he grabbed a cup of wine and drank. Just as he was about to speak, he frowned and looked ahead. No one else noticed the abnormality. The old man pondered for a bit before his eyes turned cold. He extended the cup in his hand to a woman nearby and calmly said, "Pour wine for me." The woman quickly picked up the wine jug and poured a full cup. Just at this moment, waves of fluctuations came from the distance. The figure was heading this way. It indeed is him. The fat, old man with the mountain of flesh body trembled and his eyes shined brightly. He took the cup of wine in his hand and drank it all in one gulp. At this moment, the 7 black-robed people on the boat raised their heads at the same time. Their eyes lit up and the 7 of them flew out in 7 rays of light at the same time. "Person approaching, you have 3 seconds to get out of the way. Any offender will be killed." Coldness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. Although he was immersed in his origin energy, his divine sense was spread out. The moment that old man with the body of a mountain of meat found Wang Lin also found the old man. Wang Lin knew this person. It was the cultivator with the mountain of flesh body who spoke harshly and was very impolite to Wang Lin. Facing the 7 rays formed by 7 men in black and the roar, Wang Lin sneered. Let's use you to see if my current cultivation can beat early-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivators. Big Head licked his lips and bloodthirst filled his eyes. It had been a long time since he killed anyone. When he saw the 7 men in black, killing intent couldn't help but appear in his heart. Big Head respectfully asked, "Master, can I kill them?" "As you wish." Wang Lin's voice was calm, but it caused Big Head to suddenly raise his head and step out. He was too fast and disappeared in a flash. The old man's expression was gloomy as he stared at Lei Ji, who was getting closer and closer. His eyes revealed a strange light as he carefully looked at Lei Ji, and greed appeared in his heart. A giant demon clan mount is indeed a good thing. For Wang Lin to meet this old man is his misfortune. That big-headed guard is a Nirvana scryer cultivator, and that puppet also has some strength. Although this Wang Lin can battle Ling Tianhou, that was simply due to the power of his treasure. Who doesn't have treasures? Big Head took a step and arrived before the 7 men in black. He let out a smile as his right hand reached toward one of them. These 7 men were all above the ascendant stage, illusory to be precise. As Big Head reached out, the 7 of them moved very fast and formed a formation to pour all their power into one person. The man in the lead raised his right hand, formed a seal and pointed at Big Head. The last person of the 7 immediately became dispirited and weak. Then the 6th person from the back was the same, and this continued as all their power entered the first person in front. Finally, all the power shot out from the seal made by the first person. A black tiger appeared and charged at Big Head with a roar. Big Head laughed as he mercilessly squeezed his hand without hesitation. Just at this moment, the eyes of the old man on the boat lit up and he raised his right hand and pointed forward. A ray of black light shot out at a very fast speed toward Big Head. Wang Lin was sitting on Lei Ji's back and his eyes lit up. With one step, he walked off Lei Ji and appeared next to Big Head. Wang Lin didn't even look at the black light and casually waved his hand. There was a loud bang and the black light collapsed. Wang Lin calmly looked at the old man and slowly said, "Do you dare to battle me?" The old man frowned and sneered. "Junior, it seems you think you can challenge me because of your battle with Ling Tianhou." His body shot out from the boat and his right hand formed a seal. With a point of his finger, a giant illusion appeared behind him. This illusion was a stone tablet, and it emitted a golden glow that lit up the area. "Celestial tablet soul destruction," the old man shouted as the illusion flew out. His right hand formed a seal, and with a point of his finger, the stone tablet was going to mercilessly smash down on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He formed a fist and threw a punch before taking a step forward. This punch contained his mid-stage Nirvana scryer cultivation and his ancient god power. His mid-stage Nirvana scryer cultivation allowed him to reach his peak power, like what he showed in the void, without turning into a 1,000-foot ancient god. If he took the form of an ancient god, Wang Lin was confident in battling mid-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivators. His punch created a sonic boom that echoed across space and opened a large amount of spatial cracks. This wasn't even the real power behind the punch. When Wang Lin threw the punch, an illusion of a fist of a 1,000-foot ancient god appeared. It was as if this punch was thrown by Wang Lin and the illusionary ancient god. This scene shocked the old man greatly. When the ancient god arm appeared, a savage aura came with it. This aura was filled with heaven-defying arrogance and tyrannical nature that would destroy the world. All power that blocked it must break, must shatter. Before, Wang Lin couldn't easily form the shadow of an ancient god arm with just a punch. He would have to use his full power to make an arm appear, but even then, the arm would be much more transparent. However, right now he could casually throw these kinds of punches. With one punch, the stone tablet didn't even get close to Wang Lin, it just collided with the punch. The stone tablet was unexpectedly fragile and collapsed on contact. It shattered into countless fragments and was blown back. The old man was startled and his expression became gloomy. However, just at this moment the punch Wang Lin threw closed in. Bursts of sonic booms could be heard. The old man let out a cold snort as he moved his hand and 9 runes appeared. They stacked together and shot toward Wang Lin's fist. The moment they closed in on Wang Lin's fist, the old man's eyes turned cold and he shouted, "Explode!" Boom! 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 The violent explosion was heaven-shaking and the shockwave spread like crazy. The black boat was immediately pushed back, and even Lei Ji had to retreat. As for the cultivators led by the old man, they retreated as well. Only Big Head grinned as he charged into the 7 people in black, while Wang Lin and the old man fought. Bodies collapsed and blood splashed everywhere. A few drops landed near his mouth, and Big Head licked them with his tongue. When the 9 runes exploded, not only did the old man's expression not lighten up, he became more shocked. He retreated without hesitation. After the 9 runes collapsed, Wang Lin walked out completely unscathed. The impact just now was dissolved by him with just 1 punch. It looks like I really do have the power to kill early-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivators. Wang Lin slowly walked toward the old man. The old man's face was pale. Even until now, he still couldn't believe Wang Lin had such strength. Back then, when he saw Wang Lin and Ling Tianho's battle, he thought it was because Wang Lin relied on treasures and Ling Tianho was holding back. However, now he got a good feel of the powerful aura from Wang Lin's body. There was a flash of killing intent in the old man's eyes. He had always been a ruthless person, and he already had killing intent from the moment he saw Wang Lin. This killing intent came from the greed in his heart. Not only was he greedy for the giant demon clan mount, he was even more greedy for that celestial cave key. If I kill him, I can obtain the celestial cave key. That would benefit me greatly during the trip to the demon spirit land. The old man licked his lips and then his hand pointed at his body several times. Every time he pointed, his body would tremble. As his hands continued, his body trembled and he retreated while revealing a ferocious expression. The old man mercilessly pushed his hand forward as he shouted, "Wang Lin, if you are smart, hand over the key to the cave and that giant demon clan mount and I'll let you live. Otherwise, stay." His body began to move in a strange way. The old man's originally fat body became thinner. However, a terrifying aura began to gather as his body thinned. Then a ray of bright light came from between his eyebrows. "Gather the scattered dust." The old man's body continued to become thinner until he was only skin and bones. He now looked like a skeleton. The light between his eyebrows shined brightly and shot toward Wang Lin. The moment this powerful light spread out, Wang Lin's eyes turned cold. Although he didn't know what that light was, he felt a hint of danger from it. These Nirvana cleanser old monsters can't be underestimated. Although this person is only at early stage of Nirvana cleanser, this battle would have been difficult if I didn't have my ancient god body. In particular, this spell that gathered the essence of his flesh to form a powerful ray of light is extraordinary. Wang Lin's right hand reached at the void and a rumbling sound appeared. The world's origin energy gathered like crazy and a spatial crack appeared. There was a flash of red as the god-slaying spear appeared in Wang Lin's hand. "You are qualified for me to use this." Wang Lin grabbed the illusionary god-slaying spear and threw it. The spear turned into a ray of red light toward the bright light coming at Wang Lin. The moment the god-slaying spear flew out, that savage aura reached a peak. As the spear flew, its powerful aura swept across the world. There was a heaven-shaking explosion when the god-slaying spear and the bright light collided. Loud explosions echoed and the bright light weakened. It only took a few breaths of time for the bright light to collapse. The god-slaying spear charged at the old man. The old man was aghast at the situation and disbelief filled his eyes. He wanted to retreat, but he was far slower than the god-slaying spear, and it was about to pierce through him. Just at this instant, the old man slapped his bag of holding and a small, green shield appeared in his hand. He moved the shield before him and it collided with the god-slaying spear. The small shield trembled and he was pushed back, but no crack appeared on the shield. The old man coughed out a mouthful of blood and used blood escape to run with the small shield. The speed of a Nirvana cleanser cultivator using blood escape was unimaginable. The moment the old man took out the shield, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. He could feel a faint ancient god aura coming from the small shield. Ancient god treasure. Seeing the old man escape, the god-slaying spear continued to attack before it turned more transparent and finally dissipated. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as he took a step and ripples appeared under his feet. This was the first time Wang Lin had used spatial bending within the influence of planet Tianyun. He suddenly merged with the world and disappeared. The old man's heart trembled when he saw this scene. His scalp went numb and he was about to lose his wits. Without hesitation, he coughed out more blood to use blood escape to run away. Sweat came out from his forehead and he screamed in his heart. Spatial bending! This Wang Lin knows spatial bending. Spatial bending was not something everyone knew. Knowing spatial bending meant you had the qualification to be invincible among cultivators of equal cultivation level. This Perron's cultivation level is higher than mine and he knows spatial bending. This battle. The old man's face was pale and fear filled his eyes. As he retreated, ripples appeared beside him and Wang Lin walked out. Wang Lin's right hand formed a fist and he threw a punch without hesitation. He was simply too close to the old man. The moment he raised his fist, he was less than 7 inches from him. From a distance, it looked like the old man was running into the fist. The ancient god aura from the fist formed a storm and was about to devour the old man. The old man's pupils shrank and he quickly shouted, "Fellow cultivator, have mercy. Please, listen to my words. Just once." The old man's face was pale and his heart pounded like crazy. It had been a long time since he was met with such a life-and-death crisis. His entire body was numb and he abandoned his dignity to say such words. Wang Lin's right suddenly stopped when his fist was only 1 inch away from the old man's nose. He coldly stared at the old man. The old man's forehead was covered in sweat as he looked at the fist before him. He could clearly feel the power within the punch. If this punch landed on him, his body would certainly collapse. Once his body was destroyed, it was unlikely his origin soul could escape. Since fellow cultivator is going to the celestial cave in the demon spirit land and will definitely need help, I'm willing to do my best to help to compensate for today's matter. Wang Lin's eyes were cold, and it was impossible to see through him. Before Wang Lin's gaze, the old man complained in his heart and said, "In addition, I'll give fellow cultivator this magic shield. This is the most powerful protective treasure I have. If fellow cultivator has it, it will help you greatly in the celestial cave." As the old man spoke, he wiped away his imprint on the shield and handed it over to Wang Lin. Wang Lin pondered a bit and slowly withdrew his fist. He took the shield and put it away after carefully looking at it. When the old man saw Wang Lin withdraw his fist, he let out a sigh of relief before carefully looking at Wang Lin. Wang Lin raised his right hand and formed a seal. With a wave of his hand, a restriction flew out. It was the same slave imprint as the one used on Big Head, and it landed between the old man's eyebrows. The old man didn't dare to resist and allowed Wang Lin to place the seal. The seal flashed several times between the old man's eyebrows before disappearing. "Take care of your affairs and follow me." Wang Lin didn't even look at the old man before disappearing. When he reappeared, he was standing on Lei Ji's back. Then he sat down. The 7 men in black had already been killed by Big Head. Licking his lips, Big Head returned to Wang Lin's side. The old man let out a sigh and then returned to the boat in a flash. He summoned all his disciples, and after giving some orders, he let them leave with the boat. He arrived on Lei Ji's back before Wang Lin and Riley smiled. "Following fellow cultivator's order, I have dealt with all the trivial matters. My real name is Chun Feng and my nickname is Master Hollow Wind. Today I lost to fellow cultivator and have no regrets. I, Chun Feng, will adhere to my promise to help you in the demon spirit land. However, I hope that after we come back, fellow cultivator will release the seal, and there will be no grudges between us." Wang Lin calmly looked at Chen Feng and slowly said, "My seal is not strong. If you want to release it, you can easily do it." Chen Feng bitterly smiled and shook his head. He had already checked the seal, so he knew it was something that could only seal Nirvana Scryer cultivators. If he wanted to, it wouldn't take long for him to break it. However, he didn't dare to take the risk, and he dreaded this Wang Lin even more because of this. In his view, this was a trap. If he really believed Wang Lin and tried to break it, it would probably set off a chain reaction and activate something even stronger. At that moment, the consequences would be something he couldn't withstand. Wang Lin wouldn't dare to be so careless if that wasn't the case. This person's schemes run deep, so I can't underestimate him. How can this compare to a Nirvana cleanser seal? Although that would make me temporarily yield, I would be constantly thinking of ways to break it. However, he made the seal look like it could break with one touch, but in reality, it has a trap hidden in it. How would I dare to touch such a seal? The old man bitterly smiled. This was Wang Lin's true purpose. After all, his true cultivation level was only peak mid-stage Nirvana Scryer, so how could he seal a Nirvana cleanser cultivator? He could only rely on schemes. This scheme formed an invisible seal, and if used properly, it was stronger than any seal in the world. Wang Lin calmly said, "If you listen to my orders, I'll return you your freedom when we leave the demon spirit land." Chen Feng nodded and no longer wasted any words before sitting down. At this moment, his body was extremely skinny, but after cultivating for a while, he slowly swelled up again. The cultivation method he has is very strange. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. He knew that Chen Feng was cultivating to show him his intent. Chen Feng was implying that he would prepare himself for the demon spirit land and would work for his freedom. With this person's help, my chances in the demon spirit land have increased a bit. Unfortunately, I still don't have enough people. Wang Lin let out a sigh as Lei Ji charged through the stars. Along the way, they remained silent. Soon, a blue planet appeared before them. This planet was very beautiful and gave off a rich aura of spiritual energy. This is planet Water Spirit, and it belongs to the three Chen brothers. It is said that the planet was named after a junior of Master Yi Chen. Chen Feng said as he opened his eyes. There was a trace of evil intent in his eyes. He was very moved by that woman with the water spirit body. If not for the fact that he dreaded the person behind the three Chen brothers, he would have already taken her and made her his cultivation furnace. The three Chen brothers. Wang Lin looked at the blue planet, but after pondering a bit, he decided to leave. Although this planet was very suitable for his closed-door cultivation, it was not convenient for him to steal the planet because he knew the brothers. Just as he was about to leave, 3 rays of light flew out from the blue planet. These 3 rays of light were like 3 dragons that roared as they charged out. "Fellow cultivators, why are you guys loitering before our planet?" Master Yi Chen roared. "Eh?" After Master Yi Chen finished speaking, he immediately noticed something. The roar suddenly stopped and 3 people walked out of the rays of light. It was the 3 Chen brothers. The 3 of them had just returned. Due to the incident, the Ghost Eye auction was terminated before it even started, so the 3 of them left. While they were cultivating in their own cultivation planet, he felt the auras of 2 second-step cultivators outside their planet, so the 3 of them flew out without hesitation. When they saw Lei Ji's giant body, although their expressions remained neutral, they were shocked on the inside. For someone in the Alliance to have a giant demon clan mount, they basically had to be an old monster like Ling Tianho and the All-Seer. Then the 3 of them saw the people on Lei Ji's back. When they saw Wang Lin, they were startled. Master Yi Chen saw the battle between Wang Lin and the All-Seer, and he was sure Wang Lin was dead. Now that he saw Wang Lin again, he felt respect for him after the initial shock. To be able to make Ling Tianho and the All-Seer fight due to him, this master demon is not simple. However, today they were destined to be confused because they saw Chen Feng. Chen Feng's name was famous on planet Tianyun. Although he couldn't compare to Blood Ancestor back then, he was still considered a famous old monster. This person was known for living a lustful life, and he even had ideas about Ling Heir. Although he gave up later, he still made the Chen brothers worried for a long time. Although Chen Feng had become a lot thinner, the three of them still recognized him. Aside from the shock, they weren't sure if the current situation was good or bad. For a moment, the three couldn't help but silently ponder. Chen Feng smiled mischievously and said, "Chen brothers, how about you give planet water spirit to this old man?" The Chen brothers' expressions changed, and they were about to speak when Wang Lin calmly said, "Noisy!" Chen Feng's mind trembled. Although Wang Lin's voice was calm, he could feel discontent in it. He wouldn't dare to offend Wang Lin right now. He quickly smiled and no longer dared to speak. This scene startled the three Chen brothers once more. "Fellow cultivator Master Chen, we just separated, and I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. I didn't know this planet belonged to you. I'll leave and find another planet to go into closed-door cultivation." Wang Lin clasped his hands at the three Chen brothers. Master Chen quickly clasped his hands, but his heart was in shock. He didn't expect Chen Feng to reveal signs of fear with just one word from Wang Lin. Master Chen clasped his hands and said, "Fellow cultivator Wang, I didn't know you and Senior Master Hollow Wind were." "He is my servant." Wang Lin didn't say more. He nodded at Master Chen and was about to leave. He didn't know that his words were no different than tens of thousands of bolts of thunder exploding in the Chen brothers' ears at the same time. The three of them gasped and shock filled their eyes. Master Chen quickly said without any hesitation, "Brother Wang Lin, don't be in a rush to leave. Planet Water Spirit is very large. If Brother Wang doesn't mind, you can cultivate here. This person has a giant demon clan member as a mount, is a Nirvana cleanser cultivator, and made the famous Master Hollow Wind his servant. There is also that strange big-headed cultivator who is at the Nirvana Scryer stage, and the puppet is obviously not weak. I must become friends with someone like this." Wang Lin hesitated for a bit and then looked at the planet behind the Chen brothers. The spiritual energy from it was very strong, and he could tell how beautiful the planet was with just a glance. Master Chen saw Wang Lin's hesitation, and he quickly said, "Brother Wang, aside from our planet Water Spirit, there is no planet within hundreds of thousands of kilometers that are as good. Also, this planet is very large, so we won't disturb Brother Wang's cultivation." Master Yi Xing and Master Yi Long also saw through Master Yi Chen's thoughts and quickly persuaded Wang Lin. Wang Lin nodded and clasped his hands. "Since this is the case, then I'll be bothering the three of you." Master Yi Chen laughed and said, "No trouble. Having Brother Wang Lin on our planet is our honor. This way." As Master Yi Chen spoke, he took a few steps back and gestured for Lei Ji's large body to head toward planet Water Spirit. As they moved forward, Lei Ji's body became smaller and smaller until he was a big fellow that followed behind Wang Lin and Big Head. As for Master Hollow Wind, he no longer dared to speak out of line and followed Wang Lin. Along the way, the Chen brothers talked with Wang Lin, but it was mostly about irrelevant matters. The Chen brothers didn't ask a single thing about what happened outside Ghost Eye City. They were all powerful cultivators, so it didn't take long for them to arrive near planet Water Spirit, and they entered the atmosphere. The violent wind of the atmosphere blew on them, but it really couldn't shake any of them. Entering the atmosphere was really insignificant to them. Soon everyone went through the atmosphere. Wang Lin descended on planet Water Spirit while being treated like a star by the Chen brothers. Just as they exited the atmosphere, they sensed dense spiritual energy. Wang Lin took a deep breath and admiration filled his eyes. The three Chen brothers secretly felt proud when they saw this. This was the best cultivation planet within tens of thousands of kilometers. If not for their master, there was no way the three of them could have occupied this planet. Wang Lin laughed. "This planet is good." Master Chen laughed and said, "If Brother Wang likes it here, you can stay here long term. This old man welcomes you." As they spoke, several celestial cranes flew the clouds, their movements extremely beautiful. On one of the cranes sat a girl in blue. She was very beautiful and bursts of crisp laughter could be heard before the cranes even got close. "Senior sister, you said you found an underground spring. Where is it?" A woman in purple sat on a crane behind the girl in blue. Her face was cold, but she had stunning beauty and jade-like skin. Her eyes glistened and her exquisite facial features would catch the attention of anyone who looked at her. If one casted away the coldness from this woman, there would only be one way to describe her. Warms the heart and delights the eye. Her coldness only became gentle when facing the girl before her. She revealed a smile and softly said, "Little sister, don't worry, we are not far." Just then, she saw the three Qin brothers and Wang Lin. Her beautiful eyes swept past them before she stood up and respectfully said, "Disciple Zhao Shui greets master and fellow uncle masters." The second brother of the Chun brothers, Master Yilong, smiled and looked at Wang Lin. "Brother Wang, this is my disciple Zhao Shui." After he finished speaking, he turned toward the woman in purple and said, "Zhao Shui, why haven't you greet Senior Wang yet?" The beautiful eyes of the woman in purple landed on Wang Lin. Then she respectfully said, "Greetings, Senior." The girl on the crane had already seen Wang Lin and others. At this moment her big eyes blinked and she smiled. "Does Senior Wang still remember Ling Er?" Her voice was very feminine and contained the natural charm of girl with a water spirit root. Her voice made Wang Lin smile and he nodded. "Of course I remember. Didn't I gift my straw hat and bells to you?" The girl smiled and was about to speak, but she suddenly remembered something. Her face turned red and her gaze swept to the woman in purple. Surprise filled the eyes of the woman in purple. She knew this junior sister of hers very well. After the girl came back a few days ago, she couldn't stop talking about what happened. There was a senior named Wang who she mentioned all the time, and every time she talked about him, she would get very excited. She really liked that pair of bells. She always had them on her wrist and fiddled with them. In the past few days, she talked about this senior Wang the most. Even Zhao Shui couldn't help but become curious. At this moment, Zhao Shui took a few extra glances at Wang Lin but wasn't able to notice anything extraordinary. Master Chen smiled as he looked at this scene. As he looked at Wang Lin, an idea came into his mind. He smiled. "Ling Er, Senior Wang will stay for a while. Don't disturb him." With that, he led Wang Lin away. Wang Lin nodded at Ling Er and took a step forward. Big Head and Tashan followed behind him. Master Hollow Wind looked at the two women and let out a sigh before he followed. Ling Er stuck out her tongue, and the red on her face hadn't disappeared yet. She began happily chatting with Zhao Shui once more, and the celestial cranes flew off into the distance. Master Yi Chun arranged an extremely elegant palace in the eastern part of the planet. This place was ancient and had a celestial aura to it. With palaces located within the mountains, this place looked like the celestial realm when looking from afar. This place was also the spot on the planet with the densest spiritual energy. After leaving Wang Lin here, the three Qin brothers left and agreed to come visit tomorrow. After sending off the three Qin brothers, Wang Lin looked at the palaces in the mountains before him. Almost every mountain peak had a palace. Adding them up, there were no less than 10 palaces here. It was extremely majestic. There were many towering trees within the mountains. This place was very calming to one's heart. "I need to go into closed-door cultivation for several days. Tashan will guard me, and everyone else can choose their own residence. However, you can't go more than 50 kilometers from me." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he left one command and charged toward a palace. Tashan stepped out and followed Wang Lin. Big Head hesitated for a bit before choosing a palace with Lei Ji. This palace was very close to Wang Lin, so if Wang Lin summoned them, they could immediately arrive. As for Master Hollow Wind, he let out a sigh and chose a place a bit further away. He subconsciously wasn't willing to be too close to Wang Lin, but he remembered Wang Lin's 50-kilometer limit. With one step, Wang Lin arrived in the residence he chose. After taking a look, he revealed a look of admiration. Almost every palace here was different, but all of them were magnificent. After entering the palace, Tashan sat down outside. He remained motionless and guarded Wang Lin. The palace was very luxurious and was filled with decorations. There was a huge pattern on the floor, but it emitted no fluctuations, so it was not a formation, just a decoration. There was a furnace about the size of 3 people in the middle. There was an incense stick as thick as an arm burning inside, and its smoke drifted up and scattered within the palace. There was also a purple jade mat. It was obviously a place for cultivating. In addition, there were murals that linked together carved on the surrounding walls. The murals depicted an image of many celestials surrounded by clouds welcoming you. After looking around, Wang Lin was very satisfied with this place. This place was very large and suitable for refining treasures. It was also quiet, so it was good for close-door cultivation. His divine sense spread out and carefully checked the area. Then Wang Lin sat down on the purple jade mat and slowly closed his eyes. His origin energy filled his body and his mid-stage nirvana scryer cultivation spread out. Wang Lin sat there for 3 days. During this time, the 3 Chen brothers arrived, but they didn't disturb him. After waiting for a bit, they said their farewells and left. Late in the night 3 days later, the stars were shining brightly in the sky of planet Water Spirit, and the night wind blew. The wind made the leaves rustle, but it was otherwise quiet. Wang Lin sat inside the palace. After 3 days of remaining motionless, he suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of bright light shot out from his eyes. The moment his eyes opened, it was as if a ray of light had flashed through the dark palace, and it became bright. 3 days of time plus the cultivation I did on the way finally made my cultivation stabilize at the peak of the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer. With my ancient god body, I should be able to battle mid-stage Nirvana Cleanser cultivators. Only, this isn't enough for the trip to the Demon Spirit Land. Wang Lin muttered, and after a moment of silence, he slapped his bag of holding, causing a ray of azure light to shoot out. This azure light immediately caused the palace to become hazy. Inside the azure light was a small shield that was completely azure. It was refined with an unknown material, and waves of clouds seemed to be floating inside it. It looked very beautiful. This azure shield circled around Wang Lin 4 times before it became motionless before him. Even the azure light from the shield seemed to freeze. Looking at the shield inside the azure light, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. When Master Hollow Wind took it out the first time, Wang Lin felt the aura of an ancient god from it. However, this aura was not strong, as if it was sealed. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin was an ancient god himself, no one would have known about it. There is no memory of 2C refining this treasure. However, there were many ancient gods during ancient times, so this was presumably refined by another ancient god. Wang Lin pondered as he raised his right hand and the azure light shield flew toward him. In the end, the shield landed in his palm. The ancient god aura became even more noticeable after coming into close contact with it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at the shield. After looking at it carefully for a while, his gaze locked onto a mark on the side of the small shield. Eh? That mark was a dragon stepping through the clouds. The dragon was completely azure and looked like an azure dragon. The ancient god aura coming from the shield was blocked by this mark so that it wouldn't dissipate too much. The mark sealed the aura inside the shield. Wang Lin pondered for a long time before raising his hand and pressing down on the mark. The moment he touched the mark, a powerful repellent force exploded from it. This powerful force pushed Wang Lin's finger away. The azure light shield trembled and the dragon mark shined brightly. The light from the mark reached a peak and turned into an azure dragon. The azure dragon's body was 100 feet long and occupied more than half of the palace. The dragon scale was very beautiful and looked very dignified while coiled. It opened its mouth, let out a roar, and attempted to devour Wang Lin. Damn beast! Wang Lin's eyes turned cold and his right hand reached out. A storm shot out and swept toward the dragon. He grabbed hold of the azure dragon and was about to crush it. However, at this instant, the azure dragon's eyes shined brightly. Its body shined and it released azure light to form a smaller azure dragon that also tried to devour Wang Lin. Wang Lin sneered. The strongest power was between his eyebrows. If his third eye opened, even his ancient god body was inferior. Then there was also the heaven-defying bead as well. You're courting death. A crack opened between his eyebrows and harsh, red light came from this crack. It was like a black hole, and it contained a powerful suction force. The azure dragon's eyes were filled with shock, and it let out a roar as it wanted to retreat. However, it was too close to Wang Lin, so the moment it opened its eyes, it was sucked inside. Only the echo of the dragon still remained in the palace. The azure dragon in Wang Lin's hand immediately weakened and the light dimmed. Then Wang Lin squeezed and the dragon shattered. The azure light dissipated and a fingernail-sized fragment appeared in Wang Lin's hand. There was an azure dragon carved on this fragment. This azure dragon was very lifelike, and if mortals saw it, they would be shocked. Holding the fragment, Wang Lin carefully looked at it. He felt an aura similar to the vermilion bird mark between his brows. The Divine Force sect has the vermilion bird, black tortoise, azure dragon, and white tiger. Could this belong to the azure dragon divine sect? After pondering, he put the fragment into his bag, and his gaze fell on the small azure light shield. Without the azure dragon, the ancient god aura filled the shield, but it wasn't obvious. Wang Lin frowned as he carefully examined it. Then his eyes narrowed. Although the azure dragon mark was gone, there was an azure vortex slowly rotating. Before, the mark was hiding it, but now that the mark was gone, the vortex was exposed. This vortex wasn't very powerful, but after Wang Lin carefully observed it, he could vaguely see strands of origin energy within. This origin energy had no offensive ability. It was a strand of divine sense. This divine sense was mixed with ancient god aura. Somehow they had completely merged together. As a result, unless one had the power of an ancient god, it would be impossible to get rid of this divine sense. As for whether third-step cultivators could do it, Wang Lin didn't know. However, he knew Master Hollow Wind was unable to do so, which was why this divine sense was still there today. For a divine sense to be left inside this shield, there is something strange about this. Wang Lin pondered. If he didn't remove this divine sense, the ancient god aura couldn't be released. As a result, the power of this shield couldn't be displayed at all. After pondering for a bit, decisiveness filled Wang Lin's eyes. Without hesitation, he lifted his right finger and took a deep breath. The ancient god stars between his eyebrows rotated and ancient god power gathered in his finger. At this moment, Wang Lin's finger pressed down like lightning. His finger charged directly for the small vortex on the side of the shield. The moment his finger touched the vortex, the royal ancient god power from his finger charged out and collided with it. In an instant, the ancient aura coming from the vortex trembled and rapidly gathered toward Wang Lin's finger. At the same time, as the ancient god aura changed violently, the divine sense separated from it. At this moment, a dignified voice echoed inside Wang Lin's mind. This old man is the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor, and I'm trapped inside the Rain Celestial Realm. The one who saves me will become the first of the Azure Dragon series. Send my message back to the Azure Dragon Divine Sect, and the 4 Divine Sect will do one thing for you. This old man's aura is weak, and I fear I can't last much longer. I hope someone receives this message and quickly comes to save me. Wang Lin's body trembled. Before he could think too much, the small azure vortex disappeared and the ancient god aura exploded like crazy. It was unknown how long this ancient god aura had been sealed inside the shield, and now all of it broke out like a storm. Wang Lin's expression changed, and he grabbed the azure shield and charged out of the palace. He stood under the stars. The moment he came out, the ancient god aura inside the shield completely exploded forth. This aura was very strong. So much so that even Wang Lin couldn't help but tremble. The endless ancient god aura went out and formed a giant ancient god illusion that appeared in the world. This ancient god illusion was blurry and its stars rotated rapidly. It was impossible to see how many stars this ancient god had. At this moment, the shield that was originally only the size of his hand instantly grew until it was dozens of feet large. From the looks of it, it was still increasing. As it expanded, a powerful aura spread out. The shield started out small and grew until it was over 1,000 feet large. Then an unimaginable pressure descended on the world. In the distance, the 3 Chen brothers had already noticed this and were charging over. Shock filled their eyes as they watched this. Wang Lin had become extremely incredible in their eyes. What kind of treasure is this? The treasure is a shield. I presume it is a defensive treasure. However, that treasure is simply too big. Look at the treasure spirit formed by this treasure. It's piercing the heavens. I have never seen a treasure spirit like this. Fellow cultivator Wang must have just obtained this treasure and is refining it. The three Qin brothers softly talked with each other and were able to guess some of the truth. Farther away, the cultivators living on the planet all awakened from their cultivation. Their cultivation levels weren't high enough, so they could only feel a towering pressure. They didn't dare to move at all. It was as if the sky was going to crush them if they moved. Ling Er was cultivating while looking at the bells before her. The more she looked, the more she liked them. But at this moment, a powerful pressure descended upon her. Then a blue light shined from her chest to help her resist this pressure. Before the blue light, Ling Er only felt discomfort. Her eyebrows wrinkled as she got up and walked outside. When she saw what was outside, her small mouth was wide open and disbelief filled her eyes. At the edge of the horizon was a giant squatting down, and the giant was already piercing the heavens. If the giant stood up, it only needed to stomp its feet to make the planet collapse. Big Head and company also flew out and were stunned by the scene before them. Lei Ji's body trembled and reverence filled his eyes as he looked at the illusion behind the shield. He clearly remembered that on planet Giant Demon, there was a totem in the royal sanctuary that was a sacred object to the clan. The sacred object depicted a giant like this. Master Hollow Wind was the first to notice the abnormality. At this moment, he floated in the air and had an extremely complex expression as he looked at the huge shield next to Wang Lin. He obtained the shield from an enemy he had killed. After studying it, he was shocked and was vaguely aware that it was linked to the Four Divine Sect. He wouldn't easily use it. He only took it out due to the moment of life and death. He could break the Azure Dragon mark, but with his cultivation, he could see the Azure Vortex underneath it. No matter what he did, he wasn't able to break the vortex, so he could only allow the treasure to remain as it was. At this moment, he didn't expect Wang Lin to break the vortex seal as soon as he obtained the treasure. As a result, he unknowingly dreaded Wang Lin even more. This Wang Lin is not simple. It won't be such a disgrace for my identity if I follow him. Master Hollow Wind let out a sigh. Wang Lin's expression was serious as he stared at the expanding shield. The shield had already expanded from its previous 1,000 feet to almost 3,000 feet. Looking at the shield from up close, it was like a wall. It looked very rough, but no one dared to underestimate the power of this shield. This was a treasure of the ancient gods. The illusion of the ancient god that appeared behind the shield grew with it. In the end, it was too tall for people on the planet to see all of it. Just at this instant, the shield stopped expanding and the ancient god lowered its head. Just its head covered the entire sky. The rotating stars between its eyebrows slowed down and then completely stopped. The moment they stopped, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly, revealing shock and ecstasy. This is... There were 8 stars between the eyebrows of the illusion of the ancient god. If that was all it was, Wang Lin wouldn't be so shocked. But there was one more star after the 8th. This star was very blurry, as if it hadn't completely formed, but its shape was there. Only one step away from becoming a 9-star ancient god. Wang Lin gasped. He didn't expect this shield to belong to an ancient god like this. The illusionary giant ancient god suddenly collapsed into countless specks of light and the stars stopped rotating. At this instant, the entire planet was bright under the specks of light. This light only lasted for several breaths of time before they disappeared and darkness returned. The shield before Wang Lin had become almost 10,000 feet tall. It was like a giant barrier that separated yin and yang. The shield was covered by a hazy azure light that made the surroundings hazy as well. It was as if this treasure was something that shouldn't appear in the world. Wang Lin took a deep breath and charged toward the shield. In the distance, Master Hollow Wind was struggling. He had once wondered what the power of this treasure would be once it was unsealed, but right now it was far beyond his imagination. He had the heart to steal it, but thinking of the seal between his eyebrows, he couldn't help but discard the idea. He didn't know what kind of punishment he would face if he broke the seal. The more he didn't know, the more he thought about the vicious seals he had heard of before. As a result, he dreaded it more and more. When Wang Lin closed in on the shield, His right hand reached out without hesitation. The moment he touched it, a powerful surge of ancient god power entered his body. It was filled with the intent to destroy everything as it swept through Wang Lin's body. However, it didn't harm Wang Lin at all. This aura went through his body several times before returning to the shield. At that moment, Wang Lin felt as if there was a huge influx of information. Fortunately, he had the body of an ancient god, so it only stung for a moment before it gradually disappeared. Wang Lin began to absorb all the information in his mind. After a long time, clarity appeared in Wang Lin's eyes and he softly said, "D." This was the sound of an ancient god, and it was very strange. The moment he spoke, a strange force surrounded the shield, and it emitted an azure glow. Then it rapidly shrank until it was the size of his palm and floated before him. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. He knew that if he didn't have the body of an ancient god, that oppressive aura would have killed him. This treasure was different from the ancient god furnace. Although the ancient god furnace had the aura of an ancient god, it lacked intelligence and was only a tool. After all, the ancient god furnace was a treasure 2C wasn't satisfied with. He had casually thrown it away after creating it. Could even be said that 2C had never even used that furnace once. But this shield was very different. This shield must have been something the ancient god used a lot, or else it wouldn't have created the illusion of its master when it was activated. Although it wasn't as good as the real god-slaying spear, it was pretty close. It was a treasure that could only be used by an ancient god. If a non-ancient god obtained it, they would only be able to use a bit of its power. If the seal on it was completely open, the shield wouldn't recognize an owner. After all, it would only recognize an ancient god as an owner. Wang Lin stood in the air and calmly said, "Master Hollow Wind, attack me once at full power." Master Hollow Wind pondered a bit before his hands formed a seal and purple light surrounded his body. The light turned into a stone tablet and it whistled across the sky toward Wang Lin. There were countless runes flashing on the stone tablet, creating a monstrous aura that smashed down on Wang Lin. Crackling sounds came from the sky around Wang Lin and spatial cracks immediately appeared. However, just as the stone tablet smashed down on Wang Lin, the azure light shield flashed and moved at an incredible speed to block the stone tablet. The stone tablet and the shield collided. There was a loud bang and then the stone tablet collapsed. If that was all, it wouldn't have been so bad. But what shocked Master Hollow Wind was that the origin energy from the collapsed stone tablet was absorbed by the shield. The shield shined brightly. Wang Lin pondered as he waved his hand and the shield flew into his palm. After carefully looking at it, Wang Lin smiled. This object is not a treasure of the royal bloodline, but it is a peak treasure among normal ancient gods. According in the inheritance, once it absorbs enough origin energy, I can activate the life-saving spell sealed inside. Even with Wang Lin's mental strength, he couldn't help but be moved. A spell that an 8-star ancient god would consider life-saving. How strong could it be? Wang Lin took a deep breath and looked at the shield. His eyes lit up and the shield shrank once more. It flew directly into Wang Lin's right eye. The current Wang Lin had long hair and his right eye was extremely strange. His right eye was completely blue and looked completely unforgettable. At this moment, far away from planet Water Spirit, a ray of light closed in on planet Tianyun. The person inside the ray of light was Situ Nan. He was surrounded by dense origin energy. His black hair flowed, exposing his coarse body structure, but there was a hint of evil on his face. This made him look like a demon god. He wasn't by himself. There was a woman beside him. The woman was very beautiful, with a striking sense of charm. She wore a silk dress. While flying, the silk dress stuck to her body, revealing her well-defined curves. This damn planet Tianyun. How is it so difficult to find? If not for meeting little fairy sister here, I would have never found it. It was unknown if Situ Nan was speaking the truth, but it made the stunning woman giggle. The woman's eyes were alluring as she said, "Why did Senior Situ come to planet Tianyun? Haha, I came to look for a brother. It has been many years since we met. I wonder how his cultivation is." Situ Nan revealed a trace of reminiscence and let out a sigh inside his heart. "I has been hundreds of years since I've seen Wang Lin. I wonder how that boy is now." The alluring and beautiful woman laughed. "Oh, what is the name of Senior's brother? Junior may know him." "That brother of mine isn't good-looking, so you likely don't know him." As Situ Nan laughed, his hand reached toward the charming woman's waist and he forcibly pinched her. The woman was not going to stand for this and was about to resist when Situ Nan forcibly pulled her into his chest. He laughed as he flew directly toward planet Tianyun. "Little girl, don't be in a rush. How many times have I already fed you? You said that you had many sisters in the Pink Palace. Let us go see if that place is as gorgeous as you claim." The woman smiled as she looked at Situ Nan with charming eyes and said, "Senior will definitely be satisfied. Just don't forget us sisters at the Pink Palace." After Situ Nan heard those words, his heart itched and he couldn't help but think about the few stunning beauties on planet Fengluan. If one day he could rule planet Fengluan, he and his brother Wang Lin could be hugging a beauty in each arm. That would be the greatest joy in life. It's unfortunate that little Lin is a piece of wood. A waste of my hundreds of years of teaching. Situ Nan was happily playing around for the time being. At this moment in the faraway planet Water Spirit, Wang Lin's right eye emitted a blue glow. He waved his sleeves and then he went back into closed-door cultivation. The people nearby all scattered and calmness was returned to planet Water Spirit. Many people were bound to have a sleepless nights, and many wouldn't even be able to cultivate. The three Chen brother were like this, Master Hollow Wind was like this, and the girl named Ling Air was also like this. She couldn't forget the thought of the figure that was piercing the heavens even when squatting down. She couldn't cultivate and merely rolled around in bed, unable to calm down. Why is it that when I saw that giant figure, I felt like I was dreaming of the reincarnation cycle? It was as if at that moment, I felt a sense of respect I never felt before. Ling Air didn't understand any of this. It wasn't tea until the day brightened that she managed to fall asleep. She didn't sleep for long, but she felt as if she had experienced an entire life in her dream. In her dream, she seemed to change into a different person and wore strange clothes. She was in a familiar yet unfamiliar world. The sky was completely blue and was pretty enough to dazzle people. She was standing on a towering altar that pierced into the sky. Below her stood many men and women dressed in strange clothes. They were chanting strange spells that echoed across the world. She stretched her arm and was filled with reverence as she looked up at the sky. It was as if she was calling and communicating with the sky. After a long time, clouds and wind came and the sky changed. Clouds now covered up the sky, and the people below began to chant even louder. Their faces all revealed excitement and extreme reverence. She was kneeling on the altar with one knee and her hands were in a bottle shape before her chest. Her head looked up, revealing her slender, white neck, and after doing this strange gesture, it seemed a voice came out of her mouth. Just at this instant, the clouds in the sky violently churned and two rays of powerful light gradually pierced through the clouds and landed directly on the ground. The clouds were shrouded by a strange force that gradually spread in all directions. However, at this moment, a huge figure appeared behind the clouds. It was an ancient god. Only the upper half of its body was revealed, but it seemed to occupy heaven and earth. There were 8 stars rapidly rotating between the ancient god's eyebrows. The moment this ancient god appeared, all the people under the altar began to cheer and reveal feverish expressions. The dream suddenly ended here. Ling Air opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling. This wasn't the first time she had such a dream, but it would often occur once she had consciousness. This was a secret in her heart. She didn't know why she subconsciously didn't want to tell anyone about this. Even to this day, her best friend, Sister Zhao Shui, didn't know about this. Not even her grandfather, Master Chun, knew about this. Originally, Ling Air always thought it was merely her own fantasy. Although she had seen it many times, it was always through a filter and she couldn't see it clearly. The first time she saw it clearly was the night after she saw the senior named Wang. Although the shocking event was happening outside, she never awakened from her dream. In the dream that night, she finally saw everything. Even she found it a bit strange. Why was it that she felt a sense of familiarity the moment she saw Senior Wang Lin? She felt it was very strange. Even so, she didn't care about it too much at the time. After all, in her heart, she still thought it was all just a dream. However, all of this shattered after tonight. She saw the majestic figure in the sky. Although the figure was not the same one as in her dream, the stars between its eyebrows and the feeling that pierced her heart were exactly the same. She had never thought that the giant in her dream actually existed. This caused her heart to be in a complete mess. Early in the morning, a gentle knock came from her door. After finding there was no response for a long time, Zhao Shui, who was outside, was surprised. She didn't spread out her divine sense, but pushed the door open only to find there was no one inside. The sky just brightened. Where did that girl go? Zhao Shui frowned. Then she turned around and her graceful figure left. Wang Lin sat inside the palace during the night. The blue flash in his eyes gradually calmed down until outsiders couldn't see anything abnormal. It requires too much origin energy to activate the ancient god's life-saving spell. It isn't enough to just rely on the origin energy absorbed through battle. As Wang Lin pondered, he made a plan. After cultivating for a bit, he slapped his bag of holding and a ray of light shot out before landing in his hand. The light gradually dissipated, revealing a gorgeous crown. This crown contained a trace of red shadow that revealed extreme pride. Around the red shadow was a golden line circling around it. If one looked closely, they would see that the golden line was the soul of a golden dragon that had shrunken a lot. The golden line circled the red shadow as if it was terrified of it and completely moved with the red shadow. As Wang Lin stared at the crown, that red shadow from the past gradually appeared in his pupils. Red Butterfly. When Red Butterfly died, she made Wang Lin take a trip to her hometown. There, Wang Lin found a blue rose, and the arrogance it gave off was the same as Red Butterfly's. Then, after Wang Lin obtained the crown, the two fused into one. At first Wang Lin didn't know what the crown did and only felt as if something was different inside. Only he didn't know what the difference was. Until the golden dragon in the void used his most powerful spell and it took the shape of a crown. It was only then that Wang Lin understood and took out the real crown. The scene afterward was something Wang Lin still couldn't forget. The red figure that appeared was so similar to Red Butterfly. Even that aloof aura was exactly the same. Wang Lin softly said, "Red Butterfly, is that you?" Red Butterfly was the first person Wang Lin admired in his life. It was difficult to forget the arrogance of the genius of the country of Shuiyu, someone who even the country of Suzaku broke their own rule for. They accepted her as a disciple and raised the rank of the country of Shuiyu. They even allowed Shuiyu to start a war between two countries that even dragged in mortals like Denyo. After Wang Lin spoke, the red shadow inside the crown trembled. However, it didn't respond. It slowly disappeared as if it was avoiding him. Wang Lin let out a sigh and carefully looked at the crown before putting it away. His eyes lit up and he revealed a serious expression. "If I can refine and control the next item, I will have more confidence in the trip to the demon spirit land." Wang Lin took a deep breath and slapped his bag of holding. A female corpse emitting a silver glow appeared before Wang Lin. During the big battle between All Heaven and the Alliance took out Refined Corpse, and this woman was among the three most powerful. After she was injured, Wang Lin managed to steal her. The woman wore a silver dress that showed off her beautiful curves. If she was alive, she would have been an enchanting woman. However, right now her face was ashen and a terrifying burst of energy came from her body and filled the room. There were still two chains on her body. One of them was attached to her humerus and the other to her pelvis. These chains were blackish purple and gave of a powerful stench. If a mortal smelled it, they would immediately die. Even a cultivator whose cultivation level wasn't high enough would immediately be poisoned. If they only took a breath of it, they would just be seriously injured, but if they took too many breaths, they would die. If I can control this refined corpse, I'll gain another early-stage nirvana cleanser power. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He took the risk to take the corpse back then, and now it was time to harvest the benefits. Just as he was observing it, his expression changed. Then he waved his right hand and the corpse was placed back in the bag. The Yin energy and poison inside the room quickly dissipated. Shortly after, a hesitant and feminine voice came from outside the palace. Wang, Senior Wang, it's Ling Air. It was currently dawn, but the night wind still blew. On planet Water Spirit, the wind was very cold, and although she shouldn't feel it much thanks to her cultivation, she still felt very cold. She shyly looked at the big fellow sitting on the ground before her. She remembered that this big fellow followed behind Wang Lin a few days ago. Now this big fellow was staring at her with those cold eyes, and she was scared. She bit her lower lip and softly said, I want to see Senior Wang. Can you let me in? Tashan didn't speak and coldly looked at the girl before him. If this girl took one more step forward, he would attack. The palace doors opened from the inside. Wang Lin smiled as he looked at the timid Ling Air and laughed. What's the matter for you to come here so early? After she saw Wang Lin come out, she let out a sigh of relief. Then she patted her chest and quickly said, Senior, the sunrise on planet Water Spirit is very beautiful. Ling Air wants to ask if Senior would like to see it. As she spoke, her little face became red. Although Wang Lin was a senior, from her view, he didn't look much older than her. Such an obvious invitation caused her heart to beat even faster. After Wang Lin heard these words, the smile disappeared and he frowned. Ling Air was observing Wang Lin's expression, and when she saw Wang Lin frown, her heart fell into a pit. She just stood there, biting her lips and not knowing what to say. Lady Ling Air, I still have to cultivate. If you are afraid, I'll have Tashan go with you. Wang Lin's eyes fell on Tashan and he calmly ordered, Tashan, escort Lady Ling Air and keep her safe. After he finished speaking, he no longer looked at Ling Air and walked back toward the palace. He wryly smiled in his heart. How could he not understand Ling Air's meaning? Although it might be an exaggeration to call him an old monster, since he had only cultivated for a bit more than 1,000 years, calling him that was still fitting given his cultivation level. Moreover, his actual age was more than 1,000 years old, which was far older than Ling Air. The only reason he was nice to her aside from her having a water spirit root was a senior being kind to a junior. There was no other meaning. Ling Air didn't have any other meaning. I just want to see sunrise with Senior. Can't Senior even agree to such a small request? Ling Air's eyes were crystal clear. She didn't know why herself, but the moment she woke up, she wanted to find Wang Lin. She wanted to find the answer to her dream. She had a feeling she would get her answer from Wang Lin. Wang Lin had his back toward Ling Air and he didn't stop walking. He waved his sleeves and the door to the palace slowly closed. Senior, Ling Air wants to know about that giant that appeared last night. What is he? Ling Air was about to step forth. Tashan's eyes lit up and he took a step forward. A ripple spread out and landed on Ling Air, pushing her back few dozen feet. Ling Air's cultivation level was not high, so as she retreated, her face turned pale. The spiritual energy in her body became unstable, and combined with her extreme anxiety and restless night, the spiritual energy inside her body went into complete chaos. Blood rushed up her throat and she coughed out a mouthful of blood. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He frowned as his body disappeared from inside the palace and he appeared next to her. He gently patted her back and sent origin energy into her body. Just a single cycle caused her spiritual energy to stabilize and her light injury was gone. You girl, let's go. This old man will accompany you to see the sunrise. Wang Lin was helpless. Although he had some goodwill toward her, it wasn't enough to affect his decision. The reason he went was because he saw that she really had some questions to ask him. Senior, you agree to Ling Air's request? Although Ling Air's face was still pale, joy filled her big eyes. Her eyes shined and were extremely adorable. Only this once. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He had only watched the sunrise and sunset with Li Muin during her last years. It had become an eternal memory for Wang Lin. Since then, he hadn't watched it with anyone else. If there was anyone else, it was back in the soul refining sect, where he and Lu Mei were separated by a wall yet they both watched the sunset. Ling Air revealed a bright smile as she nodded and rang the bells on her wrist. A white dot came from the distance. It was a white crane that flew over and hovered over Ling Er. Ling Er jumped onto the crane's back. As for Wang Lin, how could he sit with a little girl on the back of a crane? He simply took a step and walked into the air. While Ling Er was smiling, she patted the crane's head and said, "Senior, follow Ling Er." With that, the crane flew into the sky in a beautiful arc. Wang Lin followed with a bitter smile and disappeared over the horizon. Along the way, Ling Er was very happy and constantly laughed as the crane flew. The bells on her wrist continued to ring and fused with her laughter to form an almost a heavenly sound. It was very comfortable for Wang Lin to listen to. Looking at Ling Er on the back of the crane, Wang Lin let out a sigh. He could see that she was truly happy. Aside from his childhood, he rarely had moments where he was as happy as this girl. It didn't take long for the crane to arrive at the very tall peak that pierced into the heavens. There were clouds surrounding the peak. A sliver of red from the rising sun touched the peak, making it a spectacularly beautiful scene. The peak was hidden among the clouds and was filled with lush greenery. At a glance, it looked very natural. There was a fluctuating darkness just behind the peak. That was the endless ocean of this planet. The crane let out a cry as it went through the clouds and headed toward the peak. It didn't take long for it to arrive at the peak and land. Ling Er jumped off and floated down like a butterfly. As the bells on her wrist rang, she landed on top of a blue rock. "Senior, come quickly." As the mountain wind blew, it blew her hair and made it cover a small part of her face. As a result, this caused her to display her amazing beauty. That flowing black hair and her perfect face all landed in Wang Lin's eyes. The inner allure Ling Er had as a girl with a water spirit root had inadvertently revealed itself when the mountain winds blew by. This by itself didn't mean much. However, the sun was rising from the east and the darkness was slowly fading. The vast orange light appeared in the world like countless swords piercing through the darkness. The darkness gradually dissipated. The sun rose behind Ling Er's exquisite face. The gentle light set the mood and the rising sun became the background. The scene of Ling Er's smile, while her hair covered part of her cheek, will forever remain in Wang Lin's mind. Admiration filled Wang Lin's eyes as he took a step and landed on a rock. He silently looked at the sunrise, though his heart was in an extremely strange state. "Peace." Ling Er didn't speak but moved her hair behind her ear. She looked at Wang Lin, who was looking at the sunrise, and revealed a smile. It wasn't until the sun had fully risen that Ling Er let out a sigh and softly said, "Before Big Sister Xue came to this planet, I would often come here by myself to watch the sunrise and sunset." As he looked at the sunrise, Wang Lin slowly said, "It's very beautiful." At that moment, he became accidentally immersed in a very strange state. Although it was short, it was unforgettable. In that strange state, he vaguely saw something, but after carefully thinking about it, it was as if he saw nothing. This was a very strange feeling, and it was the first time Wang Lin had encountered it. The sound of the sea came from the distance and completely fused with the tranquility in the area. There was no discomfort to the ears at all when listening to this sound. After a long time, Ling Er softly said, "Senior, Ling Er wants to know what that giant that appeared last night was." Wang Lin looked into the distance. The sun had already risen, and after pondering a bit, he slowly said, "It is only the treasure spirit of one of my treasures." Ling Er bit her lower lip as she looked at Wang Lin. She shook her head. "Senior doesn't need to try to fool Ling Er. I know that it wasn't a treasure spirit but an extinct existence from a long time ago. They used to be the strongest existence among the stars." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed slightly and he calmly said, "Why do you say so?" Ling Er lowered her head and pondered for a long time. After a long time, she clenched her teeth as if she had made up her mind. There was a strange feeling mixed within as she looked at Wang Lin and softly said, "Junior has always had a dream in her mind since childhood, and I would often lose myself within it. In the dream, I've seen the giant that appeared last night. Although it was not the same one, they both had stars between their eyebrows." Ling Er had never told anyone else about this. She subconsciously didn't want to tell anyone. However, when facing Wang Lin, she had a strange feeling and told him her greatest secret. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, but he was shocked in his heart. He gradually frowned as he stared at Ling Er. He didn't completely believe what she said. He had obtained the inheritance of knowledge from 2C, and there was nothing in 2C's memories about interactions with mortals. There was nothing that could explain what she said. Dreaming of an ancient god is too absurd. Wang Lin no longer looked at Ling Er and continued to look into the distance. After a long time, he flatly said, "The sunrise has passed and I have answered your question. You can leave. I'm going to stay here to comprehend a bit, and I don't want to be disturbed." Ling Er's expression instantly became pale, and she took a few steps back and stared at Wang Lin. She knew that he didn't believe her words. After pondering a bit, Ling Er revealed a decisive gaze. She was not as weak as she looked on the outside. Once she made a decision, she wouldn't easily back down. Without hesitation, Ling Er knelt down on the ground on one knee and her hands formed the shape of a treasure bottle. She raised her head, revealing her slender neck, and made the gesture she had made thousands of times in her dreams. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly narrowed, and it was like bolt of thunder had exploded in his mind. 5 stars quickly appeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows. This was one of the rare few times the ancient god stars had appeared without his control, and they began to rotate rapidly. Wang Lin's expression changed slightly. It was as if some strange force had awakened inside him. Under the impact of this force, the memories of 2C flashed through his mind. Ling Er's eyes didn't blink as she looked at Wang Lin. The moment the ancient god stars appeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows, confusion filled her eyes. It was like a cloud had quickly passed, and her eyes shined. Her body trembled as if a hidden memory in her body had been released. She was in a trance. The event that only occurred in the dream had appeared before her. She was kneeling on one knee on the altar and countless people were chanting around the altar. Kneeling on the altar, she held the treasured bottle gesture as she looked up at the sky and released a soft but strange sound. "Say!" The clouds churned and roared like an angry wave. The clouds split apart to reveal the blue sky and a huge figure. There were only 5 stars between the eyebrows of this figure, but he gave off a powerful pressure and an aura unique to the royal bloodline. He had an extremely indifferent expression, as if he cared about nothing in the world. His cold gaze fell in Ling Er's eyes. This ancient god was Wang Lin. In the dream, Ling Er's face was filled with reverence. The moment Wang Lin appeared, she softly said, "The ancient Moon Clan's servant Mu Ling prays to the ancient god to descend and grant us the power to battle the Tower Clan." At the same time, the countless men and women all revealed the same reverence. They all began to chant, creating a storm that swept the area. A bright moon mark appeared between their eyebrows and became brighter and brighter. The ancient Moon Clan has prepared enough origin energy for the ancient god. Please accept it. In the illusion, the treasured bottle in Ling Er's hand floated up. At this moment, all the people around the altar began to chant, and the moon marks between their eyebrows shined. Then an unimaginable amount of origin energy condensed between their eyebrows and shot toward the altar. Strands of origin energy moved like dragons toward the altar and gathered toward the bottle formed by Ling Er's hand. As more and more origin energy gathered between Ling Er's hands, the treasured bottle became corporeal. As she raised her hands, the bottle flew into the air and turned into a fist-sized cyclone that flew toward the ancient god that looked like Wang Lin. This cyclone wasn't fast at first, but as it flew, it sped up, and a powerful suction force came from within. It landed between Wang Lin's eyebrows and disappeared. The ancient god that looked like Wang Lin raised his right finger and pointed down. A powerful surge of ancient god power rushed into Ling Er on the altar. Then this power transformed inside her body and split off into thousands of parts into the bodies of everyone around the altar. At this moment, Ling Er felt dizzy. Then she fell down and passed out. The illusion disappeared. The sky was still the sky of planet Water Spirit, and the peak was still shrouded within the clouds. The sound of the waves could sometimes be heard. Nothing had changed. The only thing that had changed was that Ling Er had passed out like she did in the illusion. Wang Lin stood not far away and confusion filled his eyes. God's slave. Wang Lin looked at the sky in the distance and silently pondered. In truth, when Wang Lin saw Ling Er make that treasured bottle hand sign, it was as if something had awakened from the inheritance Wang Lin obtained from 2C. It was like a memory that wasn't supposed to exist had opened up before Wang Lin. During ancient times, aside from destroying a planet to obtain origin energy, the ancient gods came up with another method. They obtained it from the people, and thus the existence of god slaves came to be. There is a reincarnation cycle in this world. Every god slave was personally branded by an ancient god. Based on the power of the ancient gods, the amount of power each god slave received would be different. However, the brand on Ling Er was simply too strong. Even after countless years of reincarnation, the brand still exists in her soul. If not for the brand, she wouldn't have remembered the past from countless years ago. Wang Lin touched the spot between his eyebrows. Ling Er wasn't the only one who saw that illusion. Wang Lin did as well. This was especially true when the vortex of origin energy offered by all those people entered the ancient god. Wang Lin felt heat from between his eyebrows, as if a power had gone inside. However, this power was very weak. It was only one strand, but it was extremely tough. After entering his body, it became part of his ancient god power. An extra mark appeared between Ling Er's eyebrows. This mark flickered and seemed to be vaguely connected to Wang Lin's heartbeat. Could even be said that every time Wang Lin's heart beat once, the mark would flicker. If one day Wang Lin's heart stopped beating, the mark would collapse and take her life with it. If the soul collapses, then everything will be destroyed and there will be no chance for reincarnation. If an ancient god dies, the god slaves will follow. There is only one explanation for Ling Er being able to continue existing in the reincarnation cycle. While Wang Lin pondered, his eyes shined. The ancient god that made the brand didn't die. I just accidentally stepped in and replaced the original owner of this god slave. My mark now has replaced the previous mark, and there is also only one explanation for this. Although the previous ancient god is not dead, he has lost all his power and is weaker than me. Wang Lin let out a sigh. At this moment, he understood why he felt some goodwill toward Ling Er. At first he thought it was because she had the water spirit root, which made him reminisce about the past and felt regrettable about what happened. However, Wang Lin understood that this wasn't the case. It was because she had a trace of the god-slave brand from countless reincarnations ago. I thought I had understood everything about ancient god 2C, but it seems some memories are still sealed. This is probably because I was still missing a memory crystal when I obtained the inheritance of knowledge. If I can obtain that last crystal, the inheritance of knowledge will be truly complete. Time quickly passed, and unknowingly, the sun set. As the light disappeared and the earth was shrouded in darkness once more, Wang Lin slowly became immersed in that strange state once more. In this state, he was completely at peace and had thrown away all his worries. The only things in his mind were the sunrise and sunset. There was always something echoing before him, but Wang Lin couldn't touch it. He didn't even know what state he was in or what he was searching for. However, after more than 1,000 years of cultivation, his spiritual sense was very strong. He had a vague feeling this current state was a very rare opportunity. If he could grasp it and comprehend it, it would benefit him greatly. Wang Lin didn't know that he was currently at the border of one of the three great realms from ancient times. The Sure Realm. The Sure Realm wasn't as powerful as the Ji Realm or as mysterious as the Dao Realm, but since the beginning, it was ranked number 1 in the cultivation world. No one knew where the Sure Realm came from or how to enter it. Throughout the history of cultivation, even in ancient times, the amount of people that entered the Sure Realm was very low. Although not as low as the Ji Realm, still not many. However, what was strange was that even those who entered the Sure Realm didn't know how they entered it. Also, they only remained in the Sure Realm for a very short period of time before it disappeared. Rumors around the world say that the Ji, Dao, and Sure Realms are a change in spiritual energy. Once you enter the realm, you will forever stay there. Many support this theory, but aside from a few records of the Ji Realm, Many didn't know if this was true. Almost all of them were confused as well. They only knew that the three great realms were split into spiritual energy and divine sense. For example, the Ji realm originally manifested in Wang Lin as his spiritual power before it converted to this divine sense. At the same time, the cultivators that studied the three realms for countless years believed that the Tao and Shi realms were split between spiritual energy and divine sense. Ji spiritual energy, Ji divine sense. Tao spiritual energy, Tao divine sense. Shi spiritual energy, Shi divine sense. In comparison, the spiritual energy realm was much easier to obtain, and the divine sense realm was simply too ethereal. In ancient times, those that were able to enter the Shi realm mostly did it through spiritual energy. At that moment, the spiritual energy inside their body would undergo a huge change. However, the amount of time the Shi realm lasted was simply too short, so the benefits weren't too great. All of this changed when the record of the Shi realm was left behind by a cultivator named Lu Wen. Lu Wen was originally an unknown ancient cultivator. Although he was talented, he was not outstanding. However, he left the first record of Shi divine sense. No one knew how he had achieved Shi divine sense or how long the state lasted. Was it only for a moment or was it eternal? However, Wang Lin knew Lu Wen was previously a cultivator with no fame in the cultivation world. After he went into closed-door cultivation and came out, he became a terrifying existence in the cultivation world. What made him terrifying was that no one had seen any of his spells before. If that was all, it wouldn't be surprising. But all of Lu Wen's spells were extremely powerful and contained the Tao of the heavens. It set off a storm in ancient times. Too many people wanted to know the secret, and so a bloodbath began. No matter how many people attacked, and even when some old monsters who normally never bothered with such things moved, none of them were able to get a hold of Lu Wen. It was as if he could predict all the dangers and avoid them. Later, he realized he couldn't resist everyone with just his power and disappeared. He became a strange legend in the ancient cultivation world. It wasn't until people later that realized that he must have entered one of the three great realms. Couldn't be the Ji realm, so it had to be the Tao realm or the Shi realm. As for the which one, after combining everything that had happened, they determined it was the Shi realm. After thinking about how Lu Wen was able to use all those unheard of spells, a rumor stating that the Shi realm would allow one to create their own world spread, and now those rumors that couldn't be confirmed had spread far and wide. The Ji realm was death and the Shi realm was life. Wang Lin didn't know any of this. At this moment, he was immersed in this state, but he couldn't grasp it. He was unable to be immersed in it and merely hovered outside it. There was always that opportunity before him, but whenever he tried to grab it, he would find that nothing was there. Wang Lin almost never had this feeling before. Wang Lin watched the sun completely set and the darkness took over once more. Only the sound of the waves faintly entered his ears. Wang Lin wasn't anxious, and he had always been perseverant. During his youth, he was able to climb up the mountain in the Hangyu sect with his weak body. If he didn't have the perseverance, he wouldn't have become the Wang Lin he was today. He calmly looked at the sky. Since he wouldn't grasp that chance, then he was simply going to wait. Wait for the sunrise and sunset, wait for that opportunity to become even more clear, until the moment he can grasp it. Ling Er woke up at late into the night. As her eyelashes trembled, she slowly opened her eyes. What she saw was the starry night sky, and she silently sat up. She looked at Wang Lin in the distance. Under the moonlight, she could see Wang Lin's sharp face. After she awakened, it was as if a seal had been opened in his mind. She was able to see a lot of vague memories. However, these memories were simply too old, and when she looked at Wang Lin, she entered a trance. Her eyes had no focus, and she was actually not looking at Wang Lin. Even if Wang Lin wasn't here, she'd still be like this. The memories from the past moved within Ling Er's mind. It wasn't until dawn arrived that her mind recalled the moment right before she passed out. Touching her forehead, Ling Er's eyes lit up. The dream that had puzzled her for years now was resolved. She pondered for a long time before standing up. Then she walked toward Wang Lin and respectfully said, "God's slave Mu Ling greets ancient God." Wang Lin nodded slightly and calmly said, "You can go back. Don't bother me again. Wang Lin's words were the highest command for Ling Air. She bowed and she shook the bells on her wrist. The crane came and she jumped on the crane's back. She turned back to carefully look at Wang Lin. There was a trace of confusion before she sighed and left with the crane. Wang Lin didn't bother with Ling Air. His gaze was locked onto the distant sea. Not long after, the sun appeared over the horizon and light gradually filled the world. That strange feeling became stronger once more. However, even after the sun rose into the air, Wang Lin still wasn't enlightened. Time slowly passed and days went by. Wang Lin had forgotten how long he had been sitting here for. He even noticed that the Chun brothers, Master Hollow Wind, and Big Head had all come here. He was constantly looking into the distance, and his eyes were bloodshot. However, he didn't care about this at all. It was as if everything in the world had disappeared, and the only thing that mattered was the moment the sun rose. The three Chun brothers were floating in the air 5 kilometers away from the peak. They could see the lone, motionless figure on the peak. It has been 1 month. Master Yilong was very puzzled. He frowned and asked, "What is he comprehending?" Master Yixing shook his head and slowly said, "For a nirvana cleanser cultivator to comprehend for this long, it must be an extremely powerful spell." Master Yichun pondered for a long time before he shook his head. "I don't think so. Did you two not notice that there are no fluctuations of origin energy or divine sense? Yet we can't approach. There is something happening here that we don't understand. Also, I have a feeling that he is comprehending Tao." Comprehending Tao. Master Yilong's eyes lit up. After looking for a long time, he nodded. "Very likely," Master Yixing said. "Although there is no origin energy, if anyone steps within 100 feet of him, they get pushed out by a powerful force after 3 steps. As for the powerful force that stops us from entering, I discovered that it seems to be created by the world itself. When I tried to enter, it was as if I was facing the roaring sea." Master Yilong frowned. Master Yichun calmly said, "Let's just watch for now. If he really is comprehending Tao, it is a rare experience for the 3 of us. Perhaps watching him will help the 3 of us." Then the 3 of them simply sat down in the air and looked at Wang Lin in the distant peak. Far from the 3 of them, Master Hollow Wind's eyes lit up. He slooked at the peak and thought, "He doesn't seem to be comprehending Tao. However, whatever he is doing is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. But what will happen once I break this seal?" Master Hollow Wind was struggling in his heart. Big Head, Tashan, and Lei Ji all came here. After all, Wang Lin had been cultivating here for a whole month, so the 3 of them couldn't help but be concerned. As the sun rose and set, time quickly went by. Another month had passed. Wang Lin's eyes were completely bloodshot. He had forgotten everything as he stared at the surface of the sea. As every sunrise and sunset passed, he found that the opportunity had become more clear. On this day, it was the 9th day of the 3rd month. Dark clouds covered the sky and muffled thunder came from within the clouds. Soon, large drops of rain began to fall. In the distance, as the rain fell, ripples were set off. The raging waves of the sea seemed to be fighting the heavens. In the rain, there seemed to be a curtain of cloth over the sun, making it blurry. Just as the light appeared, it seemed to be devoured by the dark clouds. The sun seemed to struggle to appear from the rain. At this moment Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He had a very strong feeling that after 2 months of waiting, he had reached the most critical moment. The current him became extremely focused on the sunrise, as if he was going to become one with the sunrise. The thunder roared and the rain fell, but it couldn't stop Wang Lin's eyes. It wasn't able to stop him from being immersed and wasn't able to stop the eventual sunrise. As the sun struggled to raise up into the sky where a small portion was still under the sea, Wang Lin something exploded in his mind. He could clearly feel that chance was rapidly condensing like threads before him and then finally entered his body. At this instant Wang Lin's body trembled violently, as if he was having an out-of-body experience. He saw the sun struggle to raise out from the sea. It was as if the sea was the month and the sun was the baby. At the moment of dawn the mother gave birth to the sun. The moment the sun was birthed an unimaginable force that spread out. This power was the light that torn apart the night. This power was strong enough to reverse the heaven, to shake the heavens, to cause the night to collapse into countless fragments, and be replaced with light. Sundered night was born from the sun rising over the sea. It's this power. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly and his mind entered a mysterious state. The moment of sunrise was locked in his mind. The power to torn the night away. Now! Master Hollow Wind's eyes turned cold. He waited for 2 months and couldn't find a way to deal with what comes after breaking the seal. However, he did come up with one other method, and that was to kill Wang Lin. Kill him and all the seal will be broken. Master Hollow Wind's eyes lit up. He charged forward the moment Wang Lin comprehended that force. However, just as he stepped within 100 feet, Master Hollow Wind's expression changed greatly. It was as if he saw something he didn't dare to believe. Shock and fear filled his eyes. This? What is this? What appeared before Master Hollow Wind was a red sun, and below the red sun was the raging waves of the sea. At this moment, Master Hollow Wind had an illusion that his body had dissipated and turned into the endless night. However, at the moment the sun rose up from the sea, he felt an intense amount of pain come from his body. It was like his body was being torn apart. Even his origin soul was caught in this. It was a pain he had never felt before. He felt himself being torn to pieces. A powerful sense of life and death crisis appeared in Master Hollow Wind's heart. He was aghast at the situation before him, causing him to open his arms. A storm of origin energy descended from the sky as he attempted to resist the power of sundered night. However, just as his origin energy spread out, it was pierced by the blazing sun just like the darkness of the night. The storm shattered as if it had been torn apart. In just a short moment, none of it remained. This is impossible. Master Hollow Wind was pale, and at this moment, unspeakable pain filled his body. Blood came out of his orifices and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. He retreated, but he was terrified to find that no matter how much he moved, the sun was always before him. All I can do is risk it. Master Hollow Wind's hand formed a seal and his Nirvana Cleanser cultivation exploded. The ability to gather origin energy was something only Nirvana Cleanser cultivators could do, and he quickly used this ability. Strands of origin energy came from the void and gathered before Master Hollow Wind like roaring dragons. Soon they formed a ball of origin energy before him. Although this ball wasn't big, the destructive force inside it was not something any Nirvana Scryer cultivator could resist. The instant the ball of origin energy appeared, the world changed colors and the planet trembled. The expression of the three Chin brothers changed and they had to retreat. Big Head and company also retreated. They didn't dare to linger too close to a spell of a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator. Master Hollow Wind's hair was a mess. The life and death crisis and the terror he felt had forced him into a corner like a trapped beast. He no longer thought about killing Wang Lin. He only wanted to find a way to survive this unbelievable spell. What kind of spell is this? It contains an unimaginable law of the world. This is not the kind of spell a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator should have. Roaring, Master Hollow Wind pushed the ball of origin energy forward. This ball of origin energy shot out like a ray of lightning at the blazing sun. Only by breaking this blazing sun can I save my life. Master Hollow Wind was frightened as he watched the ball of origin energy fly forward. The ball of origin energy was very fast and shot directly at the blazing sun. When it got closer, a powerful force erupted from the blazing sun and mercilessly collided with the ball of origin energy. A thunderous rumble echoed across the world. This sound even echoed through the space around Planet Water Spirit, and large amounts of cracks appeared on the earth of Planet Water Spirit. The ball of origin energy collapsed. Master Hollow Wind let out a miserable smile and coughed out another mouthful of blood. At this moment, there was a sound of things tearing as countless wounds appeared on his body and instantly soaked his clothes in blood. Bursts of unimaginable pain came from his body. If not for his amazing perseverance from all his years of cultivation, he would have groaned in pain. Now he could only feel as if he was the darkness of the night that was torn apart by the light of the blazing sun. This feeling became so strong that he couldn't tell if this was an illusion or if it was real. Not only did a large amount of wounds appear on his body, even his origin soul was covered in injuries. It felt as if countless people were trying to tear him into pieces. His origin soul also had this feeling. He was in a trance as the blazing sun rose up from the sea. There seemed to be a vague figure inside the sun, and the figure became clearer the higher the sun rose. Wang Lin. The person inside the sun was Wang Lin. At this instant, Wang Lin was that blazing sun. Bursts of golden light came from his body. This light was too strong, making it impossible for anyone to see the real figure inside. The sea under the sun vaguely reflected the peak Wang Lin was on. All of this caused fear to fill Master Hollow Wind's eyes. That wasn't the blazing sun at all. But Wang Lin. That wasn't the sea, but the mountain's peak. However, the feeling that was tearing him apart told him that the force tearing the night sky was real. Master Hollow Wind struggled to roar as he endured the pain and touched his bag of holding. However, the moment he touched the bag of holding, his right arm shattered and dissipated. Large amounts of treasures flew out from his bag in an attempt to stop the force tearing his body. However, those treasures were far too weak and all exploded the moment they appeared. Master Hollow Wind's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment of life and death, his mountain of flesh body that he had recovered quickly disappeared in a second. A giant, black stone tablet instantly appeared before him. There were countless runes carved on the stone tablet, and there was a giant black python coiled around it. The python had a horn on its head. It was clearly about to become a real dragon. As Master Hollow Wind roared, the giant python opened its mouth and charged at Wang Lin. The black stone tablet tipped over and seemed to be falling down on Wang Lin. The stone tablet was so big that it covered the sky as it fell, making it seem as if the sky itself was falling. Wang Lin was still sitting on top of the peak. From beginning to end, he sat there without moving an inch. He calmly looked at Master Hollow Wind and softly said, "Sundered Night." The moment he uttered those two words, the world rumbled. Wang Lin's body turned into the sun and the peak turned into the sea. The sun rose completely above the sea, and an endless power that could tear the night apart swept forward. The sun rises over the sea. Sundered night. The night collapsed as it was torn apart. It was sundered. The giant python painfully struggled as it was torn to pieces. The stone tablet shattered into countless pieces and collapsed. Master Hollow Wind coughed out a large mouthful of blood and countless more wounds appeared on his body. There was no part of his body that wasn't injured, but his body no longer collapsing. A powerful force pushed him back and he smashed into the ground, kicking up a large amount of dust into the air. The night no longer existed and everything disappeared. Everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. The three Chin brothers' scalps tingled as they watched all this unfold before them, and they felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. Even Master can't use a spell like this. This is the spell he spent 2 months comprehending. It's terrifying. If this kind of spell was used on me, the only thing awaiting me would be death. Master Hollow Wind is a Nirvana cleanser cultivator, yet he was forced to retreat. If it wasn't for the fact that Senior Wang didn't have the intent to kill, it would have been difficult for Master Hollow Wind to escape this calamity. The three Chun brothers looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Big Head gasped as he looked at the indifferent Wang Lin. His heart held a very complex feeling. The difference between us is getting larger and larger. This trip to the Alliance has caused a huge increase in his cultivation level. Passion filled Lei Ji's eyes, and he thought, the stronger Master is, the more confident I get in taking back Planet Giant Demon. Ta Shan was still as indifferent as before. The surroundings were completely silent. No one was dared to speak under this oppressive atmosphere. As Wang Lin silently looked at the sun in the sky, clarity filled his eyes. He took a step and arrived before Master Hollow Wind. He grabbed Master Hollow Wind by the hair and charged straight ahead. Before he left, he nodded at the three Chin brothers and disappeared. After more than 2 months of waiting, I finally managed to catch that moment. It was similar to the time I entered that mysterious space provided by ancient demon Bei Lu in the demon spirit land. However, it was just similar. Compared to this, ancient demon Bei Lu's mysterious space was really insignificant. As Wang Lin pondered, he appeared before his palace and walked in. What realm was that? Even though I was only in that realm for a moment, I was able to comprehend the power that tears through the darkness of the night, sundered night. This can also be considered the first spell I've created. Wang Lin put Master Hollow Wind to the side and began to ponder. He kept replaying the scene from before and gradually engraved the feeling of sundered night into his mind. Master Hollow Wind struggled to sit up as he looked at Wang Lin with a complex expression. Right now, he was a bag of bones. It was as if he was a skeleton. After a long time, he asked with a hoarse voice, Did you create that spell just now? Master Hollow Wind wasn't sure if Wang Lin had created that spell that almost made him lose his wits. He only felt that the spell was very powerful, and he rarely saw a spell of equal power. The reason Master Hollow Wind thought that Wang Lin had created his own spell was due to Master Hollow Wind's countless years of cultivation experience and his early-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivation. While experiencing the spell, Master Hollow Wind felt a lack of proficiency. This lack of proficiency wasn't because of the caster not being familiar with the spell, it came from the spell itself. Just like how a jade that was just polished would look very smooth, if you touched it you'd find that it was still a bit rough. This resulted in Master Hollow Wind's hoarse question after pondering for a long time. Wang Lin calmly looked at Master Hollow Wind and nodded. His nod caused a storm to sweep through Master Hollow Wind's heart. He stared dumbfoundedly at Wang Lin and wasn't able to say anything for a long time. Self-created spells were not things just anyone could come up with. At least from Master Hollow Wind's experience, he had heard that only those old monsters at the Nirvana Shatterer stage were qualified to make spells unique to themselves. Basically, any self-created spells were powerful beyond imagination. Self-created, Master Hollow Wind had a bitter expression. He would have never expected this Wang Lin to create a spell, and its power. Thinking of the feeling of his body being torn apart, Master Hollow Wind's face paled. The pain from his body being torn apart was still there. The pain was especially strong from his right arm that had already collapsed. Master Hollow Wind understood that if it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin didn't want to kill him, he would have already collapsed under that self-created spell. While hundreds of ideas flashed through Master Hollow Wind's mind, Wang Lin was pondering as well. The shock that Sundered Night brought to Wang Lin wasn't any less than what Master Hollow Wind was feeling. In fact, he was even more shocked. My actual cultivation is still only at the peak of the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer, one step away from the late stage, but far from peak late-stage Nirvana Scryer. The difference between me and a Nirvana cleanser cultivation is huge, yet why was Sundered Night able to seriously injure Master Hollow Wind so easily? Wang Lin continued to ponder this problem. While he pondered, he raised his right hand and his eyes shined brightly. The feeling of Sundered Night appeared in his mind and a golden light appeared in his right hand. This golden light was bright like the blazing sun. Master Hollow Wind was terrified as he endured the pain to get up and retreat. He didn't see that Wang Lin had frowned. Wang Lin waved his right hand and the golden light dissipated. Master Hollow Wind let out a sigh as he respectfully said, "I'll remember fellow cultivator Wang's mercy. I was reckless this time, and my losing right arm is a clear reminder of my mistake. I, Master Hollow Wind, swear with my Tao that this won't happen a second time." Although he admitted his defeat to Wang Lin, he still held a grudge. Originally, he decided to rebel in the demon spirit land. However, after seeing the power of Sundered Night and learning that it was a self-created spell, he gave up on such thoughts. He would focus on getting out from the demon spirit land and regaining his freedom. As for whether or not this spell was really created by Wang Lin, he didn't bother asking too much. With his cultivation and experience, he could see some clues. He thought that 80% of what Wang Lin said was true. However, whether it was true or false was no longer important. The shock of the spell made him discard any ideas of rebelling. In a way, he was relieved as he no longer had to think about it. Moreover, After being shown mercy twice, Master Hollow Wind knew there wouldn't be a third time. Wang Lin calmly looked at Master Hollow Wind. They were both sensible people, so there was no need to warn or say too much. He merely nodded and let this matter pass. Fellow cultivator Wang, with my understanding of the old monsters of planet Tianyun, the demon spirit land should be open soon. Could open within few months or at most half a year. I'm seriously injured, so I must go into closed-door cultivation, and I won't disturb you too much. Now that he was sincerely going to help Wang Lin, Master Hollow Wind gradually started to consider what might happen in the demon spirit land. After saying goodbye to Wang Lin, Master Hollow Wind returned to his palace and began to cultivate. After Master Hollow Wind left, Wang Lin frowned as he looked at his right hand. After a moment of silence, he used Sundered Night again and the golden light appeared once more. The moment this golden light appeared, the origin energy in Wang Lin's body gathered in his hand like uncontrollable wild horses. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he waved his right hand. Then his origin energy gradually returned. However, just this moment had almost used more than 10% of his origin energy. Just like before, all my origin energy is used up when I use the spell. It will be impossible to use Sundered Night with the amount of origin energy I possess. However, I didn't consume any origin energy and was able to display the shocking power of Sundered Night a little while ago. Wang Lin frowned. Could it be? Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and his eyes lit up. He seemed to have realized something. In the blink of an eye, the day passed and night arrived once more. Wang Lin still sat in the palace and pondered late into the night. It wasn't until the time dawn was about to arrive that Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he stood up and walked out. His body suddenly disappeared and reappeared on the peak where he comprehended Sundered Night. The ocean breeze blew by and bursts of coldness fell on Wang Lin's body. However, Wang Lin wasn't bothered by this at all, as he stared at the rising sun in the distance. The comprehension he had while using Sundered Night filled his body and then moved to his right hand. At this moment, golden light flashed from his right hand. He didn't use any origin energy in his body. The moment he raised his right hand, Wang Lin he found that boundless origin energy from the rising sun had gathered in his right hand. This caused the golden light in his hand to suddenly expand. As more origin energy came from the rising sun and gathered in his right hand, the golden light spread from his right arm to his whole body. Wang Lin was covered in this golden glow, and he became as bright as the sun. A moment later, he replaced the real sun and became the sun rising over the sea. Enlightenment appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. With a thought, the golden light around him slowly disappeared until it was completely gone. So that was indeed the case. My pool of origin energy isn't enough to use this shocking self-created spell. I can only borrow the power of the sunrise to use it. Wang Lin pondered for a long time before shaking his head. He then took a step and disappeared. Although there is a limit, if someone battles me during sunrise, then along with the third eye and the god-slaying war chariot, I should have the power to battle an early-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. The moment the sun peaks over the horizon is when I'm at my strongest. When Wang Lin returned to the palace, his eyes turned cold and he muttered, "Not counting Master Hollow Wind, I wonder who will be the first to encounter me at my strongest." Wang Lin sat in the lotus position. Then his hands formed seal and countless restrictions filled the palace. Then he pointed to between his eyebrows to activate the heart restriction and countless black lines flew out. As large amounts of restrictions filled the area, the palace was completely sealed. After doing all this, Wang Lin was still a bit worried. He slapped his bag of holding and a compass appeared in his hand. This compass was something only the heir of the annihilation restriction could have. After blowing origin energy at the compass, the needle on it began to spin. The compass flew up and grew until it was 100 feet wide. It floated above Wang Lin, and when Wang Lin jumped up, the compass descended, sinking into the ground. Wang Lin sat down in the middle of the compass. This should be enough. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and the silver corpse appeared before him. Looking at the corpse, Wang Lin pondered for a moment before mercilessly pressing down between her eyebrows. At this moment, the female corpse suddenly opened her eyes, revealing a cold gaze at Wang Lin. Also, a vortex appeared between her eyebrows, stopping his finger 1 inch away from her skin. A vicious gaze appeared in the eyes of the female corpse and she retreated. However, the moment she retreated, the compass below her trembled and rotated. Restrictions flew out from the compass and seamlessly linked together with all the other restrictions in the room. If she triggered one restriction, it was tantamount to triggering them all. There was a vicious gaze in her eyes, and also an unexpected hint of intelligence. She slowed her retreat and charged straight at Wang Lin. The female corpse was seriously injured, and although her cultivation level had fallen, her fierceness hadn't decreased at all. She rushed up to Wang Lin and mercilessly clawed at him. Wang Lin's expression was still calm, and as her claw closed in, a ray of blue light shot out from Wang Lin's eyes. Her hand immediately touched the blue light. After letting out a miserable scream, the woman quickly retreated. Although she was retreating, her movement was light and she unexpectedly didn't touch any of the restrictions. She stopped few dozen feet from Wang Lin. There was a hint of intelligence in her eyes as she bared her teeth at Wang Lin and let out a roar. This female corpse was already beautiful, so not only did this action not give people sense of danger, she gave off the impression of a cat because of her 2 eye teeth. The 2 chains on her body clattered as she moved, and the sound echoed across the palace. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as his hands formed a seal and pointed below him. The compass rotated and all the restrictions inside the palace activated and shot toward the female corpse. That woman let out a wail that was harsh and created a powerful impact. Large amounts of restrictions collapsed. Anxiety appeared in the eyes of the female corpse. Then she quickly retreated. Blue light shot out from Wang Lin's right eye once more and turned into a shield, blocking her path. There was a strong shockwave from the shield that caused her to retreat once more. As Wang Lin pointed with his right finger, all the restrictions gathered around the female corpse. The female corpse retreated, causing the chains on her body to shake. Then a black mist surrounded her. She opened her mouth to spit out a pair of red scissors that flew into the air and mercilessly cut at the restrictions. There was a thud as the scissor cut all the restrictions above her. The female corpse then charged upward while surrounded by the black mist. Seeing that she was about to break through the palace, Wang Lin's expression turned cold. With a thought, the ancient god furnace appeared around him. Change position. As Wang Lin's calm voice echoed, the female corpse glowed. Just as she was about to touch the ceiling of the palace, her body trembled and suddenly changed positions with Wang Lin, who was at the center of the compass. In an instant, Wang Lin appeared where the female corpse was, and the female corpse was standing at the center of the compass. The compass rotated rapidly and countless restrictions wrapped around the female corpse. The surrounding restrictions also closed in. The female didn't notice fast enough, and her cultivation level had dropped a lot due to her injuries, so she allowed the restrictions to wrap around her. Large amounts of restrictions quickly locked her down, especially her feet, which seemed to be stuck to the compass. She wasn't able to move them at all. While struggling, the female corpse began to scream. Her shrill slowly spread. Wang Lin landed and looked at the struggling female corpse. His eyes were cold as he mercilessly reached out. The chain going through her shoulder blade was pulled out. Weakened, the female corpse screamed immediately, her body trembling. Her intelligent eyes stared at Wang Lin with deep hatred. After the chain was pulled out, it turned into a black snake and fiercely bit Wang Lin's right arm with its fangs. Wang Lin didn't even dodge and let the black snake bite down. The moment the snake bit Wang Lin's arm, the fangs collapsed, and Wang Lin's arm wasn't injured at all. How could this mere black snake break through the body of a 5-star royal ancient god? Wang Lin squeezed with his right hand and the black snake trembled before shattering into pieces of chain. He didn't stop and once more reached at the void. The female corpse let out a scream as the chain in her pelvis was pulled out by Wang Lin. With a squeeze of his hand, he crushed the chain. The female corpse fell and she was knocked half sitting on the ground. Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of origin energy that entered the compass. He then sat down on the side and his hands began forming seals. The compass slowly rotated and restrictions entered her body. Celestial Emperor Qinglin had a spell called Corpse Guard. It required the body of the enemies he killed and various other materials to form a vicious corpse that feels no pain and can be used to protect the owner. Although I can't find those extinct materials to refine a corpse puppet, I can use the method to control the corpse guard. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and his hands continued to form restrictions that entered the female corpse's body. Time slowly passed. As the sun rose and set, more than half a month had passed. Wang Lin had spent almost 4 months on planet Water Spirit. During this time, aside from the time he spent comprehending on the peak, he was refining the female corpse. The process of refining the female corpse was very complex and required all his concentration. As a result, Wang Lin never went outside and would place a restriction every once in a while. At this moment, the 100-foot compass was still rotating inside his palace with the woman sitting on top. Her whole body glowed silver and there was a mark flashing between her eyebrows. Her expression was peaceful and the resentment from before had disappeared. If someone else saw her, they would find it difficult to imagine her true identity. No matter how you looked at it, she was a beautiful female cultivator. While Wang Lin was on planet Water Spirit, a not-so-big or small thing happened on planet Tianyun. A powerful cultivator named Situ Nan had arrived on planet Tianyun and became the palace lord of the Pink Palace. However, his reputation wasn't exactly a good one. In 3 months of time, almost every female disciple of the small and medium sex were harassed by him. He never used force, though. He just used his Nirvana cleanser cultivation as a pretense to teach them spells and hinted that he could gift them pills to increase their cultivation level. As a result, he gathered a lot of female cultivators and strengthened the Pink Palace greatly. He spent his days in endless joy, and if he went out, he would have 1,000 female cultivators around him. This made his perverted ways famous. However, this person was trustworthy because all the female disciples that entered the Pink Palace were taught spells and received pills. If any sect complained, Situ Nan would righteously rush to them to have a talk with them. Often, the sect would give him face. After all, Situ Nan was a Nirvana cleanser cultivator. As a result, more and more female cultivators joined the Pink Palace, and it could be said that Situ Nan's name had made its way across Tianyun. He had heard from some unknown sources that the 3 Chen brothers had 2 female disciples that were stunning. One of them had a water spirit root and the other was ice cold. This made Situ Nan's heart itch, and after pondering for half a day, he led a large amount of female cultivators toward planet Water Spirit with someone leading the way. This large group was almost exclusively females wearing pink dress. Amidst them was a bed dozens of feet wide. Situ Nan lied on top of the best, surrounded by many female cultivators, looking very happy. There were almost 100 female cultivators around the bed as they moved toward planet Water Spirit. There was a middle-aged man in blue before Situ Nan. He was handsome and had an evil gaze, and he flattered, "Senior Situ, Junior ensures that these 2 female cultivators are top qualify. Zhao Shui is an amazing beauty, and the one called Ling Air has a water spirit root, making her an excellent cultivation furnace." Situ Nan enjoyed having female cultivators serving him. He laughed and nodded. "Okay. If what you say is true, I won't be stingy with your reward. Pill, celestial spell, you choose." The middle-aged man's eyes filled with joy. He quickly said his thanks along with many other compliments that made Situ Nan laugh. This middle-aged man sneered and thought, "Zhao Shui, no matter how lofty you are, I want to see whether you obey or not with Senior Situ here. Also, Ling Air won't be able to escape either." Situ Nan looked at the middle-aged man. Although he looked happy, he knew exactly what the middle-aged man was thinking. With Situ Nan's cunning, he was immediately able to tell that there was a grudge between this middle-aged man and the 2 women from planet Water Spirit. However, Situ Nan didn't care about any of this. A water spirit root is pretty good. That brother of mine is a piece of wood and probably still hasn't had any woman in all these years. If these 2 girls are good, then I'll take them as a greeting gift even if I have to steal them. Water spirit root. Not bad, not bad. Situ Nan let out a mischievous smile. Then he let out a sigh. During the few months he was on planet Tianyun, he wanted to look for Wang Lin, but found no clues. He thought about going to the Heavenly Fate sect, but there was a powerful aura sealing the whole place. It would be difficult for Situ Nan to enter with his current strength. This phenomenon surprised all the cultivators on planet Tianyun, but they couldn't think of a reason. No one knew that the All-Seer had given the command to do so before he went into closed-door cultivation. Seal the Heavenly Fate sect and open the sect protection formation. Fortunately, there were too many disciples in the Heavenly Fate sect and some were outside. That included a few female cultivators that were taken to the Pink Palace by Situ Nan to play. After asking them, he found out about the rumors of what Wang Lin did back in the Demon Spirit Land. These rumors were not a secret, and Situ Nan had heard them from others on planet Tianyun. After confirming this, he was surprised, but soon he laughed and thought, "That's my brother. If he is going to do something, he is going to do something heaven-shattering." As he asked more, he learned that Wang Lin had returned to planet Tianyun several months ago. Situnen pondered for a bit and came to the conclusion that if Wang Lin dared to return, then Wang Lin must not have been worried about anything, so his safety wasn't an issue. However, he found it strange that Wang Lin was so fearless. Could that kid's cultivation level have increased rapidly? Situnan had thought for a long time but couldn't think of a reason. However, from what information he could gather, Wang Lin's purpose for returning should be the Demon Spirit Land. Therefore, Wang Lin wouldn't go far and would appear within a short period of time. As a result, Situ Nan wasn't anxious and decided to have some fun. This was able to help him disperse some of the stress he had from planet Fengluan. On this day, with the middle-aged man leading the way, Situ Nan, who was surrounded by hundreds of female cultivators, saw planet Water Spirit in the distance. Hee, this old man sure is generous to come all the way here to find little Lin a concubine. I wonder what expression he will make when finds out. Looking at planet Water Spirit, Situ Nan laughed. This sudden laugh from Situ Nan had the middle-aged man and all the surrounding cultivators mistaking it for an erotic laugh. Looking at the blue cultivation planet, Situ Nan's divine sense spread out and spread forward. It was like a storm that charged at the planet and swept through it. Situ Nan's Nirvana cleanser cultivation made his divine sense very sharp. Adding his arrogant and almost demonic domain, it gave him almost endless power. As he swept across the entire planet trembled as if a giant pair of hands was playing with it. Rumbling sounds came from the earth and the sky changed colors. The three Chin brothers were cultivating, but they suddenly opened their eyes and revealed gloomy expressions. The three disappeared at the same time, and when they reappeared, they were in the air. However, this divine sense was too strong. The moment the three of them appeared, they had to retreat thousands of feet and use their full power to resist to be able to barely stand firm. Big Head and Lei Ji also felt this powerful divine sense. Lei Ji's cultivation level wasn't high enough, so he directly coughed out blood. However, he wasn't scared at all but instead felt gloomy. Big Head resisted the impact of the divine sense and arrived next to Wang Lin's palace. He protected Wang Lin's palace along with Ta Shan. As for the junior cultivators, they were all extremely pale. Those that were lightly injured coughed out blood, and those who were heavily affected passed out. Only people like Zhao Shui and Ling Er, who had protection items from the three Chin brothers, were able to barely hold on. The extremely arrogant divine sense spread across the palace Wang Lin was in. However, Wang Lin was refining the female corpse and had reached the most critical moment. Wang Lin's divine sense had almost completely connected to the female corpse. Unless someone's cultivation level was way higher, they would only see the female corpse. After all, the female corpse was also at the Nirvana cleanser stage. The divine sense paused for a moment and then swept by. In the distance, Master Hollow Wind's eyes shined and then he frowned. As the divine sense spread out, his eyes revealed a dark glow and he formed a seal and pointed forward. The divine sense gathered like a whirlpool as it laughed and retreated. This old man's mood is pretty good, so I'll give you a chance. Hand over the woman with the water spirit root and that little girl called Zhao Shui. I really don't consider you two half-dead Nirvana cleanser cultivators a threat. This rough voice rumbled across planet Water Spirit like roaring thunder. It quickly reached every part of planet Water Spirit. This voice contained a spell along with Situ Nan's Nirvana Cleanser Cultivation. Just listening to it caused the three Chen brothers to cough out blood and retreat once more. Master Yi Chen's expression was ferocious as he shouted, "Activate the Planet Protection Formation." As soon as he finished, he touched his bag and a black token flew out. At the same time, Master Yi Xing and Master Yi Long quickly took out a black token from each their bags. The three of them raised their token almost at the same time. One of the tokens collapsed and turned into a black ripple that quickly spread. In just a moment, it surrounded the entire planet. Just as the first token shattered, the remaining two tokens also shattered. Then two more ripples spread across the entire planet. At this moment, there were 3 layers of black ripples that tightly guarded planet Water Spirit. Master Yi Chen's face was pale. He had no confidence that these 3 layers could resist the enemy. But he didn't panic. He sneered in his heart. "With Brother Wang here, I want to see how you'll bully planet Water Spirit." Oh! When Situ Nen saw the 3 layers of light, a cold light flashed in his eyes. When his divine sense spread across planet Water Spirit, he noticed 2 early-stage Nirvana Cleanser Cultivators. The 2 Nirvana Cleanser Cultivators were seriously injured, but even if they weren't, Situ Nan wouldn't have cared. He laughed and then disappeared from the large bed. He reappeared outside planet Water Spirit. "Resisting is good. The more you resist, the more excited I get. Damn it! This time I'm getting concubine furnaces for my brother, not for myself. Mortality, stand on my side." Situ Nan's eyes revealed a strange light as he closed in on planet Water Spirit. Then he suddenly pointed forward with his right forefinger. Annihilation! A vortex appeared on Situ Nan's finger, and the sounds of explosion could be heard from within the vortex. Endless origin energy condensed in the vortex, causing it to rotate faster. In the end, it looked like it wasn't moving, but the speed of its rotation had reached an unimaginable degree. Last time I went into closed-door cultivation, I refined the Finger of Death, Demonic Finger, and Underworld Finger. In addition, I also improved the latter 3-finger techniques. I can break this mere planet protection formation in just a few breaths of time. Situ Nan's eyes lit up as he mercilessly pointed forward. The vortex quickly flew toward the formation around planet Water Spirit. It closed in an instant and smashed into the first layer. A heaven-shaking sound echoed when the vortex and the black light collided. The shockwave spread out violently, pushing everyone away. Situ Nan wasn't affected, but all the female cultivators behind him had to retreat. The first layer of black ripples trembled rapidly and exploded. Then a huge storm was set off and it landed on the second layer. Just at this instant, Situ Nan pointed once more and shouted, "One finger points at the heavens and earth. The universe is silenced." With a point of his finger, an even larger vortex appeared and the origin energy in the world gathered like crazy. It was as if the vortex had become a black hole that could absorb all the power in the world. In an instant, the vortex was 100 feet wide. As it rotated rapidly, lightning arched within it, creating sounds of explosions. Situ Nan's eyes revealed a mysterious light as he shouted, "Annihilation change." After he spoke, the explosions from inside the vortex reached a limit and the lightning inside arched even more violently. However, all of these were secondary. The most important part was that the origin energy inside the vortex went through a shocking change. Nirvana Cleanser cultivators could absorb origin energy, form the world, and infuse it into their spells. As a result, their attacks were far more powerful than that of Nirvana Scryer cultivators. However, this could be considered the lowest method of using origin energy. It was very simple. It was just absorbing and condensing. However, if you understood the laws, then you could use change in addition to absorb and condense. The so-called change was a qualitative change by absorbing origin energy, and then compressing it repeatedly until it changed into a mysterious power that Nirvana Cleanser cultivators called the Power of Law. In truth, Wang Lin's self-created spell belonged to the Power of Law. The Power of Law was something that rarely occurred in Nirvana Cleanser cultivators, much less Nirvana Scryer cultivators. This was why Master Hollow Wind was so shocked. Situ Nan shouted as the 100-foot vortex before him compressed until it was only the size of his hand. Then it flew directly at the planet protection formation. Break for this old man. Situ Nan stepped forward toward the vortex. The vortex was so fast that it closed in instantly. As the vortex closed in, the second layer trembled violently. When the vortex touched it, the second layer unexpectedly twisted with the vortex and was absorbed by the vortex without any resistance. The vortex didn't stop and directly landed on the last layer of black ripples. The moment it touched the last layer of black ripples, the layer collapsed. The 3 layers of the planet protection formation were destroyed like this. The vortex charged at planet water spirit. While letting out an arrogant laugh, Situnen shouted, "This old man is here looking for a concubine for my brother. I'll destroy anyone who dares to stop me." The moment Situ Nan and the vortex appeared above planet water spirit, the 3 Chun brothers coughed out blood once more. The planet protection formation was linked to them, so they couldn't help but retreat. Behind Situ Nan, the female cultivators of the Pink Palace quickly followed and filled the sky. The fragrance they gave off was enough to intoxicate people. The middle-aged man in blue also arrived. He excitedly looked at the 3 Chin brothers and thought, "Even you 3 old things can have a day like today." Master Yi Chen's expression was gloomy as he stared at Situ Nan and shouted, "Fellow cultivator has amazing cultivation. I presume you're not a nobody." Situ Nan glared and laughed. "I'm Situ Nan. Fellow cultivator Situ has such an amazing cultivation, so why force the 3 of us? Moreover, Ling Er and Zhao Shui are only juniors, so please let them go. Us Chun brothers will make amends." Looking at the 3 Chin brothers, Situ Nan shook his head. "This old man has plenty of women and cultivation furnaces, so I don't care for your juniors. However, this old man's brother is still very young. Let's see, only about 1,000 years old, so still very young. Rest assured, my brother is very handsome, and those 2 junior of yours might not even catch my brother's fancy. Don't waste my time. Bring them out, or else I'll kill you all and take them away. Senior, Zhao Shui can leave with you, but please spare my junior sister." In the distance, 2 rays of light arrived and revealed themselves to be 2 women. One of them was Zhao Shui and beside her was Ling Er, who was completely calm. Situ Nan narrowed his eyes as his gaze swept Zhao Shui, and he praised her in his heart. It was as the rumors had said, this girl Zhao Shui was a cool beauty and a good material for a concubine. He then looked at Ling Er next to Zhao Shui, and his eyes revealed a strange glow. She indeed does have a water spirit root. Zhao Shui didn't even glance at the middle-aged man next to Situ Nan. Her cold and arrogant expression was obvious. Situ Nan was too lazy to bother with Zhao Shui's words. With a wave of his sleeves, a gust of wind immediately caught Zhao Shui and Ling Er. He arrogantly said, "This old man is taking the 2 of them." As he spoke, he moved backward and was about to leave. The 3 Chun brothers' eyes were bloodshot, especially Master Yi Chen's. It was as if his heart was torn. Although Ling Er was a cross-generation junior, he treated her like his own daughter. At this moment, it was as if he was watching a villain stealing his daughter before him. He clenched his teeth, turned toward the palace Wang Lin was in, and bowed. His voice was filled with grief and indignation as he loudly said, "Brother Wang, please help this old man once." Unfortunately, Wang Lin was completely immersed in refining the corpse, because it was the most critical moment. He only kept his divine sense around the palace, so even if he detected what was happening outside, he couldn't be distracted. Situ Nan was originally going to leave, but when he heard Brother Wang, his body trembled and he stopped. His eyes revealed a mysterious light and muttered to himself, "Someone named Wang? What is the name of the brother Wang you spoke of?" Situ Nan turned around toward Master Yi Chun, but soon shook his head and said, "Forget it. I'll know once I look." After he spoke, he took a step and charged at the palace Wang Lin was in. If Situ Nan hadn't gone to Wang Lin, Master Hollow Wind wouldn't have appeared. He was already injured, so there was no way he would help the 3 Chin brothers. However, Now that Situ Nan had closed in on Wang Lin, he had to act. People who had reached his cultivation level were pretty open about things. However, after several encounters with Wang Lin, he felt very complex. Wang Lin had let him go twice. Although it was just to get his help in the demon spirit land, it was him who was wrong twice, so he held no resentment. Therefore, if he didn't act now, it would be unreasonable. Master Hollow Wind's eyes lit up and he gave up on healing himself. When Situ Nan was within 5 kilometers of Wang Lin's palace, he appeared before Situ Nan. Master Hollow Wind's expression was calm as he slowly said, "Fellow cultivator, since you already taken the people you want, it is best to leave." Situ Nan's eyes narrowed, but his expression was filled with impatience, and he shouted, "If you weren't injured, you'd barely qualify, but right now you're not qualified to block me." As Situ Nan spoke, he raised his right hand and pointed without hesitation. Underworld Finger. As this finger pointed out, the sky changed colors and dense death aura filled the world. The Underworld Finger now held considerable power after being refined by Situ Nan. Borrowing the sliver of life that appears in a land filled with death, it allowed the Underworld Finger to contain a small trace of life. As a result, it formed its own yin and yang and became a fierce spell that shot directly at Master Hollow Wind. Master Hollow Wind's hands formed a seal and he waved his hand. Large amounts of origin energy gathered and collided with the Underworld Finger. There was a loud bang, and Master Hollow Wind's body trembled and he was forced to retreat several dozen feet. However, the Underworld Finger wasn't affected at all and continued to chase him after a short pause. Disdain filled Situ Nan's eyes as he shouted, "Underworld change!" After he spoke, the Underworld Wind rapidly shrank and a destructive aura spread out like crazy. Master Hollow Wind's expression changed greatly. He naturally saw that this wind was abnormal and retreated without hesitation. Situ Nan didn't pay attention to Master Hollow Wind and stepped directly toward Wang Lin's palace. Ta Shan and Big Head wanted to intercept, but Situ Nan waved his sleeve. Big Head was blown away, but Ta Shan was able to maintain his position. He was, after all, a celestial guard. Then he threw a punch. This punch created a sonic boom that charged toward Situ Nan. Situ Nan was surprised as he carefully looked at Ta Shan before pointing at him. Ta Shan's body trembled and he was blown away. Interesting, a Nirvana cleanser, a Nirvana scryer, and a puppet with such a powerful body. I really have to see this cultivator named Wang that is being guarded by them. As Situ Nan laughed, he stepped within 1,000 feet of the palace. The moment he landed, Situ Nan was startled, and he had an extremely strange expression with his mouth open. He didn't believe what he was seeing. After all, what he saw with his divine sense was very different from seeing it in person. Situ Nan was about to speak, but a loud whistle came from the palace. Countless restrictions rushed out, and they filled the sky and rushed at Situ Nan. Damn it! Situ Nan was about to retreat, but there were too many restrictions. They all rushed at him as if they wouldn't give up until they sealed him. Situ Nan wryly smiled and simply decided not to retreat. He opened his arms and a giant vortex appeared before him. This vortex rotated very fast, and as Situ Nan swung his arms, the vortex collapsed, sending out waves of ripples. All the restrictions that touched these ripples collapsed, and in just a moment all of the restrictions collapsed. Situ was about to speak when his expression changed and a sharp, female voice came from the palace. This scream pierced the high heavens, and even Situ Nan couldn't help but retreat a few steps. Just at this moment, the door to the palace suddenly opened. A woman wearing silver shot out in a ray of silver light toward Situ Nan. Situ Nan's eyes narrowed as he waved his right hand and retreated. His right hand formed a seal and he pointed at the woman, creating a ring of light, and he shouted, "Celestial Entrapment Finger!" This ring of light shined purple and gave off a powerful origin energy fluctuation. As Situ Nan spoke, it shot toward the female corpse. Just as Situ Nan pointed, the ring disappeared, but a moment later, it appeared around the woman. It trapped the woman inside and mercilessly shrank. The ring suddenly multiplied from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into countless rings trapping her. However, this woman wasn't simple. She opened her mouth to spit out a pair of scissors. The scissors flew around her, cutting the rings. Taking this time, Situ Nan spat at the ground and wryly smiled. Damn it! What is this? I failed to recognize someone I knew. With that, he walked past the woman and directly headed toward the palace. When he closed in, his hands formed a seal and he pointed with his finger as he laughed. Take my mountain tremble finger. With a point of his finger, the shadow of a majestic mountain appeared behind Situ Nan. The mountain was so huge that it almost connected the heavens and earth. Then the shadow rapidly condensed onto Situ Nan's finger. In the end, when the mountain completely disappeared, the power of this finger reached its peak. This finger was like a mountain crashing down. A very cheerful laugh came from inside the palace and a frenzy aura exploded from within. The two forces collided with each other, causing an unimaginable shockwave to spread out. The shockwave caused dust to cover the area surrounding Wang Lin's palace. All the shattered stones scattered in all directions. Situ Nan's body trembled and shock filled his eyes. He turned into a ray of light and retreated 1,000 feet before the powerful force was dissipated. Nevertheless, his right hand still trembled and felt numb. What kind of spell is this? Just the power of the body not only broke my mountain tremble spell, it even caused me to retreat. When did this brat become so strong? Excitement filled Situ Nan's eyes as he laughed and jumped into the air. He pointed up and smiled. That mountain tremble was used with only part of my strength. Right now, I'll let you see it at its full power. I spent a long time comprehending this spell on that abandoned planet that was worse than bird shit to perfect this. Okay. Wang Lin's laugh came from below and he flew into the air. When he looked at Situ Nan, a rare hint of excitement and familiarity appeared in his eyes. Situ Nan smiled, but the admiration and the excitement from seeing Wang Lin after so many years was still revealed through his expression. The two of them looked at each other in the air. Sometimes brothers don't need to talk much. They only needed one gaze to rekindle their friendship. Everything that happened on planet Suzaku echoed in both their hearts almost at the same time. Mountain tremble finger. Situ Nan laughed as his right hand pointed at Wang Lin. At this moment, the entire planet trembled and mountain souls flew out. An illusion appeared around Situ Nan. Mountains appeared next to Situ Nan. There were hundreds of thousands of them. Situ Nan had unexpectedly called all the mountain souls on the planet here. They appeared like mirages and looked extremely real. As he pointed, these mountain souls gave off ancient auras that quickly gathered. They condensed into a powerful force that shot toward Wang Lin. This finger was a powerful spell that gathered all the mountain souls on planet Water Spirit. The power of this mountain tremble finger caused Wang Lin's eyes to reveal a mysterious light. He gripped his hand and the sky rumbled. It was as if Wang Lin was holding the sky within his hands. Holding his right fist, Wang Lin walked forward and threw a punch forward. There was a loud bang that echoed between the worlds. An illusion of an ancient god's arm appeared before Wang Lin, as if that punch was the punch of an ancient god. Boom, boom, boom. This earth-shattering sound replaced all other sounds on planet Water Spirit and echoed within everyone's ears. Situ Nan's mountain tremble finger that gathered all the mountain souls on the planet collided before Wang Lin's fist. A powerful shockwave spread, causing violent waves to appear over the ocean. Situ Nan laughed and retreated. There was admiration in his eyes and he smiled. We haven't seen each other in a long time. Wang Lin, I haven't seen you for hundreds of years, and you sure surprised me today. Wang Lin also retreated and laughed. It looks like you must have entered closed-door cultivation in these hundreds of years. The two of them looked at each other and smiled happily. Wang Lin had not been so happy for a long time. His reunion with Situ Nan made him think of their long friendship, and this made his heart feel warm. Situ Nan was still the same. He was very arrogant and had very few close friends, and even the ones he had long lost contact with them. Wang Lin was somewhat special as the two of them had experienced many life and death situations together. Now that he saw that Wang Lin's cultivation had reached such a degree, he was very happy. Under Wang Lin's invitation, the two flew off into the distance, leaving everyone else confused. In particular, the three Chen brothers were startled by this sudden change. It wasn't until after a long time that the three of them wryly smiled. They were all Nirvana Scryer cultivators and were all very smart. At this moment, they realized that when Situnen said he was taking Zhou Shui and Ling Er for his brother, that there was an 80% chance that his brother was Wang Lin. Master Hollow Wind could only bitterly smile at this and shook his head. Then he looked at the woman in silver that had walked out from Situ Nan's spell and felt doubt in his heart. All of them scattered. At this moment, Wang Lin and Situ Nan sat on the peak where Wang Lin comprehended sundered night. The mountain wind hit their clothes as the two exchanged what had happened to them over these hundreds of years. There was a white jade table between the two of them with a wine jug and other things that Situ Nan had brought. After he took a drink, he exclaimed, "I didn't think so many things would happen after you went to planet Tianyun. It would have been better if you had followed me and had fun being king." Wang Lin picked up the wine cup and drank a mouthful before shaking his head and saying, "If not for some unexpected things on the way to planet Tianyun, I wouldn't have my current cultivation." Situ Nan revealed an expression that was like a smile that was not a smile. Then he put down the wine cup and laughed. "I heard about the war between All Heaven and the Alliance on planet Fengluan and about the fame of the Thunder Celestial of All Heaven. I didn't expect it to be you." Wang Lin's expression remained neutral and he smiled. "I was just lucky. However, your cultivation is a bit strange. You're only at the peak of the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer, but even I panicked at the strength of that punch." Although Situnan was only at the early stage of Nirvana Cleanser, his talent was simply too good. He was also painstakingly studying during his closed-door cultivation, so he was at the peak of his cultivation level. If forced into a corner, he could even fight mid-stage Nirvana Cleanser cultivators, only the price would be heavy. The battle between Wang Lin and Situ Nan was merely just sparring. However, Situ Nan could obviously feel a shocking power hidden within Wang Lin. Even with Situ Nan's arrogance, he was shocked. After more than 1,000 years, the youth from back then had lost all his naivety and became a true cultivator. While Situ Nan was in a trance, it was as if saw that simple child that had just picked up the heaven-defying bead. Then the youth flashed by and became the simple youth in the Hangyu sect that didn't understand the cruel world of cultivators. The youth that lost his parents and lost his body before being saved by Situ Nan. Then this youth went on a path of slaughter to almost become a monster. The youth that rediscovered himself after finding his domain. The youth who gradually rose to fame on planet Suzaku and finally reached the peak to awaken him, Situ Nan. Situ Nan let out a sigh as he looked at Wang Lin. He couldn't help but think of the day they departed. One went to planet Tianyun to become a disciple and one went to planet Fengluan to enjoy life. In a flash, hundreds of years passed, and today the two reunited once more. Aside from the friendship not changing, everything else had changed too much. A person's life was merely this. As Wang Lin looked at Situ Nan, memories of the past also flashed through his mind. These memories were too old, but Wang Lin clearly remembered them. He couldn't forget what he once said under the night sky. "I, Wang Lin, will never bow to the heavens or pay respect to any ghost or god. I only bow to my parents and pay my respects to Situ." Situ Nan had helped him far too much. If not for Situ, Wang Lin would have died in Zhao and would never have the achievements he had today. If it wasn't for Situ, it would have been hard for Wang Lin to step through to early stages of the first step, Qi condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, and nascent soul. Without his foundation, it would have been hard for him to reach his current level. If not for Situ's death, demonic and underworld fingers, along with how to use spells and treasures, it would have been hard for Wang Lin to gain a foothold on planet Tianyun. If not for Situ, when Wang Lin was attacked by the scattered devil in the demon spirit land, he would have died without the underworld finger. There was also the heaven-defying bead. If Situ Nan had any greed, he wouldn't have let Wang Lin keep such a mysterious treasure. If Situ were to take it from Wang Lin would die. Because of that, Situ simply smiled and said one thing. "I gift you this." As the memories from the past resurfaced, the two people on the peak became silent. The wind whistled by, but it couldn't scatter the emotions they felt. These emotions became even more powerful, until they were like a shroud of smoke that would linger forever in their hearts, representing their eternal friendship. As the mountain breeze blew by, the two drank one cup after another. After a moment of silence, both laughed. Real friends don't need to say much. Just a cup of wine and a laugh can allow them to throw away all the sadness, leaving only joy. A man can have no lover, but he can't be without a true friend. Situ Nan didn't question more about Wang Lin's cultivation being strange. He interrupted Wang Lin's words as he drank a cup of wine and smiled. What more is there to say between us two brothers? When I was at a disadvantage on planet Fengluan, I first thought of you. Later, you and I will definitely slaughter our way back to planet Fengluan. Wang Lin smiled and nodded without asking more. He chatted with Situ Nan as they drank wine until it was late into the night. The bright moon hung in the sky, shining brightly. Although it was cold, it was also very quiet. Talking about life with a friend made Wang Lin's mind feel peaceful. He hadn't had this warm feeling in a very long time. This kind of warmth appeared by itself when one was with old friends. It was as if he was back on planet Suzaku, where he and Situ Nan's fates were linked. You were also famous in the All-Heaven star system, and it can be said you had fun there. But poor me. I originally was having fun on planet Fengluan, but accidentally saw some of those damn women. It shouldn't have been a big deal in the cultivation world. I didn't care much. Didn't I just take a few extra looks? Didn't I just engrave the images into a jade? Situ Nan was depressed as he drank a big mouthful of wine. That was all I did, yet they released a kill order to hunt me day and night. It forced me to hide, and I couldn't even act like a king in peace. Finally, I was forced to change close-door cultivation locations every once in a while. In these past several hundred years, I was like a mouse running from one planet to another. Planets filled with spiritual energy and abandoned planets without any spiritual energy. I've been to them all. Situ Nan became angry as he talked about this. So he simply picked up a jug and drank for a few breaths. Then he put it down and hatefully said, After I came out of closed-door cultivation, I slaughtered my way to planet Fengluan, but there were too many of them, and they had gotten some helpers, making me suffer a big loss. When Situ Nan got to this point, his face unexpectedly turned red. Wang Lin roughly guessed the story before his eyes narrowed and he frowned. He grabbed Situ Nan's right hand and he carefully spread out his divine sense. After a long time, Wang Lin's expression became even more strange. Situ Nan wryly smiled and drank a cup before he said, You saw through it? Wang Lin pondered for a bit as a flash of coldness appeared in his eyes along with monstrous killing intent. He nodded and said, What kind of poison is so powerful that you can't force it out even with your cultivation? Situ Nan put down his cup of wine and wryly smiled. I don't know where those damn women from planet Fengluan got this poison. I checked a lot of records to find that this poison is called the seventh heaven. 3 days of heaven, then 3 days of hell. Damn it. During these days, I really wished I was dead. This poison is a remnant of the celestial realm, and before the celestial realm collapsed, it was a poison made by refining countless celestials for 100 years. This poison has no effect on mortals, but it targets celestials. After this poison enters the body, it is impossible to force it out, because it completely fuses with one's origin soul. The main effect of this seventh heaven is in the 3 days of heaven and 3 days of hell. During the first 3 days, you will be in a state of illusion and waste all your mental power. Then you spend the next 3 days dying. On the 7th day, your origin soul is completely destroyed. Although it takes 7 days for you to die, but the moment you are poisoned, you lose all your cultivation. Then you... Wang Lin looked at Situ Nan. It was obvious Situ Nan hadn't lost his cultivation. Situ bitterly smiled. When he picked up the wine jug, he found that there was no wine left. So he took a big jug out from his bag and broke the seal. He drank directly from it and allowed the wine to drip down the corner of his mouth. After putting down the wine jug, he sighed and said, Luckily, this old man is clever and came up with an extreme way to resist this poison. I used a female cultivator as my cultivation furnace. Through a special pair cultivation method, I was able to stimulate the seventh heaven, making it remain in the first stage. This is how I was able to delay it until now. The killing intent in Wang Lin's cold gaze exploded as he looked up at the stars. His killing intent toward planet Fengluan that pushed Situ Nan into the state was monstrous. Wang Lin slowly asked, "Does planet Fengluan have Nirvana Shatterer cultivators?" Situ Nan shook his head and said, "There are no Nirvana Shatterer cultivators, at most mid-stage Nirvana cleanser. There aren't even any late-stage or peak late-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivators. It's just, there are a lot of Nirvana cleanser cultivators on planet Fengluan, and adding on their helpers, there are more than 10. Wang Lin sneered as he nodded and said, "We definitely have to get revenge, but more importantly, we need to focus on how to get rid of your poison." Situ Nan's eyes lit up and he said, "I do have some plans regarding this. Those damn women from planet Fengluan had the poison but not the antidote. The real antidote should be in the celestial realm. Once the Rain celestial realm opens, I'll head there and perhaps I can find it." Wang Lin's expression changed and he asked, "Celestial realm? Was this poison refined by the Rain celestial realm?" Situ Nan nodded and said, "From the records I found, it was refined by the Rain celestial realm." Wang Lin pondered a bit. He still had the pagoda from Zhou. Inside there laid celestial lord Qing Shuang's corpse. Qing Shuang was a celestial lord of the Rain celestial realm. Back in the day, I found various clues pointing to the fact that inside that mysterious cave in the demon spirit land lies the strongest celestial emperor from the past, Celestial Emperor Qing Lin. This Qing Lin was Qing Shuang's father, and he may have a way to revive her. Once she revives, it will be easy to cure this poison. Wang Lin's eyes shined as he looked at Situ Nan and slowly said, "Perhaps there is no need to go to the Rain celestial realm to find the antidote." At this moment, he told Situ Nan what happened in the demon spirit land, as well as his own deduction. As Situ Nan listened, there was a mysterious light in his eyes. After Wang Lin finished speaking, he pondered a bit and smiled. "That sounds good. I'll risk it and see what happens. Either way, even if there was no such thing, I'd still to go to the demon spirit land with you. Now we might be able to kill two birds with one stone. As for planet Fengluan, they can't escape." The killing intent inside Wang Lin's eyes was strong. He had always been one to not bother others if they didn't offend him. However, since Situ Nan was pushed into such a state, they had touched his bottom line. They began drinking and talking on the peak again until it was dawn. After Situ Nan finished drinking the last jug of wine in his bag, he looked at Wang Lin for a while before revealing a strange smile. "I say, little Lin, could it be that you, a piece of wood, has gained enlightenment?" Wang Lin was startled, and he subconsciously rubbed his nose. He didn't really understand what Situ Nan meant. "Don't be silly. If you say your purpose for coming to planet Water Spirit isn't those two girls, I won't believe you." Situ Nan revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. "I originally wanted to take those two girls to make them your concubines, but I didn't think you'd move even faster than me. You had already come here. Although gaining intimacy as an influential person is not bad, I still have to scold you. You're not young anymore, yet you're still playing these games of chasing girls. If it was me, I would have just taken them directly. Later, once the rice is cooked, so what if she is unwilling? Even if she wasn't willing, she'd still have to be willing for this old man." Situ Nan snorted and continued, "Thinking back to when I was the Suzaku, I did this many times. If I fancied them, I'd just take them. Who would dare to say no?" Wang Lin wryly smiled. He understood Situ Nan too much and didn't doubt Situ Nan had done such things. After letting out a dry cough, Wang Lin shook his head. "I don't have any ideas about those two juniors. It's just that one of them is somewhat fated with me, but not as a Dao partner." After he spoke, Wang Lin's expression became bleak. He thought of Li Muin, who was inside the heaven-avoiding coffin. Then there was also Lu Mei, who made him feel extremely complex and always made him feel a stab of pain. Lu Mei probably isn't be dead. Wang Lin looked at the sky. He became aware of this after returning to the Alliance star system. It was a kind of an intuition, a sense for the future he gained after cultivating for over 1,000 years and entering the second step. Situ Nan naturally saw the pain hidden deep within Wang Lin's eyes and let out a sigh. He knew a bit about the matter between Wang Lin and Li Muin. This was why he wanted to find a suitable female cultivator for his brother, so Wang Lin could walk away from that sadness. He didn't know that before Wang Lin's sadness could heal, it was mercilessly ripped open again by Lu Mei. This caused an irreparable pain that was forever engraved in his soul. Wang Lin's love life had been very sad. Li Muin's departure allowed him to learn to cherish, but by the time he understood it, the person he cherished was gone. The kind of life where one lived alone among the stars was not something one could understand without living such a life themselves. His interactions with Lu Mei caused him great amounts of pain. He spent 100 years resolving the resentment Wang Pin had, but it couldn't dissolve the pain in Wang Lin's heart. He picked up the last jug of wine on the table and mercilessly took a drink. He put it down with a bang and laughed. Situ, you once taught me that the cultivation world is cruel and runs on the law of the jungle. If one is careless for a moment, they will perish. If you wish to live, you must become merciless and vicious. Only then do you have the qualifications to survive. I have learned how to become vicious, and I have slaughtered during my more than 1,300 years of cultivation. I've also learned loneliness, but I have lost far too much. I've lost my parents, my family, my lover, my child, my happiness, my everything. Sometimes, I ask myself, what am I after? Situ Nan silently pondered as he looked at Wang Lin. He opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. He was always arrogant and overbearing, but his heart was shaken by Wang Lin's words. When mother and father died, I was devastated, but too weak to change anything. I could only change that anger into a demonic flame until the day it erupted. When Li Muin died, I was unable to change fate and recover her from the reincarnation cycle. I could only helplessly watch her become old until she died. You still don't know that due to the accident with me and Lu Mei, she became pregnant with my flesh and blood. However, what was sent to me was a soul that had absorbed hundreds of years of resentment. A child that resented its father. All of this was caused by cultivation. If I didn't cultivate, although I'd be one with the earth right now, none of this sadness would have fallen on me. Wang Lin's face was filled with bitterness. He couldn't say any of this to anyone else in the world. Only one person would let him vent all the bitterness he had experienced in this 1,000 years, and that person was Situ. Only Situ, the one who had watched him start as an ignorant teenager until he walked on the true path of cultivation and finally left planet Suzaku. While Situ Nan pondered, he picked up the wine jug and handed it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin accepted it and drank another big mouthful before laughing. Cultivators can't even feel drunk when drinking. His laugh drifted in the air and was filled with sadness and sorrow. If you want to be drunk, then I'll let you be drunk. Situ Nan touched his bag and immediately took out a purple jade bottle and placed it on the table. This wine was brewed in the celestial realm, and there isn't much left. I found it by accident, and although it can't increase cultivation, 1 drop is enough for you to feel drunk like a mortal. Situ Nan sent the wine over to Wang Lin. Wang Lin, with me here, you can become drunk once. Wang Lin grabbed the bottle, and without looking at it, he drank a mouthful. As this mouthful of wine went down his throat, he felt a spiciness rise up in his throat. Then hot air gathered in his abdomen and rose through his body. Cultivation, cultivation. Did you know that once I sent the ashes of an old friend to his hometown? Do you know what I heard, Situ? Wang Lin took the bottle and drank once more. Bitterness filled his eyes. The apricot tree blooms white flowers. The daughter won't be taken by a Taoist family. Last year, Lang II went up the mountain, and a year later, Lang I was a bag of bones. The cry of the daughter accompanies the dead but takes the coffin as family. The apricot tree blooms white flowers, and children shouldn't be taken by Taoists. If asked about my age, I still haven't found my Tao. The dog barks, the cat scratches, scaring the Taoist back home. This nursery rhyme that came from Wang Lin's mouth contained a trace of sadness. a trace of his helplessness and enlightenment from more than 1,300 years of cultivation. When Situ Nan heard this, his hand trembled. Cultivating for more than 1,000 years. How many life and death situations have I faced to reach my current cultivation level? Was it all worth it? I don't dare to ask. I don't dare to think about the joys I'd have if I didn't cultivate. Because I have already walked into the life of a cultivator, it is too difficult to quit. Too many things force me to continue on. If I become timid, I won't be able to continue cultivating. Situ, I had a child you'll never meet. His name was Wang Ping. I named him myself so that he would live a happy and peaceful life of a mortal. To never cultivate. During his lifetime, he asked me 3 times why he couldn't cultivate. Why? Was it because he couldn't cultivate or because I didn't want him to become like me? Wang Lin held the wine cup and drank it all. He felt a slight dizziness in his head. The only other time he had felt drunk like this was when he secretly drank some of his dad's rice wine when he was a kid. What I pursue is something no one can understand. What I pursue is something only I know. Wang Lin's body swayed. He was drunk. Time quickly passed. In the blink of an eye, Situ Nan had stayed on planet Water Spirit for 2 months. On this day, as the formation over the Heavenly Fate sect opened, the All-Seer personally sent out invitations. All the old monsters qualified to enter the Demon Spirit Land received the invitations. In 10 days, the Demon Spirit Land will open and we will enter the Celestial Cave. There was only one line on this invitation, but it set off a storm among those who received it. The fact that there was a celestial cave inside the Demon Spirit Land was not hidden among these old monsters. Almost all of them knew a few things, and some guessed that there were still celestial alive inside. Most people suspected the celestial to be the celestial emperor Qing Lin. However, this was only a suspicion. There was no conclusive evidence to prove it all. But this was enough to cause these old monsters' hearts to race and bring their blood to a boil. There was a large amount of celestial treasures and celestial spells inside the celestial cave. But that wasn't what held these old monsters' attention the most. What really made those old monsters excited was the celestial that was likely to exist inside. If the person inside was really Celestial Emperor Qing Lin, the strongest celestial across the 4 celestial realms, then they might find the secret to reaching the 3rd step on his body. This was what attracted old monsters like the All-Seer. According to their countless years of exploration, some of these old monsters had a lot of information regarding whether Qing Lin was really inside the cave. The fact that Qing Lin didn't die during the collapse of the Celestial Realm shows just how powerful his cultivation was. Although he wasn't killed, he was seriously injured, so he had to find a place to enter closed-door cultivation. All kinds of signs pointed to the Celestial Cave in the Demon Spirit Land. To be able to enter the cave of the former strongest Celestial Emperor, and that Celestial Emperor hadn't recovered from his serious injuries yet. This kind of stimulation excited these powerful cultivators greatly. Moreover, after entering the Demon Spirit Land many times, they were almost certain the person inside the Celestial Cave hadn't recovered yet. When the All-Seer sent out the invitations, Ling Tianho came out from the depths of the planet. He had his own ambitions about the Demon Spirit Land. He had also sent out his invitations and waited for his friends to arrive. There were suddenly a lot more cultivators around planet Tianyun. Most of them came from other cultivation planets. Very few were invited and many came uninvited. It was impossible to make it so outsiders didn't know about this. However, right now the battle between All Heaven and the Alliance was becoming more and more fierce. Small skirmishes happened all the time, and sometimes they led to medium-sized battles. As a result, only a few powerful cultivators had come. Moreover, the All-Seer's status as an elder of the Alliance made it so some powerful cultivators didn't dare to come to try fish in these troubled waters. 10 days quickly passed, and cultivators had already gathered at the entrance. As cultivators arrived, even more people appeared here. Even the cultivators within the range of planet Tianyun came. They all hoped to take this opportunity to obtain some benefits from this land that opened at irregular times. On the 10th day, the All-Seer arrived. He came by himself as he stepped through the void. The white-robed All-Seer arrived looking very calm. His gray hair flowed behind him, making him look like a real celestial. In addition, there was a trident as black as ink below his feet. Every one of his steps would land on the trident. All the cultivators that knew the All-Seer knew that he rarely used treasures. He could shake the world with just his countless celestial spells. At this moment, when everyone's gazes were focused on the trident under the All-Seer's feet, they were shocked. However, no one talked about it, and they moved out of the way for the All-Seer to arrive above the East Demon Spirit Sea. Below the All-Seer was the East Demon Spirit Sea. There was no suction from the vortex here. It was the gate to the Demon Spirit Land. The appearance of the All-Seer caused the surroundings to become quiet. The All-Seer's expression was neutral. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. He stared at the East Demon Spirit Sea as if he was pondering. Shortly after, fluctuations of origin energy came from the distance and the old monsters arrived one by one. One of them was the old man sitting on the gourd who was there when Wang Lin returned. At this moment, there were 9 people from his sect behind the old man. He floated to above the East Demon Spirit Sea and greeted the All-Seer. The All-Seer smiled and nodded. They no longer talked afterward. About 15 minutes after the old man appeared, red clouds appeared in the distance. These red clouds were formed by a spell, so it wasn't strange for them to appear in space. There was a beautiful middle-aged woman on the red cloud, and 4 beautiful young women followed her. This was the woman that invited Wang Lin before. As for the 4 young women, they were the same ones from back then. The one wearing pink looked around as if she was looking for something. She was the person Ling Tianho suspected to be the brilliant Void Saintress. Then a few more old monsters came, and although they were old monsters, they were only at the Nirvana Scryer stage. After they arrived, they all scattered to talk with their friends. A lot of them weren't cultivators of planet Tianyun. They were in small groups or by themselves, but they all would occasionally look at the giant vortex over the East Demon Spirit Sea. Soon, loud, whistling sounds could be heard and rays of golden light whistled through and gathered above the East Demon Spirit Sea. As the golden light moved, the entire area seemed to be shrouded by this light. When all the golden light gathered, it released a bright flash. A person gradually walked out from this golden light. He had long hair that flowed without wind. He had a large figure and looked like a war celestial. He was about 40 years old, his face was resolute, and his eyes were like lightning. You would be shocked just looking at him. Just by standing there, he gave off an aura of majesty. There were many powerful cultivators among the surrounding cultivators. But when they saw this person's gaze, they couldn't help but lower their heads. This person wore a purple robe and a 3-eyed sable lied on his shoulder. This sable's gaze was like lightning as it looked around with indifference. The moment the purple-robed man appeared, the All-Seer raised his head and frowned slightly. The expression of the old man on the gourd changed and became gloomy. The man in purple smiled and slowly said, "Fellow cultivator All-Seer, we haven't met for many years. Today I was invited to come so I'm able to catch up to friend All-Seer. Elder son is being polite." The All-Seer calmly looked at this person. The star-marked sable on the purple-robed man's shoulder looked around with an intelligent gaze. It would occasionally scratch its face with its claws. Shortly after the purple-robed man appeared, sword energy began to appear. In the distance, a bright flash of sword energy filled the sky. Then a red Qilin appeared over the horizon. There was a skinny old man sitting on the Qilin's back. Before he arrived, his laugh was heard. "Brother Sun is very fast. Along the way, I was wondering if Brother Sun had come." The man in purple smiled and said, "Since Sword Saint sent the invitation, I naturally had to come. Not only me, but that person has also accepted your invitation." Sword Saint Ling Tianho's eyes shined brightly, and there was a quick flash of ecstasy in them. At this moment, a huge change occurred in the Demon Spirit Land. The Demon Spirit Land was split into 9 countries. However, a clan that called themselves the Soul Refining Tribe became a new powerhouse between the Fire Demon Country and the Sky Demon Country. This tribe was very aggressive. After devouring a large number of people, they had become a very powerful force within the 2 countries. They had millions of tribe members, and such a huge tribe was something even the two countries dreaded. However, what was strange was that the ancient demons didn't move against such a large tribe. Everyone was confused about this. What the military of the two countries dreaded the most was that almost every single member of this tribe could use powerful spells. They would often take out large flags, and countless soul fragments would fly out of them. When they fused, they could turn into soul beasts and devour their enemies. In particular, the few leaders had amazing powers, especially this person called 13, who collected soul fragments to cultivate like crazy and had the power to confront demon generals. Also, there was the tribe leader Xianxia who had 99 large flags. If he took them out, he could summon hundreds of millions of soul fragments. He was a formidable opponent. Although the people of the demon spirit land were different from cultivators, meaning their cultivation speed can't be compared, the development of the soul refining tribe was too fast. This meant that they had absorbed a lot of soul fragments throughout the years. This was indeed the truth. The soul refining tribe had many branches across all 9 demon countries. They had scouted every single ancient battlefield, every battle between two countries, and all wars between other tribes in these past few hundred years. Today, almost all of the soul refining tribe members had left their homes. Millions of tribe members holding large flags charged straight for the fire demon country. From far away, this was a spectacular scene. There was no ancient demon inside the fire demon country, and in the past several hundred years, the country had splintered. Originally, it was occupied by the sky demon country, but their losses were heavy and they couldn't recover in a short period of time. In the end, the sky demon country could only give up on it. This gave the soul refining tribe this opportunity. After hundreds of years of fighting, Xianxia and 13, along with several leaders of the tribe, began a battle for the fire demon country. There was a black statue being carried by more than 10 people within the large army. All the members of the soul refining tribe looked at the statue with reverence. In these hundreds of years, no one had forgotten, not even new tribe members, about the various legends of the person the statue was based on. This statue was the soul of their soul refining tribe, the king of their soul refining tribe, their ancestor. Years of worship by millions of people caused the statue to contain a strange power. It had made it even more smooth. The ancestor left, but we firmly believe that the ancestor will return. The ancestor won't forget about us. Large amounts of cultivators had gathered outside the East Demon Spirit Sea, waiting for it to open. When Ling Tianhou heard the man in purple, there was a flash of ecstasy in his eyes. However, he didn't ask more. He occupied a position once he got close and looked at the vortex below him. When no more people arrived, Ling Tianhou frowned. He withdrew his gaze and looked into the distance. Not just him, even the old man on the gourd frowned as well. He looked into the void as if he was waiting for something. Only the all-seer remained neutral as he quietly waited. Time slowly passed, and the cultivators waiting around gradually began to talk. Some of the well-informed ones know what was going on, but most didn't. They were all confused about what these powerful cultivators were waiting for. Just as the chatter got louder, the all-seer suddenly raised in his head and looked into the distance. He revealed a look of intrigue. He's here. Several breaths after the all-seer noticed something, the man in purple also looked into the distance. He had already heard everything about Wang Lin from Ling Tianhou. He somewhat admired Wang Lin in his heart. Someone who has been able to last against the all-seer for this long is definitely not weak. After the man in purple, it was Ling Tianhou, the old man on the gourd, the beautiful middle-aged woman, and the man in black who no one dared to approach. The four of them looked into the distance at almost the same time. After them, it was the remaining old monsters and a few other cultivators. A strange whistling sound came from the distance, gradually catching everyone's attention. A moment later, the cultivators all gasped when they saw the shocking scene before them. A giant more than 1,000 feet tall was rushing toward here. Giant Demon Clan Mount. Someone in the crowd immediately recognized this giant. This isn't an ordinary giant Demon Clan member. Look at the mark between his eyebrows. He is a royal bloodline giant Demon Clan member. There were many well-informed cultivators waiting outside the East Demon Spirit, and they immediately recognized Lei Ji's identity. It must be a powerful cultivator for him to own a giant demon clan mount. I just don't know who he is. This 1,000-foot giant demon clan member can clearly already use his bloodline ability. That makes the mount itself very powerful. A cultivator that can sit on it is not simple. Not necessarily. Perhaps this person has a good relationship with the giant demon clan, and his actual cultivation isn't too powerful. The appearance of the giant demon clan mount set off a huge wave among the surrounding cultivators, and they began to chatter. When the giant demon clan mount closed in, people were able to see who was riding it. Just one glance made them all gasp. At first, they were able to see 4 people on the giant demon clan mount's back. All 4 of them were famous around planet Tianyun. The 3 Chun brothers. The 3 Chun brothers are all at the Nirvana Scryer stage, and they always move together. They often attack at once, so even a late-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator would have a headache dealing with them. Why are the 3 of them on this giant demon clan mount? Could this mount belong to the 3 of them? There is also that big-headed cultivator next to them. That person is unfamiliar, but he is also at the Nirvana Scryer stage. For Nirvana Scryer cultivators, it has to be said that any one of them could set off a huge wave among the majority of cultivators here. There must be some secret behind them showing up together. When more and more cultivators clearly saw the people on the back of the giant demon clan mount, the chattering stopped, and they were all shocked. Even Ling Tianho and company were startled, and their eyes shined brightly. As Lei Ji got closer, they saw a red-robed elder behind the 3 Chin brothers and big head. His body was very large, as if he was a mountain of flesh, and was shocking to look at. His early-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivation spread out and shook the minds of everyone with lower cultivation levels. Master Hollow Wind. Master Hollow Wind was very famous around planet Tianyun. The moment he appeared, many people recognized him. Master Hollow Wind unexpectedly became Wang Lin's helper. The eyes of the old man on the gourd lit up ever so slightly. If it was only the 3 Chin brothers and the big-headed cultivator, they were no threat to him. However, Master Hollow Wind was different. Beside Master Hollow Wind was a beautiful woman, and her eyes were filled with intelligence. Her aura was very fierce, as if it was a pair of scissors that could cut all divine sense extending toward them. Another early-stage Nirvana cleanser. The surrounding cultivators were in an uproar once more. However, not far behind the woman in silver, Situ Nan's unruly figure and his sneer that belittled the world shocked the surrounding cultivators once more. A third Nirvana cleanser cultivator. I know this person. He just became famous recently on planet Tianyun. The Pink Palace's lord, Situ Nan. The beautiful woman frowned and showed a look of disgust. Although she didn't live on planet Tianyun, she has heard of his notoriety. She couldn't understand why a powerful Nirvana cleanser cultivator would do such a thing. The All-Seer was calm as he looked at the people on the giant demon clan mount. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. The shock the 3 Nirvana cleanser cultivators created was simply too big, far bigger than the 4 Nirvana Scryer cultivators. 4 Nirvana Scryer cultivators and 3 Nirvana cleanser old monsters. Just who has such connections to get these 7 to help? Lei Ji slowed down for a bit before Wang Lin's figure appeared before everyone. He wore a snow-white robe, his hair flowed in the air, and his gaze was indifferent. His eyes contained the sun and moon as he calmly stood between everyone. The gazes of all the cultivators gathered on him. The moment Wang Lin appeared, the star-marked sable on the shoulder of the purple-robed man suddenly raised its head, and there was a strange light in its intelligent eyes. Its body trembled, and just as it was about to move, Wang Lin looked over with a casual smile and clasped his hands at the man in purple. The man in purple smiled and nodded before placing his mind on the star-marked sable on his shoulder. He had raised this sable ever since it was small and really liked it. The star-marked sable's strange reaction just now had caught his attention. However, at this moment, the star-marked sable seemed to return to normal and showed no signs of abnormality. This made the purple-robed man feel somewhat confused. Wang Lin's expression didn't change under everyone's gazes as Lei Ji closed in. He clasped his hands at the All-Seer and company before he calmly said, "Greetings All-Seer, Sword Saint and fellow seniors. There were some delays after obtaining the invitation, so I was a bit late." Ling Tianhou stared at Wang Lin, and there was a trace of dread in his eyes. He could never forget that ray of light. If it wasn't for the fact that he had escaped quickly and had speculated that the other ray of light had absorbed enough origin energy, he wouldn't be standing here today. The way he looked at Wang Lin had changed, and he didn't want to provoke Wang. He smiled and shook his head. "Fellow cultivator Wang is being polite. There is no need to call me senior. Just call this old man Ling Tianhou." After he spoke, an uproar was set off among the cultivators. Looks of disbelief landed on Wang Lin. Ling Tianhou was a powerful cultivator whose fame was second only to the All-Seer. There were very few people worthy of being called fellow cultivator by him. At this moment, just this one fellow cultivator from Ling Tianhou shocked the minds of the surrounding cultivators. The All-Seer looked at Wang Lin. From beginning to end, his expression didn't change at all, as if the matter several months ago didn't occur. He nodded slightly and slowly said, "No harm." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he clasped his hands and greeted the old man on the gourd and the beautiful middle-aged woman. Then he smiled at the man in black in the distance and clasped his hands as a greeting. The man in black also clasped his hands at Wang Lin, but his expression was still cold. "Everyone is here, so let's open the East Demon Spirit Sea." The All-Seer waved his sleeves and seven-colored light gathered to form a token. This token was only the size of his palm, but it gave off a seven-colored glow. As everyone's vision was blurred by this bright glow, the token flew toward the vortex. This was not a normal opening of the East Demon Spirit Sea, so that powerful tide that pulls in treasures from everywhere wasn't present. Instead, as the token fell into the vortex, a reverse vortex appeared. This reverse vortex quickly expanded and a black hole opened up. The aura of the demon spirit land that Wang Lin was familiar with came out from within. By opening the 4 celestial caves, can the 5th cave be opened? This old man will go first and await the good news from everyone else. The All-Seer was covered in a 7-colored glow as he entered the black hole while standing on the trident. Wang Lin's gaze swept past the trident. He had already noticed the trident. The familiar aura coming from it made him certain that this was a treasure refined by 2C. This was a treasure 2C was very satisfied with, but unfortunately, no treasure spirit had formed. In order to perfect it, 2C hid it in a planet and turned it into 3 mountains. He wanted to use the mountain spirit of the planet to form a treasure spirit for this trident. He planned to retrieve once he mastered the royal bloodline spell. But after he left, he never came back. When he saw the trident enter the black hole with the All-Seer, he felt melancholy. This melancholy came from the regret in 2C's memories. Ling Tianhou and the man in purple turned into rays of light and turned toward the black hole. However, the two of them paused. Just as Wang Lin was preparing to enter the black hole, he suddenly turned around and looked into the stars. The old man on the black gourd and Situ Nan were a step ahead of him as they looked into the distance. A ripple appeared, and an old man appeared from inside the ripple. In just one step, he arrived before everyone. Ling Tianhou and the man in purple quickly stopped. The man in purple revealed a look of respect and bowed. Sun Shan greets Grand Elder. Although Sun Shan was an elder, he was not a member of the Alliance Elder Group. At this moment, his respect came from the bottom of his heart. He obviously deeply respected the old man that had appeared. Junior greets Grand Elder. Ling Tianhou also revealed a respectful expression. With his personality, there weren't many people who he genuinely respected. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. The old man had merged with the world to move here. This old man also gave off an aura that shocked Wang Lin. This aura was very different from the All-Seer's. If the All-Seer was an unfathomable ocean, this old man was like a large mountain that pierced the heavens. His powerful aura spread out, causing those weaker cultivators to cough out blood and immediately retreat. Situ Nan's eyes lit up and he muttered, "Nirvana Shatterer, He pondered for a moment before he sneered. His eyes shined due to his arrogance and how he looked down on everything. If I want to have a good time in this world, I need a cultivation that can suppress the world. Nirvana Shatterer. This old man has been too lazy. The old man wore a golden robe and his hair was half black and half white, and he was giving off an ancient aura. He looked at Ling Tianhou and revealed a smile of admiration. How long has it been since we last met? Ling Tianhou reminisced about the past and respectfully said, Junior doesn't remember. It has been far too long. The golden-robed old man let out a sigh and slowly said, When you and the All-Seer were qualified, I personally brought the two of you into the brilliant void Holy Land. Now tens of thousands of years have passed. One of you has become an elder of the alliance that even I dread, and the other's cultivation had also reached such a level. Ling Tianhou pondered, but the reminiscence in his eyes became even stronger. When I received your jade a few months ago, I was debating if I should come. I didn't want to come, because the war with all heaven was getting serious and my senior brother, Zhongxuanzi, can't make an avatar. However, considering what happened between you and the All-Seer, I decided to come to end the matter between the two of you. As the old man spoke, there was a hint of decisiveness and profoundness in his gaze. Ling Tianhou's mind trembled as he looked at the old man and said, Thank you, Senior Master Void. Let's go. I have heard about this demon spirit land but haven't gone there before. Let's go and see. The old man waved his sleeves and looked at the beautiful middle-aged woman in the distance. His gaze revealed goodwill when he looked at the woman in pink. Then he entered the black hole. Ling Tianhou and the purple-robed man followed him into the vortex. Wang Lin pondered a bit before his eyes lit up and he moved with Situ Nan, followed by Master Hollow Wind and the woman in silver. Behind them were the three Qin brothers and Big Head. They all flew toward the vortex. Lei Ji's figure shrank until he was only a big fellow, and he followed everyone into the vortex. The old man sitting on the gourd and the cold man in black both entered the black hole. The beautiful middle-aged woman hesitated as she looked at the woman in pink next to her. The woman in pink smiled like a rose and softly said, Xianxia, you can relax for this trip to the demon spirit land. Xixian has a treasure gifted by senior sister. It is more than enough to keep myself safe. What's more, didn't second sister send Elder Master Void here as well? The beautiful middle-aged woman pondered a bit and nodded. She then led the four women around her into the black hole. Chen Qin revealed a complex expression. When Wang Lin appeared, she was constantly looking at him. Now that she thought about how they would be in the demon spirit land together, she thought, I wonder if he still remembers me. After those people entered, the surrounding cultivators all rushed toward the black hole. However, there were too many people, and only some of them were able to get in before the black hole suddenly stopped its reverse rotation and disappeared. Some of the cultivators were only halfway into black hole when the vortex disappeared, so their bodies collapsed and their miserable screams echoed. This caused the cultivators behind them to quickly retreat. The black hole disappeared with a hint of blood. It was as if a large door had closed, preventing anyone from entering. The surrounding cultivators all scattered with regret. There were some that were reluctant and stayed for a few days before finally leaving. The East Demon Spirit Sea returned to its peaceful state. Inside the Demon Spirit Land, the fiery sun hung in the sky. The heat wave moved with the wind along the earth. The corpses on the ground smelled of decay, attracting many vultures that hovered over the corpses, absorbing the death aura. This was only a corner of the fire demon country. Looking at the entire country, it was covered in corpses. Under this heat wave, they decayed even faster, and the wind blew away their clothes, revealing the black skin underneath. A large war was spreading across the fire demon country as the soul-refining tribe attacked. All of the powerful people scattered across the country fell. If they didn't surrender, they died. The capital of the fire demon country, where one of the 9 ancient demons once lived, was now the last force left. This place was occupied by one of the elite armies of the fire demon country. It was called the Fire Demon Spirit Army. They had 2 commander-in-chiefs and 8 demon generals holding the fort. Although the fire demon spirit army had suffered heavy losses, compared to the other forces, they were the most powerful. This allowed them occupy the capital and hold on to what remained of the fire demon country. At this moment, the army of the soul refining tribe surrounded the capital of the fire demon country. There were countless people floating in the sky with several big flags around them. A dense, black fog shrouded the area. The sharp cries from the soul fragments never ended and swept across the earth. The wailing of the mournful souls became the only sound left in the world. There was a stone statue within the soul refining tribe army outside the gates of the capital of the fire demon country. There were several tribe members carrying it. Those that were carrying the statue were filled with pride. For them to be picked out from the millions of tribe members to carry the ancestor statue was glory that only came once in a lifetime. There was an old man in the sky filled with majesty. He wore a black robe and there were dozens of large flags beside him that formed a black whirlwind. Demon General Charming Wood and Golden Scorpion. Are you two going to surrender? The old man's voice was like a blast of cold wind. The moment his voice appeared, a sharp whistle came from the black whirlwind around him. Just the old man's voice wasn't bad, but the millions of soul-refining tribe members surrounding the capital all roared at the same time. Are you going to surrender? The roar of millions of people at once was indescribable. It was as if the world was trembling, and no thunder could compare to it. This caused the minds of the remaining soldiers inside the capital to tremble. Some of them felt something explode in their minds, and they passed out while bleeding from their orifices. Oyanghua, don't you push us too far? An angry voice came out from the wall. Then a big fellow in armor appeared. This armor looked like a scorpion, and his eyes were bloodshot. Hatred filled his eyes as he rushed out, but not toward Oyanghua. Instead, he charged toward the black stone statue among the crowd. Even if I die, I'm going to destroy this thing. The big fellow was too fast. He arrived next to the statue in an instant. He raised his hand and smashed down with a roar. However, what was strange was that all the surrounding soul-refining tribe members revealed looks of mockery. Even Oyanghua sneered and didn't try to stop him. The moment the big fellow's hand smashed down, an extremely cold voice echoed in his ears. You dare to harm the statue of my lord? Die! An extremely ordinary man moved along with that voice. This man wore a black robe and had an extremely cold expression. If anyone knew Wang Lin, they would be shocked because this person's temperament was about 60% to 70% similar to Wang Lin's. This man walked forward and causally threw a punch. At this moment, countless soul fragments came out of his body and entered his fist, creating a storm. This powerful storm quickly smashed into the big fellow. The big fellow coughed out a mouthful of blood and the armor on his body broke inch by inch. There was also the sound of his bones breaking coming from inside his body. The strongest member of the soul-refining tribe 13. The big fellow let out a bitter smile as his body shattered. He was already out of power, and now that he had received a seriously injury, he immediately died. Oyanghua laughed. Then he pointed at the capital of the fire demon country and said, Soul extinguish! After he spoke, the millions of tribe members took out their soul flags and boundless souls rushed out, covering the entire capital of the fire demon country in black fog. This black fog slowly closed in on the capital. Surrender! A woman wearing blue armor on the wall of the capital of the fire demon countryside. At this moment, the fire demon country became the capital of the soul refining tribe. The soul refining tribe had become one of the 9 powers of the demon spirit land. The black statue would be placed where the ancient demon statue was, and become the spiritual foundation for the soul refining tribe. Just as 13 raised his feet to walk toward the capital, his body trembled violently and his cold expression collapsed. It was replaced with excitement he hadn't felt for hundreds of years, and he suddenly raised his head. Ancestor has returned. At this instant, the sky above the demon spirit land went through a shocking change. Layers of vortexes appeared in the sky as if they were going to tear the heavens apart. This sudden change caused the inhabitants of the demon spirit land to panic, and they all looked at the sky. The vortex spread in the sky until it almost covered the entire sky above the demon spirit land. The vortex rotated rapidly like a storm that descended from the heavens. In the demon spirit land, there was a deep gully in the wood demon country. This area was very remote, and the depths of the ravine were filled with moss. The area was very humid, and in the early morning it was usually covered in dense fog. At this moment, there was faint mist that still remained but slowly disappeared under the sun. As the mist gradually dissipated, a pool of water at the bottom became visible. This pool was like the surface of a mirror. There weren't any ripples at all. However, when the vortex appeared, ripples appeared in this pool of water. And something slowly came out from the center of the ripples. At first it wasn't possible to see what it was. But as it became more clear, it was obvious that it was a face. This was a demonic face. That handsomeness was not something a person could have, especially the dark light coming from his eyes. He quietly looked at the sky and revealed a demonic smile. "You finally came. I have waited a very long time for this day." At this moment, far in the other side of the demon spirit land, there was a grassy plain. There were some flowers on this plain, and before one even got close, they could smell the fragrance of the grass. This fragrance was very faint, but it had a very strange effect. Whenever someone from the demon spirit land smelled it, they would feel relaxed. As a result, over time, many tribes appeared on this plain. The soul-refining tribe had expanded here as well, but what was strange was that the soul flags would immediately lose some of their power here. It was as if the soul fragments inside didn't dare to come out. If forced to come out, the soul fragments would quickly dissipate one by one. As a result, the soul-refining tribe gave up on this place. If one looked from above, they would find this grassland to be very ordinary. However, if a restriction expert saw this, their forehead would immediately be covered in cold sweat. This place was filled with very large restrictions, and there was an unknown amount of restrictions here. If they were activated, they had the power to destroy the world. No one knew that there was an extremely ancient transfer array under this grassland. If one traced its origins, it would go back to before the celestial realm collapsed. Celestial realm formation. Through this formation, along with a special method and a token, you could enter one of the 5 celestial caves. 4 of the 5 celestial caves in the demon spirit land had been found. As for the 5th cave, no one knew where it was. Only by opening the inner part of the 4 other caves would the 5th cave be opened. The celestial cave connected to this transfer array was filled with celestial spiritual energy, and nothing inside it was ordinary. However, although it felt like the celestial realm, it looked very empty with a hint of coldness. One would cold and lonely just by standing in there. This celestial cave was zigzag-shaped and was filled with pavilions. There was a young man sitting inside a towering pagoda. He was very handsome and gave off the aura of a celestial. He was holding scroll made of bamboo. There was a teacup on the table next to him. The heat that came from the tea turned into flowers in the air before slowly dissipating. This man would occasionally drink of the teacup, and his expression was very calm. However, the moment the vortex appeared, the man placed down the scroll and looked into the distance. It was as if his gaze could penetrate the void and see the changes outside. They came. The person who spoke was not him but a woman who walked in from outside. She was very beautiful, but a bit skinny. She had an oval face and beautiful eyes that were very charming. She wore a light blue dress with white pants that had blue embroidery on it. From a distance, she had slender legs. Although she looked weak, it made her more feminine. The man smiled as he looked tenderly at the woman and said, "We have waited so long. I hope we can succeed this time." The woman sat down on the side as she gently looked at the man and laughed. "We planned for so long. As long as we are careful, I believe there will be no accidents." The two of them smiled at each other, and the feeling of a couple filled their hearts with warmth that lingered. Even this empty cave no longer felt cold, as if a warmth had spread. This cultivation couple was the couple that never left the cave after they came. Wang Wei and Hu Wan. "How is he doing?" Wang Wei picked up the bamboo scroll. He was very handsome and didn't look old at all, as if he was really a young man. However, The pride hidden deep inside his eyes showed the glory he must have had countless years ago. Huan chuckled and gently said, "This sword spirit is very determined. He has already reached the 8th layer of the immortal spirit method you gave him and is about to enter the 9th layer. If there are no accidents, he should break through soon." Wang Wei's eyes were filled with admiration as he nodded. "Is that so? Then I didn't help him in vain." As he spoke, he became a bit bleak and shook his head. "But I'm still puzzled. Is Qing Shuang not dead? Otherwise, how did she reform the Rain Celestial Sword and make him the Sword Spirit? Unfortunately, he refuses to speak, and I don't want to hurt Qing Shuang's feelings, so it would be inconvenient to search his memories." Huan softly said, "Perhaps little sister Qing Shuang is still alive." The moment the vortex appeared, the pool in the ravine and the celestial cloud cultivation couple weren't the only ones to respond. A huge change occurred under the palace of the Wind Demon Country. This was the holy land of the Wind Demon Country. There was a vast expanse of caves that resembled a honeycomb underground, with the capital of the Wind Demon Country as the center. Every single cave had many tunnels that linked them together. Eventually, all of them would lead to the large cave under the Imperial Palace. These caves were filled with skeletons that were blackish-purple and gave off death aura. The moment the death aura appeared, it would be sucked away by the tunnels connected to the caves. All the death aura in the countless caves throughout the Wind Demon Country would all lead to the cave under the Imperial Palace. This cave was very large, at least 10,000 feet wide. At the center of the cave was a towering pillar, and a woman sat on top the pillar. This woman's appearance was extremely terrifying. There were numerous hideous scars on her face. It was impossible to count how many wounds there were at a glance. Although those wounds had closed, blood rushed into them when she cultivated, so they had become red. It was as if countless centipedes were crawling on her face. Not only her face, but even her arms were covered in these hideous scars. There was a sea of death aura under the pillar the woman was sitting on. Some of the death aura would float up around her and enter her scars. Every time this happened, the woman's body would tremble as if she was facing unbearable pain, but she would always clench her teeth and endure it. "Wang Lin, Yao Shishue had to endure all this pain because of you. I hate that I can't eat your flesh to avenge my father. As long as I can kill you, what does this pain count as? If I can kill you, so what if I gave up my appearance?" The woman's eyes were filled with monstrous resentment. She could never forget the sense of helplessness she had for her father's crisis when she awakened in the demon spirit land. Then she suddenly felt a pain in heart, letting her know through her blood connection that it was likely that her father didn't survive. At that point, her hatred for Wang Lin almost reached a peak. In order to get revenge, she gave up everything. She knew that in order to increase her cultivation level, she needed help from the ancient demon here. She worked very hard and experienced hardships and humiliation that were like nightmares. In the end, she obtained the recognition of the ancient demon of the Wind Demon Country. She entered here and began an inheritance. She could never forget the moment she accepted the Wind Demon's inheritance, that demonic voice that echoed in her heart. "I can give you strength, enough power to let you get revenge. However, the price is that your divine sense and soul will slowly be erased until you become my body. I'm willing as long as I can get revenge." Yao Shishue took a deep breath and began to absorb this death aura, causing her enough pain to wish she was dead. As she absorbed it, she raised her right hand, which was completely blue, and her fingernails emitted a cold glint. After taking a deep breath, she mercilessly cut open a wound on her left arm. Intense pain came from her arm, causing her body to tremble, but her expression was indifferent as she had long grown accustomed to the pain. At this moment, endless amounts of death aura entered the wound on her arm. As the endless death aura continued to enter, the wound gradually closed until it formed a scar. "Wang Lin, I'll never let you go." The cry from her soul was like a storm that filled the heavens. At this moment, Wang Lin walked out from the vortex in the sky. The moment he appeared, his mind trembled and he suddenly looked toward the Wind Demon Country. He vaguely felt a monstrous resentment toward him. This feeling appeared only for an instant before it disappeared, as if it was never there. Behind him, Situ Nan and company appeared. They floated in the air and looked down. Aside from Master Hollow Wind, this was the first time everyone else had come here. Although the three Chen brothers belonged to a rank 7 country, they previously weren't interested in the demon spirit land. Now that they arrived, they couldn't help but look around. After returning to a familiar place, Wang Lin felt regretful. His first thought wasn't to go to the celestial cave but to check the soul refining tribe. Back then, he had to flee, so he was in a rush. Thinking about it now, he felt regretful. The soul refining tribe was created to complete the last wish of Master Dun Tian. I wonder if it still exists, and there is also 13. Wang Lin couldn't forget the loyal 13 that followed him. In his life, he had only met one person as loyal as 13. Thinking about 13, another person appeared in Wang Lin's mind. Hu Pao. 13's loyalty and Hu Pao's betrayal became a stark contrast that was engraved in Wang Lin's mind. He couldn't forget how he slaughtered into an army of more than 100,000 in the Demon General City to save those two people. At that time, he didn't know that Hu Pao had already betrayed him. But even if he did, he still would have done it. He couldn't forget what he said that day while looking at the sky as if he was trying to prove his Tao. There are things in this world that are meant to be and some that aren't. Cultivators seek immortality and to escape from fate. Normally, they would avoid disaster and welcome the heavens. 13 and Hu Pao have no relationship with me. I went against the will of the demon general, meaning I went against the demon country. This was not worth considering for those that only cared about the benefits. I'm not a gentleman or a villain. I'm not sincere or hypocritical. It's just that there are certain things in this world I must do. However, I, Wang Lin, walk within this world not to seek to follow the Tao of the heavens. I seek to have no regrets in my heart. From this point of view, I'm not suited to become a cultivator. However, there are certain things I must do. If I don't save 13, then what Tao am I searching for? Wang Lin let out a sigh as he looked at the familiar world. He slapped his bag of holding and a palm-sized compass appeared in his hand. This was something that was necessary to enter the fourth cave. After handing this to Situ Nan and explaining the details of releasing some of the restrictions, Situ Nan looked meaningfully at Wang Lin. He understood Wang Lin enough to know that Wang Lin was going to meet some old friends. As a result, he didn't waste any time. With his cultivation, along with Master Hollow Wind, the woman in silver, the three Chen brothers, and Big Head, it wouldn't be hard to break these restrictions. The real difficulty would likely be at the final restriction. Situ Nan opened the token according to Wang Lin's method. They all disappeared and entered the celestial cave to begin breaking the restrictions by force. There were countless restrictions inside the celestial cave. Only by breaking all of them could they enter the core, and that was their target. Unlike the All-Seer and Ling Tianho, who had already broken all the restrictions in their caves, Wang Lin's progress was lacking. Moreover, Wang Lin still had the token to the cave in his hands. As long as he was in the demon spirit land, he could enter the cave at any time. With Wang Lin's current cultivation, he just had to make some slight changes to the token so that Situ Nan and company wouldn't be attacked by the spirit of the cave. After solving this problem, Wang Lin pondered for a bit. Then his divine sense slowly spread out. With his current Nirvana Scryer cultivation, he easily covered the entire demon spirit land with his divine sense. Just as Wang Lin's divine spread out, his divine sense inside the black stone statue being worshipped by the soul refining tribe suddenly released a black light. This black light was filled with endless coldness, and a mysterious force shot into the sky. The moment it touched Wang Lin's divine sense, they integrated together. The black light from the statue gradually became stronger, until it covered more than half of the sky above the fire demon country. Countless soul-refining tribe members stared dumbfoundedly at the ancestor's statue. It wasn't certain who reacted first, but some people immediately knelt down on the ground. Then almost all the soul-refining tribe members knelt down with excitement in their eyes. The ancestor's spirit has manifested. The ancestor's spirit has manifested. Roars spread like rumbling echoes across the city. Ouyanghua's eyes revealed look of disbelief, and he looked at 13. At this moment, 13 was trembling as he looked into the sky. He had a vague feeling. Ancestor has returned. Ouyang took a deep breath and ecstasy flashed through his eyes. He respected Wang Lin from the bottom of his heart. But even more than respect, there was fear. It was precisely due to this fear that even though the soul-refining tribe continued to grow larger, he didn't dare to rebel at all. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly and revealed a strange light. He naturally saw the soul-refining tribe with his divine sense and found that it had expanded greatly. This wasn't important. What made him feel disbelief was the mysterious power that had just integrated with his divine sense. Wang Lin had cultivated for over 1,000 years and encountered many different kinds of powers. However, he had never encountered one like this before. He couldn't tell what kind of feeling it was, but the moment that mysterious power integrated with him, he felt countless images flashing through his mind. Without exception, all these images were the soul-refining tribe worshipping the statue. They were all filled with unimaginable fanaticism. It was as if as long as the statue gave an order, they would do it no matter the cost. Even if they lost their lives, they would have no regrets. This kind of terrifying frenzy even moved Wang Lin. It was the worship for millions of soul-refining tribe members toward this stone statue for the past hundreds of years that created the strange force that even Wang Lin didn't understand. While pondering, Wang Lin took a step and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was above the capital of the fire demon country. Standing here, he was able to see the scene of millions of people kneeling. Speaking of millions of people might make it sound like it's not a lot, but looking at it in person, he saw an endless sea of people cover the ground. There were flags sticking out everywhere that danced in the wind, and the wails of the soul fragments filled the world. The moment Wang Lin appeared, all of the soul fragments let out sharp cries, as if they had encountered their true master. Ouyanghua's body trembled and revealed excitement that he hadn't shown in hundreds of years. He stared blankly at Wang Lin and said, "Ouyang greets Ancestor. I welcome Ancestor's return." After he spoke, some people almost immediately looked up and saw Wang Lin. Almost every single tribe member who saw Wang Lin felt a buzz in their brain. They had no doubts as they immediately recognized this person as the person they had been worshipping for hundreds of years. Their ancestor, Wang Lin. All of this was because of the stone statue. It was a carving of Wang Lin. Ancestor. It really is Ancestor. Ancestor has returned. Ancestor didn't abandon us. Ancestor has returned. Bursts of shouts filled with surprise and frenzy soon rumbled like thunder. Millions of people became excited at once, and their shouting caused even the earth to tremble. Even the clouds in the sky had to retreat. "Welcome, Ancestor." It was unknown who said it first, but eventually, millions of soul-refining tribe members shouted at once. Even Wang Lin's ears buzzed. Even with Wang Lin's mental strength, he was startled. He could clearly feel white gas come out of these people and go to the stone statue at the center of the capital. The stone statue absorbed it all, becoming even more smooth and giving off a demonic feel. The soul-refining tribe members' gazes were all filled with excitement that even shocked Wang Lin. 13 rushed through the crowd and knelt down before Wang Lin. Although his body was trembling, his voice was the loudest it had been in hundreds of years. 13 welcomes the return of Ancestor. 13's words ignited the enthusiasm of the countless tribe members. In addition, more white gas floated out from everyone and entered the black statue. Soul flags began to wave as if a black sea had suddenly appeared. The soul fragments flew out from the flags and shrouded the entire fire demon country in a black fog. The number of soul fragments was unimaginable. Looking at the people of the soul-refining tribe, Wang Lin found some of them familiar, though he couldn't remember their names. They were obviously elders that were around when he was here last time. "I have returned." Wang Lin's voice slowly spread and fell from the sky into everyone's ears. Although it was only 3 simple words, these 3 simple words were like bolts of lightning falling from the sky. Everyone within the soul-refining tribe cheered. As the soul-refining tribe cheered, Wang Lin gradually descended and landed on the wall of the capital of the Fire Demon country. He had returned here once more after hundreds of years. Wang Lin's return caused a frenzy among the soul-refining tribe members. The Fire Demon country was renamed to the Soul-Refining Sect by Wang Lin. The Soul-Refining Sect had millions of disciples. If you were to count all the soul fragments gathered by the disciples, it would be an unimaginable number. It could be said that the Soul-Refining Sect wouldn't be weak even in a rank 7 cultivation country. Wang Lin looked at the sky and muttered, "Senior Dun Tian. Disciple has fulfilled the promise from back then. Although the method the millions of soul-refining sect disciples cultivated wasn't complete, now that he had returned, he took out the complete methods without hesitation. Of course, the weakness Wang Lin left where he could take the soul fragments at any time wasn't changed. When all of the cultivation methods of the soul-refining sect were passed down to the disciples, all of them entered a crazed cultivation stage. In addition, after hesitating for a while, Wang Lin left a copy of the 9-cycle celestial refining tactic he got from his 4th senior sister from the Purple Divine. This became the forbidden spell of the soul-refining sect. If the 9-cycle celestial refining tactic was cultivated to the extreme, it was extremely powerful. Although it was useless to Wang Lin, it was like a celestial spell for the disciples of the soul-refining sect. In addition, Wang Lin made a big decision. After placing down many restrictions, he entered the treasure pavilion under the cover of countless soul fragments. The treasure pavilion was sealed by Wang Lin inside his body. He could easily enter it with a thought, so there was no need to take it out. Ever since he obtained it, he had only taken it out once. That time was right before he came here. He had set up a large amount of restrictions on planet Water Spirit and opened it. It was all to gift Situ Nan a fortune. To this day, Wang Lin still remembered Situ Nan's dumbfounded expression when he realized what the treasure pavilion was and what it represented in the celestial realm. This kind of expression was very rare to see from Situ Nan. After he recovered, Situ Nan's eyes shined brightly. Even at night, his eyes shined like the sun, revealing the excitement in his heart. Celestial spells were split into low, middle, and high quality. There were also top-quality celestial spells, but right now even a complete low-quality celestial spell could cause a catastrophe. The most widespread were incomplete celestial spells. Spells that were derived from these incomplete celestial spells were obviously weaker than the real thing. Only those powerful cultivators had the qualifications and strength to obtain complete celestial spells. However, complete celestial spells were too rare. There was no need to talk about complete middle-quality or high-quality celestial spells. They were enough to make any cultivator go crazy. Even cultivators at the Nirvana Shatterer stage would be shocked by this. If they found out that the top level contained celestial spells left by Celestial Emperor by Fan, they would go crazy as well. After all, the treasure pavilion had preserved most of the celestial spells of the Thunder Celestial Realm. What's more, on the last floor, aside from Celestial Emperor by Fan spells, there were also spells for Celestial Lords. It was a heavenly treasure for Nirvana Scatterer cultivators. If Nirvana Shatterer cultivators would be like this, there was no need to talk about Nirvana Scryer and Nirvana Cleanser cultivators. That was why Wang Lin was extremely cautious about the treasured pavilion. Situ Nan had obtained huge benefits inside the treasure pavilion. The ecstasy in Situ Nan's eyes let Wang Lin know that although Situ Nan's cultivation level hadn't increased, the celestial spells he obtained thanks to his talent would make Situ Nan a terrifying force for the enemy to face. During that time, Wang Lin selected a middle-quality celestial spell called Gather Spirit. After comprehending it, he used it trade for the 3 Chin brothers' help. Their eyes were red, and they agreed to help without any hesitation. At this moment, Wang Lin searched through the treasure pavilion and took out 4 low-quality celestial spells. The cultivation of the current disciples of the soul-refining sect was in an abnormal state. They had good control over souls, and their entire cultivation relied on the soul flags. That's why the celestial spells Wang Lin picked were all related to the souls. However, celestial spells weren't something they could cultivate. Wang Lin had learned the fundamentals of the spells before splitting them into various forbidden spells that were passed down. As for Ouyang Hua, Wang Lin wasn't stingy. He took out a complete low-quality celestial spell called the Soul Refining Ascension to give Ouyang Hua as a reward for his hundreds of years of hard work. It wasn't that Wang Lin didn't want to give Ouyang Hua a middle-quality celestial spell, but Ouyang Hua's cultivation was too abnormal. If he used all 99 soul flags, he could battle an ascendant cultivator. But without the flags, his cultivation level would plummet. The Soul Refining Ascension was already very difficult for Ouyang Hua to cultivate. After all, it was a complete celestial spell. As for 13, Wang Lin spared no effort. He went into the celestial cave to find Lei Ji and returned after he obtained enough blood. 13 was soaked in Lei Ji's royal giant demon clan blood, allowing his body to undergo a huge change in a short period of time. Although the pain was not something an ordinary person could withstand, 13 endured it all. In the end, after hesitating for a bit, Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he dropped a few drops of his own royal ancient god blood between 13's eyebrows. At this moment, 13's body trembled violently. Even with his mental fortitude, he couldn't withstand the pain. It felt as if something was devouring his body. After all of this, 13, who was reborn through the pain, exuded an aura like a demon god. The power of his body was strong enough to fight peak late-stage ascendant cultivators, and he was filled with endless potential. Just this wasn't enough, so Wang Lin took out a lot of treasures and melted them. Then he infused them into 13's body like how he refined a celestial guard. But he didn't damage 13's soul. 13 endured the pain by holding on to his loyalty to Wang Lin, and after the countless treasures were infused, he had the body of a silver celestial guard. He could withstand the attack of an illusory Yin cultivator. He also still had his consciousness, so he was very different from a celestial guard. After all, Wang Lin wouldn't refine 13 into a celestial guard. Wang Lin had a lot of emotion toward 13 as he had basically watched 13 grow up. In Wang Lin's heart he had two disciples. The elder disciple was 13, and the other was Xie Qing back in all heaven. Wang Lin would not be stingy toward his own disciples, especially one so loyal. He chose a middle-quality celestial spell called Celestial Soul, divided it into 3 parts, and imparted them to 13. As long as 13 completely cultivated these 3 parts, he would be able to truly cultivate Celestial Soul. Aside from 13 and Ouyang Hua, there were several other leaders that were allowed to cultivate the forbidden spells Wang Lin had especially prepared for the Soul Refining Sect. Wang Lin didn't participate too much in the Soul Refining Sect. He allowed them to develop on their own. After teaching them spells, Wang Lin took a majority of the treasures he had gathered and used them for the sect's treasure pavilion. He let Ouyang Hua and company gift them to disciples that had contributed to the sect. After doing all this, Wang Lin completed a wish of his. Then he arrived before the stone statue without allowing anyone else to follow him. This black stone statue had already been moved to the valley behind the palace. Wang Lin wasn't unfamiliar with this place. He once came here and released ancient demon Bei Lu, allowing him to devour the ancient demon spirit here. The valley hadn't changed and was same as several hundred years ago. Standing here, Wang Lin had an illusion that he had returned to hundreds of years ago. However, the statue that originally stored the ancient demon spirit was now replaced with a black statue. The black statue was a carving of Wang Lin. Looking at the statue, Wang Lin had the illusion that the statue was looking at him. It was as if this statue was alive. Why is it like this? Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had asked 13 about this matter, and knew that it was only a normal stone carved into the image of Wang Lin based on their memory. At the start, only people who knew Wang Lin could vaguely tell it was him, and no one else could recognize him. After all, they weren't craftsmen. The stone statue was extremely rough as well. 13 and Ouyang Hua couldn't do much about it. They had made this carving to allow the ancestor to forever remain in their hearts, to allow this statue to become an existence like the statue of the ancient demons in the demon countries. However, the strange part was that as time passed and the soul refining tribe grew, the statue became smoother as countless people worshipped it every day. What shocked 13 and company was that not only was it no longer rough, it became smooth and began to slowly change. After hundreds of years, the statue that started out as a rough statue changed until it looked almost exactly like Wang Lin. Even his ancient aura from living over 1,000 years could be felt. 13 and company were very confused about this matter. They could only leave it as the ancestor's spirit. The stone statue made Wang Lin curious. There weren't many things that made Wang Lin curious, but he unconsciously wanted to get to the bottom of this matter. After all, the stone statue was too strange. Wang Lin frowned as he walked forward before the statue. He looked at the statue and then his expression suddenly changed. The feeling that the statue was looking back at him became instantly more clear at this moment. The surroundings weren't quiet. The cheers from the soul-refining sect came from the distance. However, to Wang Lin, the world was quiet, as if nothing but him and the statue remained. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. Then his hands formed a sword and he slowly pressed down between the eyebrows of the statue.